gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like e takes d4, good move. This d takes e4, this d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Berea said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Lichess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit.
That's so fucking dumb.
Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, this d takes d4, the d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. This is going to be fun.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hi. Laurent is just not going to say hi to anybody. Clearly, it's just he's not participating in all of those, foolishness.
Laurent said, "Who's going to open the show?" I said, "I'll do it, Laurent. Don't worry, you're the chess expert."
that's why.
Yeah. Welcome. This is live commentary of the 37th European Club Cup on Chess24. I'm your host, not Peter Svidler, not Laurent Fressinet. I am international master Lawrence Trent, but I am joined by two legendary grandmasters.
Very important to set those ground rules very early. That you are not us. Yes.
Yes, I'll just clarify that for the bewildered audience. Laurent and Peter, guys, we've never done a stream together, but I'm so happy to be here talking about life and chess with you in that order.
Yeah, I feel a bit in the middle in that company. I feel closer to Peter in chess terms, I would say, but
I
still.
hope so. Yes.
Yeah, it's a bit a strange role, but I'm very happy to be here, and especially with Peter. This is my first stream with Peter, so yeah.
Is it?
It will be
it's
nice.
your first time with Peter?
Yeah, it's not the first time with you.
No, it's not.
My
the
dear
first time.
Lawrence.
That's
Yeah,
true.
no.
No. But with Mr. Svidler. Peter, how are you? How's it going?
Yeah, you should recount that.
Yeah. So we're not going to do the general niceties. It's a bit weird. Situation. We're going to talk a lot about chess. We're going to talk a lot about this competition. I was saying to you guys before we went on air, it's I think the only major competition that I've never been to. I've been to the Olympiads, I've been to the candidates, I've been to World Championship matches, but the European Club Cup, and I have to say it's one of the tournaments I wish I'd played in most because it looks like one of the most fun tournaments. What are your experiences of this tournament, both of you?
Yeah, I was very surprised to hear that because I would have assumed that at some point, you would have, hitched your wagon to, a team of some description because there are, apart from the very, very top, let's say if we talk about the open part of this, the one that both me and Laurent have more experience with, there is generally, I would say, like every year there would be like 10 teams who are on paper sort of obvious candidates for a fight for first. Yeah. And then there's a lot of people who, just the same as with the Olympia, this is an opportunity to play against strong players, to play in the same tournament with strong players so that you can watch. And it's a very, very nice, an occasion to celebrate chess, to hang out with your, with the people whose games you've been perhaps, studying and admiring from afar and so on. And there is this very kind of a convivial atmosphere where there's a lot of mixing going on, obviously, and evenings get feisty. But generally, I would have assumed that, with a career as long and as distinguished as yours, Lawrence, you would have been there at some point.
I know, crazy, right?
Yeah, it's a small. Sorry.
Go on, Lauren.
No, it's a small Olympiad. Yeah, as Peter said, it feels very like a small Olympiad. Okay, it's a very nice event. I played it, a few times. I mean, like a lot of times, maybe 10 times. But of course, Peter won it. We were discussing it before the show. I won it thanks to Peter and my guy teammates at that time. I was basically a substitute when people were really getting tired. I mean, you are playing with Gichu, Kramnik, Adams, I think. So it was kind of a dream team. So now years, I think we won it in 2004 and 5 or 2003 and 4. I can't remember already. But you won it like 5 times probably.
Five, I know for sure, yeah, and some may have been lost in the mists of time, but yeah, I've been playing in them for a variety of clubs since I think the mid-90s. So if you put enough volume, you will eventually get there, as we all know. It's just a question of volume.
It is possibly, and skill, obviously, but
no, just volume.
Just volume. Okay, just volume. Well. Talking about volume, we've got a tournament full of extremely interesting players. What I actually also like is that you get very interesting matchups, even early on in this tournament, right? So round 1, round 2. And we should point out that a few very special players are taking part. I was with him on Friday night, enjoying the marriage of a dear friend of ours together. We were singing and dancing and
You
being
should be
merry.
officiating, that intonation. As someone who got married twice, I know this intonation very well. It's the intonation that goes at you as you're getting married.
Yeah. No, it's no. I mean, I was
dearly beloved.
The dearly beloved.
Yes.
World champion himself, Magnus Carlsen, who had a great weekend. We were celebrating. Shout out! We're going to shout him out because he's part of the team. He's working over in Oslo with the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Askild Bryn, Askild and Farouja, congratulations once again on your marriage. Wish you a very long, healthy, successful, loving marriage together. Magnus has recovered, clearly, and has made his way to Austria for this event because it's taking place in Austria. Mm-hmm. I have to say, Meyerhofen, I believe, now you could get me, I could be wrong on this, is famous for is it famous for some kind of dance festival? Is that possible? I don't know.
Defer to you on this.
I could be, I could be just completely insane and heard it. So anyway, it's in Meyerhofen, Austria. Magnus Carlsen is there. Magnus is playing.
Yeah, you just said that you mentioned Askild and Farouja. I think you should specify with that Farouja is actually because that must be confusing for some listeners, I guess. Yeah.
Her first name is Farouja Yusupova. It's a lovely lady who I had the pleasure of meeting for the second or third time, who is marrying Askild. It's nothing to do with Alireza Farouja. Farouja is her first name. So let's just that's clear. Yeah. But Magnus is playing for Offerspiel Chess Club with a bunch of other very talented Norwegians. So that's going to be really interesting to see how they do. In fact, it's almost the Norwegian Olympiad team, right? Now that I look at it.
It's pretty close, yeah. It's pretty close.
And obviously, the result in Olympiad was very, very disappointing.
Yes.
I think they finished 59th.
Yeah, they had a horrible time.
I mean, that was terrible. So they will be eager to show a different face in the tournament. And we see Johan Sebastian Christiansen, who was one of the guy who didn't perform well in Olympiad, and his rating kind of suffered a little bit. I think he was 2600 before the Olympiad, so he lost they lost a bunch of rating points there.
Yeah, and the Bra himself there stepping in and replacing Jan Ludwig Hammer, as I can, as Chad is informing us. Basically, Jan Ludwig had this one experience of playing for a team with Magnus on board. One said thanks but no thanks and just bowed out, and now they have the Bra.
Yeah, they do.
So let's see.
There are other bras taking. Let's talk about some of the bras taking place. The bros, the young boys, the pin-up boys of the chess world. Let me talk about one pin-up boy, Jules Moussa. What a great year he's had. Your boy, Laurent.
No, he's incredibly talented for LA many years. I know him very well, of course, and I was always shouting at him. You should get better. You should work just a little bit, please. Just make a small repertoire. Have some idea before the game of what you are going to play. And finally, that day came. Check your opponent's game. Do something. I don't know, not much. You should just do something, and you will get to 2700. And now he did something. He's on his way. He won the French Championship. He was first board in Olympia, didn't lose a single game, played the like of Giri, Duda, made +5, I think, played all the games. So he was a great leader. And now I think, soon, it's very clear to me that soon he will be a 2700 player.
Yeah, very, very talented player and had a great year. Playing for the Asnières Le Grand Échiquier.
Yeah. Asnières Le Grand Échiquier. Very talented player. I don't know if you know that, but he finished second in the world under 8 championship back in the years. The first was Yu Yonggi and third was Wu Yifan. So this tells a lot about talent. When you finish second in the world under 8, it means you are very talented. And he only became a grandmaster at age 22, so he did a lot of
yeah. Talking of talented youngsters, let's talk about some other major names. The whole Indian what can we call them? Because the Germans had the princes; they were called the princes. What are these young boys called? Well, I say I shouldn't really call them boys. Well, maybe they are still boys technically. I don't know. Are any of them 18 yet? I'm not even sure.
Gazy, I think.
Gazy might be, but Gukesh for sure isn't.
No,
Sarin.
Gukesh is not. And I think Sarin is getting close to 18, but I'm not sure.
Young geniuses. They're all there. Actually, there is a name missing. Pragnananda, I do not see anywhere on the list. I don't think he's playing. But we've got, look at this, Gukesh, Sarin, Arjun Erigasi representing the young genius Indians. And then we've got the old guard, Vidit, Hari Krishna, and none other, Peter, and this is where you're going to have to come in. The main man himself, one of the GOATs, always overlooked, in my opinion, never, properly considered in the group. Like, you've got Kasparov, Fischer, Carlsen, but he's in the mix, in my opinion. Vishy.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, I hate this genre with passion.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you have to go there, he probably is sort of just one very, very small step off of that, like the very, very highest level. But maybe not even. He somehow really isn't fashionable in that discussion. You name those three, and then you proceed from there. But yeah, Vishy in terms of on all kinds of metrics, like the natural talent, longevity in the game, contribution to opening theory, contribution to the absolute explosion of interest in chess in his home country and in the world in general. Like, he obviously is a legend.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. Vishy Anand, at the ripe old age of, I'm going to go, I actually don't know exactly. I'm going to go.
I think it's 50s. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I didn't know what to expect if he would play more chess, because recently, of course, he was elected as a FIDE deputy president. So I didn't know what was to expect there. I mean, if he would only play rapid and blitz, if he would quit, if he would play some classical, but still
he'll be 53 in December.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. 53. I mean, still rated 2756. It's really impressive.
Top 10 in the world, and and nobody's. I don't think. I started that sentence and then I thought maybe that's not entirely true, because this has been a topic I think it properly started in 2014, right, when he lost the title to Magnus in 2013, and then there was this famous quote by a, shall we say, journalist. It's also open to debate, but shall we call him a journalist? That the Hunter candidates, 8 people are playing. I don't know who will win, he said, but I do know who will not win, and that's Vishy. And I think there was some kind of a promise of eating a hat or whatever it is that he eat in those cases. I don't think it was eaten, but it should have been. Yeah, people have been writing Vishy off for quite some time, and kind of very, very consistently unsuccessfully. Shouldn't be done, until he decides he is done. He is not done. It's very clear, and we should
absolutely
just sit back and watch, because it's always very nice to watch.
I don't know who was the journalist, but to be fair with him, many people, including myself, didn't give a big chance. Let's say I wouldn't have said before the tournament it was 0, but I would say I would have said it's closer to 0 than to 10 or 15, let's say. But maybe that was wrong. That was wrong.
Yeah, that was never my feeling. Yeah, he I mean, I think in most people's minds, he didn't start as a favorite. But I've been, in particular with my personal, history of playing against Vishy. Like, I mean, I have a very, very well publicized 0 classical wins against the man over like 25 years of trying, or whatever it is, maybe slightly more. So I mean, I'm never going to be, team Vishy doesn't win.
Yeah, for sure.
That's impressive. That's impressive. Team Vishy playing for what looks like the Romanian team, CSU ASE Superbet, along with Bogdan Deac, who's had I have to say, a very impressive little surge, going over 2,700, playing with these guys in the Superbet Challenge, doing pretty well. Gukesh is part of that team as well, so that's a fantastic top 3. And then Nisipianu, a very decent board 4. Sargissian board 5. That's a monster team, actually.
Actually, 5 and 6, right?
Yeah.
On our screen. So it's Vishy, Rapport, Deak on 3, and Gukesh on 4, which is an interesting, clearly this being a Romanian team, they do want to give Bogdan Deak more of a chance to play against stronger opposition, which is understandable. He's a very, very strong player, but I think Gukesh is, on very many people's lists as arguably the hottest property in one of the, top 3 hottest young players on the circuit. And he definitely could have played 3. On a good day, I could see him playing 2 in that team.
Yeah, he could play on 1 as well. He started with 8 out of 8 in Olympia.
Yeah.
So
No, nobody does not give Vishy board 1.
Yeah.
Let's be real about
No,
this.
of course.
We're not putting Gukesh above Vishy. This is just I think Gukesh himself would just be horrified at the idea. But yeah, he could play basically any board below Vishy.
Yeah, no, but Gukesh is very, very I'm very impressed by the games, because you just watch the games, you don't even see anything special from both sides. And at the end, he just wins one game after another. You didn't even understand why. What was going on, but he just wins all these games, and it's not easy at all. Black, white, doesn't really matter actually.
Yeah, watching him at the Olympiad was kind of mind-boggling. Because at some point you start thinking, okay, the law of large numbers, has to be working against him by this point. He has to start dropping points at some point, but no. Eventually it kind of ended in tragedy, right? Because that game he ended up losing to Nozerbeck in round 10, arguably cost their team a very, very good. Nothing is guaranteed. They would have had to play India 1 in the last round, and that would have been a very, very nerve-wracking match. And who knows how that would have come out. But had they not lost to Nozerbeck, they would have had a very, very good shot of winning the home Olympiad.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the coach there is Ivan Sokolov, who has been the coach of the young Uzbek team in the Olympiad. So I don't know if that was planned before, or just he won the Olympiad and they thought, okay, let's get him on board. Maybe we have more. I think we'll have some interviews there, Lawrence.
With who?
With people from on site, I think.
Possibly. I'm not sure. Hopefully we do. That would be great.
Yeah, I think we do actually.
Okay. So there you have a few names, and obviously let's talk about some of the dark horses, because I think that's always interesting. Perhaps some teams that could, potentially cause a few upsets. Now, I think we have to be reasonable in who we think might. But for example, just looking down the list here, how do you guys feel about the let's say the SIA Valencia Origin of Chess team? Korobov on 1, Jaime Santos, who was basically 2,700 until very recently, Idani on 3, Alonso Russell on 4, Borsen on 5, and Bernaditsky on 6 today at least. That's the sort of middling team that could cause potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as I said, every year there will be the obvious favorites, which are in this tournament. We can talk about the absolute highest rated teams. We've shown the Superbet team with Vishy on 1 and Rapport on 2, and then Deak and Gukesh. Then we have the team from Novi Bor, which is a team of very long standing. They send a very strong team year after year after year, and it's a mixture of local players and people have sort of become local by this point. Like Harry has a very, very long and stable connection to that team and to Prague in general. So it's Harry on 1, Vidit on 2, Radek Wojtaszek on 3, David Navarro on 4, Wintai Daiwan on 5, and Grandelius on 6.
Mm-hmm.
With actually, I have to keep on reading because it's Anton Hihar on 7 and Rager on 8. This is a very, very strong team.
Mm-hmm.
David Anton lost some rating. I was kind of shocked to discover he's 2655 now, but he was definitely either on the cusp or actually above 2700 at one point. And Rager was definitely also like a very solid 2680 player. Last I checked, but seems to be 2632 for some reason right now. I can't really explain it, honestly, because in my mind, I mean, he's such a strong theoretician and such just a hard-working player that for me, seeing him on 2632 doesn't make very much sense, but I mean, the number is the number. So that team is very, very strong. The Asnier team with MVL, and then that's actually the one I want to watch. Because it features my former boss and my former colleague there on boards 2 and 4. So it's a team that's kind of definitely has my eye on it, with MVL on 1, and then Andrei Yesipenko on 2, Jules on 3, and Kirill Alexeyenko on 4.
So I can see we'll be voting for the same team, but for different reasons, which is good. And we see the Ania team. And so people started, there is okay, it was late, it started late, but there is also a 15 minutes delay. I'm sure Lawrence will tell you why.
It's because of the French cheating scandal.
It's because, exactly. It's
use the fella cheating scandal, please, not French. Thank you.
So we are on a delay. For reasons that if you actually watch any news, by the way, any news at all.
Yes, that's true.
It was on you won't believe this, it was on the BBC homepage. I put a little, actually in our group chat here, you might have seen it. So this cheating scandal, which hopefully, of course, we're going to get some movement on this week. We've had a promise from a certain company. I think we're allowed to talk about it now.
No, it's fine.
I actually always have been allowed.
Yeah, that's true. That's also true. Chess.com have promised to release findings this week, or an in-depth investigation or analysis. And I think this is it. Either it condemns or it doesn't. So I think we're all looking forward to seeing what they have to release. So 15 minutes to try to avoid or reduce the chance of cheating.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether it does or not, I'm not really sure, but there you go.
Definitely makes it more difficult, but doesn't that's a good sort of starting measure. I don't think it entirely eradicates the threat, but it's a good measure to have in place. I think if it becomes industry standard, I don't think people will be very upset.
Yeah, it doesn't matter for us people watching from home. And for instance, he would have avoided the filler cheating scandal in 2010 Olympiad in Contimansis. As simple as that, because some guy was watching from home and sending the moves. So, I mean, if you have a 15 minutes delay, you will get in time trouble pretty soon, let's say. So this is not really reasonable to do that. I don't know actually why it's not half an hour. It could be half an hour as well, but yeah, it's the same, I guess. So
the games. The games have actually kicked off.
Let's take a look.
I cannot take a look. We have a problem with PGN, so I think Sotia has told us that they are taking care of it, and it will be fixed or not, but most likely it will be fixed. It's my best guess.
Looking through the pairings today, I just realized, because I kind of glanced at them briefly, but not very seriously. On board 1 of match 1 today, there is a kind of a one for the old gits, because Vishy is playing black against Johan Hjartarson, which is a game you could have watched starting from, I'm guessing, like 1980.
Yeah,
I'm actually kind of curious, when was the first time they played against each other? Let me check. I'm pretty sure it's possible to.
There is no, it's a first round. It's a Swiss system, so there is no interesting matches. There is interesting games. I mean, the matches, they won't be, I mean, unless there's some major surprise, but I guess the top 10 teams, let's say, will win their matches. I mean, you will have individual surprises, obviously, but not match surprises. I mean, it's very, very rare. I can't remember one match. The first round went wrong for a favorite team.
Well, I mean, the closer you get to the middle of the table, the sort of the closer match they will be. So, like around board 30, there will be two kind of a middling teams battling it out against each other, and those do tend to be quite close. But yeah, at the top, I think round one, you very rarely see match points dropped. Board points definitely. Match points is always a huge surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see. We have interesting games. So we have Vishy against Yatason, of course, with So Peter is checking when was the first game. We have Magnus as well playing against. Well, we will come to it later, but he's playing a young Laftian grandmaster with. I don't know him, so he must be young.
I'm not sure he's. I think he's actually kind of 30-ish. I don't think he's that.
Really?
Nikita Meshkov, yeah.
Okay.
Meshkov's.
Sorry.
Hang on. My first attempt at finding this out kind of produced no results, so I'm still.
I can guess actually the moves. I can show the moves.
No, I mean my completely pointless bit of trivia regarding Anand Kjartason.
Yeah, we can get some symmetrical English here, but okay.
Whoa,
we should
that
wait
is
for the
such a shock for me. How is that possible?
What's going on?
Their first game has been played in the year 2000. How is that possible?
Wow.
How
it's
because
possible.
Yatason probably left right before Vishy came in.
No, I mean sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I played Johan in the Yerevan Olympiad '96, and he was already sort of on the way out. So I guess that makes some sense, but still, for me, I mean, they're both they've been very, very top players for so long that I would have assumed, like, I would have been wrong by 10 years easily. Like I would have actually be willing to bet that it's somewhere in the 90s, maybe early 90s.
Actually, I learned from our producer Sotiris that he beat Koshno in a match this very morning. I didn't know about that, and then there's two cup of the next
You mean
one, so.
you learned from Sotiris that he beat Korchnoi in this? You learned from Sotiris this morning that he beat Korchnoi in a match, not that you learned from Sotiris that he beat Korchnoi in a match this morning. Which would be interesting because
that would be. I perked up there.
Sorry.
That would be.
Victor has been gone for a while now.
I think everyone understood. I guess so. So yeah. So I didn't know that, to be fair.
No, he was a very, very strong player in the 80s. I think he was like easily top 10 in the world, maybe higher at his peak. I'm pretty sure. Played a lot of candidates matches, and yeah, just a very, very strong player.
Okay, so we still haven't got the games.
No.
Themes, okay.
We can guess. It's some symmetrical stuff, but of course we need some.
Yeah, they're playing the c4, c5, 4 knight, c3, e6 kind of a thing, which transposes into, well, it becomes kind of a queen's gambit. Something-ish, yeah, like e3, e6, d4, d5, d4, d5.
People cannot see, I think, but maybe you can show my analysis board. So this is a position on the board, bishop c5 before bishop h7, and now, well, generally white just go bishop b2, castle.
And now you have choices, right? Like queen c2 is a move, I'm sure. Bishop b2 probably is also a move. Rook c1 might be a move, yeah.
Yeah. I guess queen c2 is the most ambitious one, but of course it also includes some risk.
Yeah.
All right.
It could be quite dry, or it could actually become very, very interesting, because white has options here to go for some very sharp stuff if he chooses.
Talking of sharp, Laurent, I would like to take a quick look at the Arjun Erigasi game, playing board 1 against Dennis Abel, and we've got fireworks there. I can say happily that I've had this position before. It's interesting. So if you want to have a look, it's Arjun with the white pieces. It was e4, c6, d4, d5, e5, bishop f5, h4, the very popular line.
Yeah.
But okay, it can be very dry after h5, for example. Well, not dry, but at least
it's never
quite
completely
solid.
dry. Yeah.
No, it's not dry, but
Of course, remember that was the last game of the 2004 World Championship match where Peter participated. Italy has,
we tend not to bring that up.
And this,
on,
yeah, but maybe he kind of advises this h4 to Kramnik, no?
No, I don't think there was. No, I don't think I gave a single piece of good advice in that match.
No, okay, come on. Maybe Bayev just said, just push edge pawn and hope for the best. Okay.
Yeah,
pretty much, yeah.
Well,
okay,
in this game, h6 was played, which is the alternative, but it gives white some additional options. Yeah. Now you can play g4.
Yeah.
Very aggressive lunge. Bishop e4.
d7. Bishop e4.
Bishop d7 is the main move, but he decided to go bishop e4.
This is well. I mean, like since the game, I think MVL against Ding.
Yeah.
It's supposed not to be good because you go f3, bishop h7, you go e6.
Correct. And knight f6.
Yeah.
On the board.
Okay. Knight f6. Okay, so if you take the problem that's bishop d3 and takes, and I don't know, it's very difficult for black to entangle simply.
Yeah, you run the risk of basically never really getting the bishop on f8 into the game. So yeah, that's strategically incredibly risky. Knight f6 also looks kind of risky, but I guess here the plan is to try to develop as quickly as possible. And if bishop d3, like what's the difference? I guess we go queen d6 somewhere, right? I don't know if we take or if we go queen d6 first. I guess we take and go.
Yeah, it's same, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Queen d6, and we try to play e5 as early as possible to actually get out of the corner.
So you want to give check? I guess I should get out with my piece. And
either e5 or knight d7 and then e5. If I can afford it, I would like to play knight d7. But if it loses, it loses. So I'm not sure.
That looks actually decent for.
Yeah, it looks.
Black.
Black will be better if they get all of this in, and white has nothing. So white has to be very concrete and very quick. Yeah.
Yeah, because this king is slightly weird into center for the moment. So you still have to get this out. So. And a very nice game, which I recommend to all viewers, is the game MVL versus Ding, which we saw live with Peter, and that was a masterclass on how to squeeze. I mean, like Ding played quite naively and took on e6, and that was it was just it was a massacre, and it was a nice game from Maxim. But knight f6 against whom is it? This game of Gazy, by the way, Lawrence.
He's playing Dennis Abel, who's a young German international master, playing for actually the team very well, Schaffhausen Berlin, the Berlin team here. So not a strong team. They won't do very much in this tournament, but it'll be interesting to see how this match turns out. Some other interesting. I'm trying to locate. Well, I think
actually I looked it up because my memory is not what it used to be. And Ding actually played knight f6, and MVL played bishop f4 here. It was a very, very interesting game. Yeah. MVL played bishop f4, queen b6, knight c3, queen b2, king g2.
Wow.
Which is quite striking.
Yeah, that was an ulti. Yeah, you just... And what did he play? Let's show the game. It's brilliant. I mean, we have more games.
He went queen b6 back, knight g2, defending d4, a6, rook b1, queen a7, which already looks incredibly ugly, but you do want to preserve the pawn on b7. And here MVL went knight a4, b5, knight c5, bishop g8, and
yeah, I remember it was.
And of course nobody's taking on f7 here.
Yeah,
bishop b5, fe, knight f4.
Wow.
And eventually, like nobody came out. This king side stayed as it is here, and eventually the position collapsed, and MVL won a very, very instructive game indeed.
So the rook was on f7 at some point, because then it reminds another game of MVL where when he won against Morozevich, where he had this rook on f7 completely stuck, but of course he was completely lost, but same kind of stuff, and he's always on the good side, it seems. Okay, so that's kind of bad for black, obviously. So let's see.
Shouldn't be great, yeah. But Arjun actually deviates and goes bishop d3 instead of bishop f4.
Okay.
So we will see something else at least today.
I don't know if you notice that, but I mean, these Indian kids are incredibly well prepared. I mean, they are just very, very strong, but they're also, I mean, like, I mean, they're so young and they know so much theory. I mean, this is amazing, actually. So he probably knows about that game against this MVLing game, and okay, I don't know.
Yeah, you have to assume that. Yeah, if this is your choice with white, if you go for this line, yeah. I mean, from somebody like Arjun, I would assume he knows most things.
Yeah.
Regarding what has already been shown, like I don't know how deep his independent work goes specifically here, but he will know all of the important STEM games here.
Yeah.
All right.
So
yeah.
No moves.
Yes.
Yeah? So
No.
yes.
Simply still no moves. Yeah.
Still no moves.
No
Yeah.
moves.
But we can see the playing hall. Let's see. I mean, we didn't speak yet of the women's section. There is also a women's section with considerably less teams, unfortunately. I don't know, something like 10 teams generally. I don't know how many this year, but
let me check.
Well, there are. I think there are.
There's actually 17 teams. It's
17. Yeah, it's more than usual actually.
Yeah, that's a good representation. I think the club scene in general is not as well developed in the women's section. This is after all, it's a specific tournament. It's not just it's not the European teams. It's the European clubs very specifically, and I think the club scene is not as well developed. Although I mean, there's definitely signs of improvement, and I'm pretty sure we will see more and more improvement in that direction over the years. But for now, it's sort of half the size of the open section.
But what do we see here on screen? This is the Moses-Struk sisters playing.
Yes, it is.
I didn't even know. Okay,
they are,
So-
and
Yeah,
they
the
are
favorite-
really going wild as well.
Come
I
on.
mean,
this is hard to believe. Okay, let's show us the game. You have the game? No.
No, they're playing the Botvinnik, and I think it's okay to mention the history of their games generally.
Yeah.
I think it's a reasonably well publicized thing, so I think we can actually kind of go there. They generally don't really play against each other, which I think is very understandable. They've been they're very close. They've been working on chess. I'm pretty sure over their entire lives, and it's awkward for them to play against each other. And they normally play this exchange Spanish, which I'm sure we have all seen. The bishop h2 check, bishop g3 discover check exchange Spanish has been featured quite heavily in the games between them. But today it's the Botvinnik, which also has a number of very cute
how does
forest
that
draws.
work?
Bishop g4, h3, h5, c3, queen d3. I think takes 95, bishop d6. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah.
I never got that one. I got the queen d4 20 times, but that one no. Okay, so now they're playing the Botvinnik, but
like honestly, bishop b7. It seems like I certainly have never seen this position before, and it doesn't really look to me like any kind of a forest draw. So maybe they are playing today, but
you never. I mean, like it's whole theory, like g3, bishop b7, bishop g2, knight a6, knight b5. You go long castle.
Yeah, but
it's kind of
but not happening today. It actually went instead of bishop b7. Actually, knight b7 was played.
Sorry.
Knight b7, ef bishop b7. G3 was not played at all. ef bishop b7, h4 was chosen by Maria. Knight f6, queen f3, bishop b7, long castles.
But
and this is the current position. I've never seen this before. I have no idea
No.
what this is. It looks very, very interesting and very kind of difficult to assess.
So do we believe they are actually playing a real game?
But I think, honestly, when they play the exchange Spanish against each other, I think those tend to be individual events. And this is a team event. And if they choose not to play here, a team gets a very easy draw with black on board one.
Yeah, and
which is not great for that team. So I think maybe like the fact that this is a team competition, a club competition, whatever you want to call maybe changes the dynamic a little bit.
And also Monaco. I mean, Anna Muzichuk is playing with black in that game. She's playing for the rating favorite Monaco, so that would be draw as white from a weaker team. So that would just be a problem, I guess. So maybe they are playing, but it's weird, I guess, because they just probably never played together.
I don't remember very many games that they actually played against each other. I will say that.
I don't think so. At home, I guess, but except from that, no. So yeah, let's see.
And apparently, okay, so the some kind of a repetition was somehow acquired, seemingly. Okay, so I mean, we take everything back, or we don't.
Yeah,
take everything back.
What happened?
No, it ended in a
95, bishop b7, queen e7. 95, 94, not bishop b7. Sorry, I will stop lying to you in a second. 94, bishop g5, knight g5, queen f6, rook h3, a5.
Okay, a5. Oh, wow.
Yeah, a5, queen e4.
Okay, so you just want to go
queen
there.
e4, and now we're threatening rook f3, but black goes knight f4. We can't go rook f3 because rook h4 wins kind of an important pawn. But white has this very cute move, queen f3 instead.
Wow! So
and now 95.
94 is a major threat.
Yeah. Everything is threatening, but we can go back to d5, queen e4, knight f4.
Okay.
Yeah,
but that's actually we are learning something today.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
This is good. Yeah. Thank you.
I've acquired a little bit of knowledge about the Botvinnik, and it's always good to learn new things. Yeah.
Yeah. No, of course. Yeah. Okay. So this was the door, and this is, let's say, logical. Actually,
we've kind of grown accustomed to it.
Yeah, it's understandable. Let's say.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so Monte Carlo is the favorite in the women's section. I don't know who else is there, but there are many strong teams, and I'm not sure. Someone has the list. We should check it.
In the meantime, I do want to do a quick shout out, because even though we've spoken a lot about a lot of people so far and a lot of teams, a lot of players, one country we've not spoken about is England. And I will point out that, so I've got a great story, first of all, if you want to hear a little story. Yeah, I'm not sure if you're interested, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Yes.
So, as I mentioned at the beginning of this show, I went for a wedding last week, or this weekend rather, just passed.
I will interrupt you for just 1 second.
Yes.
Laurent, over under on the amount of times.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Lawrence mentioned that he's gone to a wedding with Magnus over the next.
I was about to offer the same.
I'm taking. So it's 7 rounds, right? I'm taking.
7 rounds.
I'm taking 23.
23? You're insane. I'm just going to.
I'm over.
Okay.
So it's already 2.
Okay, now do continue, Lawrence.
Okay, so
where were you last weekend?
So anyway, so I was in. So there was a wedding. That's 2. Does that count?
That's
2 weeks ago was the traditional bachelor party, right? So I was in Oslo. Anyway, we had a party, and as happens in parties, people come in groups, and a group of very charming young ladies came, and it was, we're all in touch, whatever. They know Magnus. One of them knew Magnus from a time ago, blah blah blah, and they said, "Oh, hi, my name's Thea, my name's Anna," and then there was another lady there who introduced herself as Inga. I said, "Oh, nice to meet you, Inga." And it so happened that afterwards we all added each other on Instagram, and her name is Inga Lund. Now that might not sound at all funny to you, but I can
that is a tremendous story for a very, very satisfying payoff, Lawrence. I feel enriched by it.
Yeah, so I've never met somebody called Inga Lund, and every time I see her now, I say Inga Lund, because that's anyway. So England
Yes.
is playing Wood Green women's team, very strong.
Wow.
Very strong team, has got upset potential. This team, Irene Sukanda on board 1. She got her second Grandmaster norm recently. She's playing brilliant chess, has beaten some very, very strong players. Jovanka Huska, solid as a rock, of course, our colleague who lives in Norway, married, and has a life there, and of course can still play, not just commentate. She's playing. Harriet Hunt on board 3. Harriet back in action was our board number 1.
What is this having? What is this has a life that you speak of?
What's that?
You mentioned that somebody has a life. As Jan would say, Jan is with us in spirit here. Jan would say,
her life is in Norway now, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Her life is in Norway.
Just wanted to.
And Katarina on board 4. That is what I would call an upset potential team, because if Jovanka and Harriet can really perform, they can cause damage. So shout out to the Wood Green team, and shout out also in the open section to my boy, the one and only, the Ginger GM, playing for the Ennis Chess Club. That must be out of Ireland, I guess. I don't know the Ennis Chess Club. I don't know where on earth that will be. And I hope I haven't confused it with Northern Ireland, because I'll get killed. But it sounds more Republic of Ireland-esque. So Simon is playing. We've got some other English guys playing as well. Shout out to all the old washed-up IMs currently participating. Simon Ansell, Andy Ledger. We'll throw in Lawrence Webb and Chris Duncan.
Chad does confirm for us that Ennis is in the Republic of Ireland.
That's good. Shout out to all my fellow Englishmen playing for your teams. I hope you have a good run in this tournament. That's all I wanted to say, because I've got to give them a bit of love, you know?
Absolutely, because if you don't, who else will?
Who else will, precisely.
Yes. We're still somewhat struggling with the technical side of things. Apologies for that, but so we will continue regaling you with those absolutely fantastic 3.5 minute anecdotes with very, very slight linguistic payoff at the end.
So apparently, according to the chat, Sovic Social is telling us that Feller already made a draw. I don't know if there is some draw rules, or in this kind of events nobody cares, or is it 30 moves, or you have to repeat? I don't know, actually.
Yeah, it seems. I mean, I think there's normally a 30 move rule in these things. I played. Yeah, everything feels like it's been an age ago, but I think I played last year, and I think there's a 30 move rule in place. Yeah, so apologies for the technical side. I mean, moves are sort of they seem to be available on websites. Chess24 itself is carrying the move right now. I have moves being updated.
Okay.
On my second screen, so we can basically choose a game and just take it off of the website, since RPGN appears to be slightly delayed.
Let's go to Magnus, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. Let's actually take a look at that.
It's his first classical game since the Sinkerfield. He played brilliantly in the Champion Chess Tour. In the meantime, where he just basically crushed all the youngsters. That was very impressive, actually.
Whilst celebrating a wedding season.
That's fourth time. Okay, it's 4. I'm writing down.
You're making a note, right? Yeah, we're on 4.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Peter, can you give me the moves, please?
Sure. Magnus is playing Catalan with black today. So kind of a classical Catalan bishop before check on move 4.
Knight f3?
Yeah, d5, g3 check. Bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, c6, queen c2, castles, and he's just gone b7, b6, and Nikita Meshkovs is thinking here. It's still, I assume, a reasonably theoretical position. Move orders in the bishop b4 Catalans confuse me greatly, but so do most things these days. So it's not really any difference.
The most popular is obviously to develop the knight before playing b6, but Yeah, I don't know. It's also doable. You keep the option to go knight a6, even if you will probably won't go for it. I don't know in which case you go for it. After knight e5, I guess.
Yeah, I think we can play knight f7, right? Because in some positions, knight c6, he takes d5 works, but it definitely doesn't work here because knight takes d4 exists. Yeah, there are some positions in the Catalan where you have to watch out for this tactic, but it's not one of them. So yeah, I assume knight e5, knight f7 is at least an option. You can also go knight e5, just bishop b7 and ignore it, but I think I'd be tempted to just immediately try to keep that knight away. My question, though, would be, if we go knight e5, knight f7, can I take and just go e4 straight away?
I thought you wanted to whip it.
To make a draw, yeah. I mean, also, but like, and yeah,
So what do I take with the knight?
Probably the knight, right? And we go e4 here, and we claim that maybe we've achieved something, but I don't know if that's a valid claim. Bishop a6 seems annoying, actually, right?
Okay.
Bishop a6 seems kind of, because if it forces me to go b3, I no longer really believe I have anything at all, and I might have to start becoming worried after rook c8.
I can do.
Yeah, or even
like
that.
Yeah,
even that. That looks very, very annoying.
Yeah.
So yeah, knight f7 seems playable. Bishop b7 seems playable. If we don't go knight e5, I think not starting with knight b7 seems fine, right? Because you can do it later, but for now you're preserving some.
Yeah, you have to. In general, I mean,
yeah,
white has two options in such position. First one is to go bishop f4, and second one is to go b3 in order to go knight c3 and then e4. So I would think b3 is maybe, I don't know what is the most.
Yeah, it's logical. It's logical. Yeah. You could also.
You can, but of course you just, if I go bishop b7, knight c3, for instance, knight a6 now comes to mind because you want knight b4. You also want c5, so
yeah,
maybe that could be a Magnus
you
point.
can definitely at least consider developing the knight differently if you keep your that option in reserve.
While after bishop f4, I don't know what do we gain as black. It's unclear to me, but probably just some transposition to.
Yeah, we can transpose. We can. I mean, knight h5 is always an option in these types of positions, but specifically after having played b6, I'm not that happy. I think it's a bit loose. Maybe it's still fine. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just not a Catalan player.
No, but everything is fine in such positions. My experience that you check 10 moves and actually nothing is a big deal unless you do something really stupid. But this seems to just be completely fine for black. Obviously. So yeah, let's see. It's not very interesting, but it's funny to see Magnus on the black side of the Catalan. Of course, he had many great results recently as white. So let's see how he does.
We might have live links, Fress, so if you could just check.
I still don't have anything, so I don't know. Sotiris is here, or?
Yeah, you have Slack or the Zoom chat links, apparently, yeah.
Okay. I didn't check.
So we might actually finally be able to.
Okay, so I will change
show you things.
I have a new link. To change the link, which makes a lot of sense. Apparently,
and a very interesting position on board one in the Anier, right? Is how I pronounce that word, yeah? Anier Le Grand Échiquier.
Yeah, Anier, yeah. That was amazing.
Yeah, MVL is taking a bit of a break today, and Andrei Yesipenko is playing black against Frodo Elsnes, and he seemingly is much better by move like 7 on the black side of something, which is unusual. And it's a reasonably kind of a high-profile match, so maybe we could go.
Wait, I got the games, so all good.
Hooray!
First days, of course, are always tricky. So, which game did you want?
Yeah, this one, the one that.
Yesipenko?
Yeah, because this is a kind of a strange situation where white seemingly has not really done very much wrong, but is already apparently in significant trouble. And this is an interesting option here by Andrei. This is a kind of a so far so good. White is clearly trying to play, Grunfeld with the tempo up, sort of, right? This is what you're trying to achieve here with white. But you open yourself up to this thing that, we've gotten very used to from the white side, but it also is a valid approach from the black side. You go h5 here and you ask the question. And I don't know.
It's anti-Gunfeld reversed with h4, yeah? It's exactly like I played. I mean, like, how does it look compared to that? Like something like that, yeah?
g5 takes.
Yeah, it's tempo down, yeah? But,
tempo down, but it's still annoying somehow.
Yeah.
Right? It's still a bit annoying. And Frodo took some time and played h3 here.
Yeah, because if you take on c6, I can even sometimes play the endgame, and the bishop is not really well placed here.
Absolutely, yeah, I think that's an option. But after h3, it became very concrete because Andrei responded with e5, and knight b5 looks logical. But now after d5, the engine's already kind of hated for white, because if obviously you kind of have to play bishop takes d5, otherwise your previous play just makes no sense whatsoever. But now I think queen a5 check for some reason is just very, very
strong. So knight d5, let's show queen d5 and knight c7.
Yeah.
So this is not... And queen a5 check, okay.
Yeah, well, queen a5 check, and now my big question is, what happens if knight 1 c3?
Yeah, well knight 5 c3 we don't want.
Knight 5 c3,
yeah. We want to get out, yeah.
Yeah, then you fall under very severe pressure.
Yeah.
Knight 1 c3, I can't refute so far. I thought it's just a6, but then we take on c6 and we go knight d6 check, and that doesn't look bad at all.
No,
that looks kind of okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
Even maybe better for white.
Yeah, maybe even better for white. So we need
because this is
stronger.
hanging, this is not moving. I mean,
I guess we can just maybe take on d5 and go bishop b6. Just play kind of simple chess here.
Bishop b6. So you want to go
I want to play rook d8. If you give a check from d6 here, I can take and play rook d8, and the only move is queen a3, and then white is just very unhappy. Takes knight d4.
But, maybe it's just winning.
Things are falling apart really for white.
Borderline winning. Yeah, that's such.
Yeah.
But okay, so probably queen d5, bishop a6, and can I go somewhere?
But then a6, right? Then I have a6. If it doesn't go if you go back along the d file, I go rook d8, and if you play something like queen e4, queen f3, a6 is extremely strong.
Yeah, just
so,
knight d4.
Seems like Andrei is doing very well, and if Anier is much better on board one with black, I think they're in very, very good shape for this match.
So his rating is really 2668. That's it was 27 something.
That's very weird. But...
No, I mean I saw him actually. Actually, we have to note that in order to play for a club in European Club Cup, you have this. It's very special in chess that you can play for many different teams in many different countries, but you have to pick up one team actually for the European Club Cup, and you have to play at least 2 games for that team in the national championship. So Andrei Zipenko played the French league. He did incredibly poorly. That was really weird. I think he lost 25 points or something like that, something really big. But he seems to be on simply in a bad period. I mean,
he's been struggling in the past year, and I mean he still remains a very, very strong player. But he was, I think, on the live list at some point was close to 27-20, definitely 27-15. So 26-68 doesn't really look right.
Yeah, exactly. When I remember when he beat Magnus in Vaikanze like a couple of years ago, nobody would expect him to be 2 years later on 26-68. I mean, he was looking like the next junior who would make it to the top, and didn't really happen. But the talent is there, that's for sure. So d5, and let's see. So another game. Lawrence, which game you want to see? Ginger?
No, I don't think his games made the live broadcast.
That's a pity.
But what's let me see if I can find
the youngster. Maybe let's see Niall Sain on board 1, but this is the kind of pairing you get.
On which one? Sorry,
he's on board 1 against 2300, and he's playing some King's Indian.
Who are we looking at? Sorry,
Sain, Niall Nihal.
Oh, Sarin.
Because
right.
you mentioned the Indian youngster, so it's
Yeah.
one of them.
Let's have a look. Let's look at the game. Kristoferic against Sarin. We have a King's Indian, and what's interesting is that a lot of these Indian youngsters, Arjun, Sarin, Erigasi, they all do have their King's Indian as their go-to weapon to win against much lower rated players.
Yeah.
And Sarin played a very interesting line with Bishop G4, which isn't very good, but it's all right. D5, A5, and they get a typical position where Sarin has spent 2 tempi here, it seems. Bishop E3, Knight A6, Queen C2, and now he puts the bishop back on D7. It's a bit weird to spend these 2 tempi.
You forced D5, but in a way, I mean, White is generally happy to go D5, and you will get your F5, your play. You will get your play at some point.
Yeah,
you will get your play.
What he has achieved is, in reply to 92 here, he is just in time to go knight g4 and get rid of the light squared bishop. So that's a very good thing long term. But for now, he still has, given up some space on the queen side, and it very much depends on it becomes a bit of a race whether White can get, I don't know, A3, B4, C5 quickly enough before things start happening on the other side of the board. I somewhat dislike the idea of playing F3 here. It looks like the most natural move in the world, but can we wait?
Yeah, we can wait because F5 is just a bit weird,
Yeah.
So let's go A3.
Yeah, exactly. If I play A3, do we want to play F5 and put the bishop on H5? They do that sometimes, but I'm not sure it's that great. So it would be at least a consideration for me to see if maybe Black goes bishop G7 anyway.
And can I try?
Yeah, maybe something like this works. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe you can take here, but yeah, I don't know. Take here. This has to be, calculated actually. That looks.
That looks playable for Black, but we shouldn't be getting carried away because, as I said, like F3 is obviously something that White generally does in this structure. So we're not criticizing the choice. It's just that. In a way, it's easier for Black to play F5 with the bishop back on D7. So let's say A3. Yeah, A3, F5. We go, I guess, rook B1.
Yeah, now the problem without the light square bishops, that G4 is very, it comes very fast. Yeah, so
it does come incredibly quickly. Yeah.
G4, Queen G5, G3, or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know, F6, so can come over. This looks incredibly.
This looks very scary. Yeah, this looks very scary. In particular, if your opponent also has spent 5 minutes and you've burned through half an hour, and your opponent is also outranking you by 400 points, it's an uncomfortable situation to be in with White here for sure.
And it's a dream for Black. Even if the computer, you can see the evaluation on my left here. The computer still favors a little bit. It's a weak engine on my computer, but it still favors a bit White. But from a practical point of view, I think it's just
it's an
amazing
dream,
problem. And you also feel very happy during the game as Black because this is the best King's Indian you will ever get after 15 moves.
I want to say, there's so many games that we probably shouldn't be concentrating on just a few, but I just want to say I really don't quite like what Arjun is doing in that Caro.
Okay.
He's playing quickly, and generally I would defer to him in opening questions, but if we go back to that game between Arjun and
we saw the opening. Bishop D3, Queen D6 takes
92, knight b7, and he just went knight c3, and he took on h7 at no point did he include bishop h7. So he is now after castles. He's giving Black the option to take on d3, even with the knight if you want, and that structure just feels very, very comfortable for me. For Black, I go, I don't know, rook e8 for now, and then I want to play, I don't know, queen somewhere, bishop d6, rook h f8. Queen d7, I guess, to maybe at some point start hinting at knight takes g4 tactics if they become available. Just looks very, very nice for Black.
Yeah, and we see that Arjun actually started to think, but I think it makes some sense because it's line with bishop before is supposed to be just simply bad for black, as far as I know. So probably had the same opinion, and he thought that bishop d7 was the only move here, and he didn't check properly, which of course can happen to all of us.
Yeah, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe like if we take on d3 with the knight, Arjun will go in some order. He will play bishop f4, d4, try to put the bishop on e5. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm overselling things a little bit here. Something like this, yeah. Queen d2, rook a1. Yeah, I just, whenever I can get the bishop pair, I'm so happy. I lose all objectivity.
Yeah, I was not. I mean, you took so fast on d3 that to me it was kind of.
It's not forced.
Good.
It's not forced. Yeah. We can go rook e8 here, for instance, or anything. Yeah, rook e8.
Yeah, but then I will pin you, I guess.
Yeah. Still queen d7, or queen c5 check kind of wins the tempo, but misplaces the queen so badly that I don't like it. Yeah. I'd much rather spend a tempo on queen d7.
So queen d7, you want bishop c5 sometimes.
Or bishop d6, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe just, And if I take on h7, you take with the rook, right? I don't know.
Yeah, and this is also why I wanted to take on d3, because I don't want to even consider this question, If there's no bishop on d3, it cannot take on h7. If it cannot take on h7, I don't have to decide what I'm going to recapture with,
Yeah,
I want my life as simple as possible.
Okay, fair enough. I would take the rook, I guess, but of course it looks a bit. Now I can go knight d4, knight f. I don't know. I mean, it's just sharp position. I mean, it doesn't look that bad for white again.
No, we'll see. And rook e8 is the choice eventually. Yeah, Dennis played rook e8 just now.
Yeah.
All right. So, Lawrence.
Yes.
Maybe we should actually probably give you the wheel in terms of choosing what we
the
look
games.
At.
Yeah, I can just scout through the games.
You will have, but first I want to see Gukesh. He's my boy. I want to see how he does it, because he keeps on winning all these games as black. I don't understand how he's doing it. I mean, I would like to repeat at least once in my life how.
You actually have to put your pieces in your opponent's territory, if you want to win a few games.
Look, he doesn't do it. I mean, no,
he's got a knight. There's a big knight on f4. I will show you the way. Gary said a knight on.
So far, everything everything like me.
This is just like you, buddy.
Yeah, takes e4, knight f4. Oof.
There we go.
This guy.
If you can play those moves, you'll do just fine. You'll win a few games.
See, the guy already lost the bishop pair. I mean, he's amazing. This guy is amazing. This guy Gukesh. I mean, how it does it? And it took the bishop pair. He's already better, no?
Mm-hmm. He's crushing, basically.
No, it's just amazing.
Now, knight g4 is very attractive. Queen e6, queen g4 also looks.
Yeah, maybe knight g2, queen h3 is. But queen e6.
The simplest, I think, is just to play bishop g4. I think white kind of has to go knight cd2. Because what else are you supposed to do? And then we choose.
Yeah,
everything looks kind of good here.
Yeah, but how?
Oh, we're not winning yet. We're just better. Just choose a move. I don't know.
But he will be winning in 5 moves. I mean,
probably will be. Yes.
Yeah. So I want to know. I want to guess how he does it.
Probably will be.
He's very special, and
I don't know how he will do it, but it's pretty clear to me that this game won't last very long. I don't know why. I don't know. Bishop g4, knight d2, and you cannot go. You go g5 here. Oh, how does that work?
Yeah, it's fine. Bishop g3 or d8 or something. Yeah, just continue improving for now.
Yeah. Okay. That's
don't really commit to. Don't have to commit to anything special.
Yeah, so we'll keep. Yeah, just very pleasant for black, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Let's see how he does it. It will be interesting. So, Lawrence, tell us.
Yes. Well, there's an interesting game. I mean, I'm looking at. Well, I say interesting. Perhaps that's not the right word, but somebody's had a bit of an opening disaster. That's Arjan Tari's opponent. We haven't spoken much about. Yeah, we haven't spoken much about Arjan. So far, he's obviously, Arjan,
He was at your party last week?
He was he wasn't at the party. He was I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure people are supposed to know where he was. I'm not sure if that's common knowledge. Anyway, he wasn't there. Ian, he's kind of not disappointed me. I don't want to use that word because he hasn't disappointed, but I really want to see him go up that next gear. It feels like he's been 2630, 2640, 2650 for like 5 years, you know, and he's not managed to find that next gear, which is kind of surprising because his talent is clear.
And he also has opportunities to play with the strongest with the Norway chess, for instance.
Exactly.
He also played in White, I think. So yeah, that's he should get quickly to the next level. Of course, otherwise he will lose all these nice invitations, I guess.
Exactly. Now his game is very interesting. Now a week or two ago, we saw Magnus play the Modern and the Perk very successfully when he won the was it the FTX Crypto Cup? I always forget.
That was one of them.
No. What was the most recent one? I think it was, right? Anyways.
So Champion Chess Tour, Meltwater
Champion Chess Tour. So the way that Ian's opponent has played this is not the way to play this setup, all right? This is not because after what Ian has done, okay, Bishop B7, E5. Interesting move, okay?
The Generation Cup is what it was, yeah.
The Generation Cup.
Peter used to play that long time ago.
Yeah, I played similar orders actually, yeah. But against the classical setup, I used to kind of transpose into I used to play those A6 B5s, 97s against Bishop B3 Queen D2 type stuff. Against Knight of 3 Knight C3 Bishop B2 short castles. I think you're supposed to play like Magnus does, just Knight of 6 castle short, yeah.
Yeah, so Bishop is 3, and now you go B5, and so.
Yeah, those types of things I definitely played quite a bit in my periods playing
so not
years,
exactly,
which are very.
Maybe it was as White. I remember some game of, I think it was you, 97 E6.
Yeah, that's the game I lost to Vishy in Linares in 98. I think.
So you are White?
Black? No, I was black. But that was still from Bishop B3. It wasn't this line. It was kind of similar, but it was definitely not the classical periods from the White side. And yeah, E5 is a very threatening idea. You have to have something against it. My default setting here would still be to do exactly what Laurent was describing. It might lose, but like it feels to me that if you don't try this, if you don't try Knight D7, and if the position after E6, F6, let's say Knight G5, Knight F8, those positions, if you survive the first 5 moves there somehow, you might actually be kind of okay. Well, I mean, for a given value of okay, not exactly okay, but it's playable. Then again, like maybe Bishop G4 just wins here, or
exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you are all in basically as black. So you cannot stop. I mean, like say, okay, maybe I'm not all in fully. I play E6, which is, you have to say, okay, now because White has a choice. I mean, the take on D6, but this is very poor, and black is immediately fine.
Immediately completely fine. Yeah, this is the point.
Yeah, even maybe. I mean, I would take.
I'm preferring black here. I'm taking black here in a hard bit for sure. It's just a very, very nice Sicilian.
So you have to give that pawn. You have to go Knight G5, I guess. Of course, sometimes you can go Q1 and prepare it, but Knight G5, I guess, makes a lot of sense. Knight F8, and now, of course, this is you should just not think too much as black. Yeah, because hope for the best, simply.
Yeah. Instead, Iron's opponent played E5, E6, which I think it's a good move strategically. Unfortunately for him, he is just not quick enough to stop the blow up in the center. Like if his knight was already on E7, this might be a playable position. Yeah. But unfortunately, D4, D5 does exist here, and he is now playing this really, really ugly looking position. He took on E5 with the pawn.
You just don't even need to calculate as White. I mean, that's the point. I mean, it's only one pawn, and you have such great compensation. I mean, this is completely obvious. So takes and he play F6.
Yeah, Mikko played F6 here, and it's kind of surprising he's not losing by force. Honestly, it just looks kind of horrible. But yeah, it's just a very poor position. You can include A4 at any point to start blowing up the queen side. Also, the c4 square, because a4 pretty much always has to be met by bit b5 before, and then the bishop on e2 eventually has the option of supporting the pawn on e6 via the c4 square. Yeah, takes, rook d1 check, knight d5. Looks horrendous. Looks just really bad.
Let's be greedy. What can I do anyway? I have to
bishop
at least
c4.
be a pawn up. But I don't like
bishop
what
b3. Yeah, I mean, I think we're dead. Yeah, I think we're just getting mated here.
You just
bishop
don't
b3, rook
think,
a1. Yeah.
Bishop c5. Yeah, this is just a disaster for Miko. So go all the way, Miko. Next time, don't. Knight d7, and okay, you may lose in 20 moves, but.
You may lose in 20 moves here as well, so it's not really an improvement.
So Magnus, let's have a look at Magnus, world champion, Magnus Carlsen. So b6, we discussed that position, and bishop f4, of course, this is the most traditional plan. You just, in general, you will play rook d1 and then decide later on where your knight will go. And of course, after bishop a6, you have to take a decision. So you can go knight bd2, but there is always knight h5, which is a bit annoying because you cannot really hit the bishop on the knight square. Of course, you can play e3 like Guy did recently, but yeah, it's you give your bishop. So he took and played rook c1.
Yeah, okay. I think he's trying to be safe. He's trying to, not be too adventurous here. Just sort of kind of preserve the dry, kind of uneventful type play that very often happens here if you go cd5. It's understandable. He is playing against Magnus, obviously. In particular in club team competitions, if he makes a draw against Magnus on board one, it improves the match situation immensely. But yeah, Magnus will not mind having a kind of a dry position.
Yeah, he will do his usual stuff, I guess, and play forever. Or maybe I don't know. We will win before, but he's not also as white. He's not trying to force to do. He wants to get. My impression is that he wants to, not to draw at all costs. Just trying to be safe and get a game against Magnus, because it's not every day you get the chance to play against him. So this is probably the first and maybe the last time that they will meet. So you should enjoy it. So how do we do here with black? Of course, it would be now. It's
knight b7, I guess. Right? We start with knight b7.
Really? Okay, I would try to. Yeah, but maybe I have no.
My question was, and this is where my complete lack of understanding of all things Catalan comes into play. You obviously want to play queen a4, but your e2 pawn is hanging currently. So let's say we go knight c3.
Yeah, I'm thinking queen.
Do they ever play b6, b5 in this types of position?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, of course, it's a very thematic move if you manage b4, bishop b5.
And also, I'm stopping queen a4 as well. I think.
Yeah, but you have to. I mean, like a3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is what I couldn't really figure out, because b5 is a move that could definitely backfire if you imagine white actually acquiring control over the c5 square at some point in the future. But for now, I guess I can just maybe go queen b6, rook, I don't know, fc8 or ac8, something like this. Drop the bishop back to b7. Claim that we are fine, right?
Oh, maybe a5. I don't know, a6 or a5, whatever. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. It looks very decent. He played knight bd7, Magnus Carlsen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What are the options here? Rook c8 is definitely a threat, or maybe not. But knight e3 looks like the most logical move.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes they play knight e5, but I don't think it works here. I mean, it's a move, but I don't think it's a good move.
Yeah,
just take, we go knight g7. You really, really need to have e2, e4 in this position for it to make sense.
Yeah,
and,
but
g5 or g5, d4, and it just doesn't work at all.
Yeah, d4, d4 is just fair.
Yeah, you need to. If this works out for white, sometimes they do it, but currently I don't think it's playable at all.
Yeah. I predict a tough afternoon for Meshkov, but okay, let's see.
Shout out to another one of my boys. And in fact, a team that is also, in my opinion, a sleeper team. Clichy Eshek 92, headed up by Payam Magsudlu and my main man, Jordan Van Forest. who I had a lovely weekend with a few weeks ago.
Not last week.
So what I do is I basically hang out with all the chess guys. I just hang out with them on weekends and try and befriend them and then go home. And that's it. It's quite fun.
The end game there.
Yeah.
This is what I was always kind of curious about. What's the end game?
There is no end game. I just enjoy being in great company, Peter. You are next, sir. I will be knocking at your door before you even know it. At a reasonable time.
Okay.
I would go and see Laurent, but he's not quite cool enough to visit. Jordan is playing for this Clichy team now. Jordan, there's a position on the board. If we just go to the position of Jordan, okay, we're going to play.
I wanted to because Sotiris is reminding me my game in the Olympiad where I had this bishop c7 maneuver at some point, but I played e3 very early with rook c1. It was very similar, and I got excellent position after knight bd7. If you can manage, let's say e3, but here we're not in time. Bishop c7, it was very nasty for him because he had to go queen e8. And then I had like queen a4, he had to go back, knight c3, and it was very comfortable. I had bishop f1 as well. And everything came into one. But here it's much better version for black. So let's see Jordan.
Yeah, now if you go to the position on the board.
But I don't see but Jordan is playing for Clichy, of course.
Yeah, for Clichy. Yeah.
The French team. Where is he? Where is our boy Jordan? We used to be team. I used to play for Clichy. I used to be teammate of our friend Jordan. They have a very good team. Jordan. Okay.
Yeah. Now we're going to play a game. Hopefully Peter has not seen the whole game, and hopefully you haven't. From which opening did this position
come? Too late.
I actually looked, but I would have gotten it wrong.
Yes.
Because this looks to me, I used to get positions like this from G3 Sicilians.
Yes.
So basically, it would be a flip for me between a G3 Sicilian, and I have some very specific lines in mind as well. And I would have said a Rubinstein French with G3 is some
yes. Oh.
No, yes, some weird Rubinstein French. Anyways,
so
it came from a
Queen's Gambit declined.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit declined Catalan setup. Very strange.
Yeah, G3. Very central. Who does this 3 G3 or 4 G3 or 5 G3?
I looked at my notes in the morning. I checked,
So Bishop G2, C6, knight, castle, knight.
That was a very, very weird Russian accent.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. It was kind of trying to be French and Russian. It was a mix of you two.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's nice
very
for me.
On point, then. Yeah, very on point.
Yeah, okay, and you went 95 Jordan. Okay, why not? You can go b3. I mean, you have many options, of course. So takes.
He had a very concrete idea in mind here, obviously, because this is the kind of a thing that we were just discussing. You play e4 here, d5, d4. I mean, it still exists actually, but it's not that great because it's a pawn sacrifice. You sometimes do that, but probably not here.
Yeah.
And importantly, after d takes e4, he has this very clever idea of playing queen h5. You're still going to be a pawn down in a moment, but you're hoping to provoke g6, which obviously is a very, very good, very huge improvement for white, because bishop h6 with the tempo will come pretty soon. I don't think you ever play g6 here. And if you do what Tom Wedberg did here, which is queen a5, you gain some tempi chasing that queen around later. So knight e4, queen e5, queen e2. And now you have, we've already gotten this very nice little tempo with bishop f4.
I think it's actually it's a nice idea, but I think it was played by Dubov. If I'm not wrong, I mean it should be checked, but I'm pretty sure I saw this pawn sack. Okay, many pawn sacks anyway are associated to Dubov, but that one I'm pretty sure he played a game. I think it was in this European Team Championship last year. But I'm not sure. Okay,
Dubov against Aparin.
Yeah, I was
also, actually, Anish played this in 2017. So it's actually, Anish is the trailblazer.
So how was it against Aparin? It was e4 takes and queen h5, right?
He took
On
the
19.
bishop on. He didn't play queen h5 here. He went bishop e4 on knight e5, queen e2, and he ended up actually losing that game. In
Yeah,
the
I remember.
Swiss,
Yeah.
I think he was fine, but then he overpressed. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So probably just Jordan did switch on the engine and and came up with queen h5. Okay.
Not a
Fair
bad
enough.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. And
Thanks.
Jordan is now, he's doing really well after bishop
Yeah,
e4.
because now it took some like a much better version. You will win a bunch of tempi on that queen actually.
Yeah. And the position we have on the board, you have knight e5, bishop e5, bishop e7. He just gone bishop c2, knight c3 here, and he is like hugely better here because you want to play bishop c6. I'm pretty sure Tom Webberg was planning to play bishop 6, but then we just take on d5, and eventually we will take on g7, and we are pretty much winning.
Yeah, because
with white.
This
is just indefensible. Yeah, this doesn't look like it will
Yeah.
last very long. Meaning that really the only way to continue here is to make an incredibly sad move, queen a5, a6.
Okay.
And then you're better in all kinds of ways.
Takes.
Yeah, you can take like this. You can also obviously I will be quoting Machine's lines because my brain is completely scrambled. The engine actually prefers doing this and then taking the knight, and then going knight e7 check after, let's say, bishop d8 or bishop c5. I don't know. Yeah, like just knight e7 check, rook takes d7.
And those pawns
it's like ugly and bad.
And now I play the beautiful bishop f6. Yeah, just to make sure. I will lose all my pawns one by one.
Yeah.
So we will just start with one of them. So okay, it's stable. It's
just horrible, yeah. But if you don't play queen a6, you pretty much resign already. So
okay, so if I take, let me be naive and take here. How does
I guess
that work?
bishop takes, yeah.
And my that one
queen
is
g4, queen d4 wins a piece, I guess, or something, right? Like queen g4, you can't go g6. You have to play f6, and then something bad will happen to you. I don't know what, but something bad will happen to you.
G6. So this is a big f6, and now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Bishop a5, maybe.
Bishop a5, of course, if I takes. So if I takes, this is stable because
somehow doesn't lose immediately, maybe, but I don't know.
French biker here.
Yeah, it looks horrible. Maybe also, hang on a second.
Okay, let's see.
Knight c3, queen g4. Oh no, queen takes e5. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, no, we have to take here. That's for sure. And okay, c1 actually, I just go bishop c6. I'm kind of surviving that. So queen g4 makes a lot of sense. f6, and now it feels that there's some tactic here.
Yeah, something has to be available here, which has to be very strong. But so far, I'm maybe just rook ac1 now.
Lawrence, our tactical genius.
Well. Yeah, I've been looking at this. I liked your suggestion, Peter, of bishop a5, queen c8, provoking that first.
I think actually rook ac1 is stronger because with the queen on c8, bishop c6
I don't have bishop c6, no.
And now we are just taking on e6 and winning. So yeah, I think this might just be the very simple solution. Rook ac1, and suddenly there's just no moves.
It's over, isn't it?
Yeah,
finished.
Bishop f6 is a bit of a threat. Yeah.
No, it's not advisable for our friend, but good luck to him to play queen a6. I mean, not many people would play queen a6.
Well, I mean, you play it by excluding everything else. Like you think and you eventually come to the realization that if you want to get to move 30,
what's the refutation of that?
b6, I don't know.
Maybe you take here simply.
Yeah, I think bishop b7 is.
And the problem is if I go here, bishop c7.
It just looks horrible.
So I have to go here, but no, it's not good. No good. Okay, nice prep by Jordan. As always, he has this little ideas a bit everywhere, and it makes him a very dangerous opponent. And he's playing very fast. That's just 126, so not. I don't know if he's still in book, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's out because
it's very possible, that he is, but he doesn't really need to because his opponent is burning a lot of time. So you can definitely think on your opponent's time here with white, and his moves are all kind of natural and come come quite easily. Yeah, and Tom Wedberg is someone when I just started playing in international tournaments, he was very much around the kind of a stalwart of the European/Scandinavian chess scene.
Yeah. Okay. I don't recall him. So you guys, I will take a small break, but if you want to control of the, maybe you do the same. I don't know.
Let me see. If I can
give
maybe get the will.
Yeah.
All right. So where do we go, Lawrence? What have you?
Reminds me of that song. Where do we go now? Sweet Child of Mine.
So we're an hour and a half in, and singing has started.
Oh yes, singing.
Excellent. I am very much endorsing this. Yeah.
So I have to say, and this is going to surprise you a lot potentially, but one of the games I'm most curious of is actually Vishy's game against Carlsen, because nothing has really happened yet, but all the pieces are still on the board, and I don't really know if these are my nightmare positions basically, because firstly you have to,
go on.
No, I was going to say firstly you have to try and come up with a plan here when you've got all your pieces on pretty good squares, and secondly, it's like, okay, you can play Rook AC1.
I got you somewhat covered here, because this is I generally don't play these openings, but it's a kind of a classical setup in which I think the general understanding is whichever side gets to play. Well, okay, hang on a second. I don't actually currently have a mouse on this machine. I have a trackpad, and trackpad is, I'm old and decrepit. The point is, you want to play 95 with black or 94 with white, and this is why specifically here, I think it was actually maybe a significant mistake to drop it all the way back to E2. I think you really are supposed to play Bishop D3, and let's say and after Bishop D3, Bishop E7. I think we're going in, like the moment it becomes available, we're going in with 94, because you want this Bishop on B2 open, and you generally want to trade away this Knight on F6 for the Knight on C3, because the Knight on C3 isn't doing very much, whereas the Knight on F6 does a very, very important job of protecting your king side. And this hasn't been done, and because it hasn't been done, I'm a bit surprised actually that 95 hasn't been played yet by Vishy. If we continue kind of making normal moves here, I don't know, Rook AC1 looks okay. Yeah. Let's go. We go 95. Let's say takes. All kinds of ideas of perhaps dropping this bishop back at some point. I'm forgetting which. Like the ideas of dropping it back to B8 and play Queen C7 or things along those lines suddenly become. I mean, it's two moves, and white obviously will have something to say about it. But without this Knight on F3, which just got traded away, let me make two like really, really stupid moves. I don't know. We go Bishop F1, we go Bishop B8, yeah. We go, I don't know, a move of some description. Let me blunder Queen C7 somehow.
Rook A1.
I mean, it's just too ugly for me to actually make on the board, right? It's just, I don't know, A3, A4, which is like a half sensible move, right? And we get hit by Queen C7. And suddenly, it really does become very, very dangerous for white, because if you play F4, your entire king side is like under severe pressure. Like Queen comes to B6, Bishop comes to A7, the pawn on A3, E3 is very, very weak. If you play G3, you have to check very, very carefully that you're not immediately dead to something like Queen C6, and this battery along the long diagonal just going to eat you alive. And just generally, once you look at this position, the Knight on F6 is just kind of, it has things to do, places to be. The Knight on C3 is very, very passive now that the Bishop on B7 is controlling the E4 square. So I'm honestly a little bit surprised this hasn't happened yet, but I think what Vishy is doing here is he's saying, the way you've positioned your pieces, Johan, you can't actually stop me from playing 95. You can't prevent it. So I will make all the little improvement moves I can before I give you something concrete to calculate, which I think is sensible. But overall, I'm pretty sure that sort of this is the understanding about these very, very symmetrical structures, because the person who gets these two bishops open first, the person who gets these, I think they call Horowitz bishops, at least in my mind. In my mind, they call Horowitz bishops, the bishops on specifically these two very, very long diagonals aimed at the opponent's king. That side generally has the upper hand. Maybe not much of an upper hand. I think you maybe if you immediately start trading down, I don't know, takes, we go, I don't know, 91 or something, and just start begging for trades, maybe we can still be okay-ish. But I'm picking black here every day of the week.
No, it's not even close. Yeah, totally agree with that. Yeah.
So yeah, Vishy is having a very nice kind of comfortable, for me, I don't know how it always was for you, but for me, round one always has been a kind of a way to ease into the tournament, right? You want to have a game to warm up. I've always had like very mediocre results in rounds one in general, because for me, the very, very beginning of the tournament has always been a kind of a difficult moment where I need to kind of relearn how to play chess a little bit. And this is a kind of a perfect position to have in round one. Very, very, very safe. I think your opponent is quite obviously telegraphing that he just wants to make a draw by trading everything. And you're already maybe a little bit better, maybe not much, but a little bit. So yeah, well, kind of a nice, pleasant round one for Vishy.
It is, but a not so pleasant round one, potentially, and I'm going to use the word potentially because I'm not exactly sure what's going on, is Mr. Vidit playing with the black pieces against my boy, Marijn van Delft, playing for the Amevo Apeldoorn team, along with Nico Spheres and a bunch of other Dutch players. Now, I don't know what's going on.
The position. Yeah, the queen on g3 in the Sicilian these days is like, it's such a sign of the times, because in just about every single variation, the idea of playing queen g3 or queen f3, queen g3 has become such a staple of white's planning in all kinds of Sicilians. This particular Sicilian was what, in my mind, I understand it's not its actual name, but I prepared against this so much for my white games against Sergei Rublevsky that this is sort of the Rublevsky Sicilian, even though it is a Taimanov, and probably nobody but me calls it the Rublevsky Sicilian. But Sergei played so much of this over the years, and so much of it against specifically me, that I have this very firm association. I also played this with black quite a bit.
Right.
And apparently Kramnik calls it the Rublevsky in his new Chessable course. Okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm in good company here. Okay. Excellent. And I actually picked up this line and started playing it with black because of the amount of time I prepared for Sergei and found nothing. So you're not playing queen c7 here. Obviously the topical line and the more fashionable line, I think, is the move queen c7 here, which allows for all kinds of different things. And here as well, on the topic of bringing the queen to g3, this is arguably the hottest reply to e6, knight 6, queen c7. After a6, I think the principled reply is what Marijn is doing: takes, and bishop d3. Honorable mention here goes to the move e4, e5, which is definitely much better than its original reputation. It used to be nothing at all, and then people realized that after queen c7, you are not obliged to actually play f2, f4, which used to be the automatic choice here. People realized that you can play, for instance, bishop f4 and aim for very, very quick development. You want to play bishop d3, you want to castle short, and then you want to start giving mate on the king side or in the center. And let's say if the b pawn gets attacked, you just give it up, like rook b8 gets ignored. Rook b8 elicits no reaction whatsoever. Nobody cares about the b-pawn or b2 pawn in these types of positions. But bishop d3 is the default option. d5, castles, knight f6, queen f3, bishop b7, queen g3. All very logical, but black does have this option of playing knight h5 here, queen f3, knight f6, queen g3. And this is where, you know, the rating considerations and the match considerations come into place, because normally this line isn't really supposed to fully equalize. So generally speaking, you just go knight h5 here quite happily, but not when you're 350 points above, and this will cost you, you know, 4 rating points to make that draw. Which is why Vidit goes castles, which after bishop h6 pretty much forces him to go back to e8. But these types of positions, I don't think he's entirely unhappy, because they're, I mean, white should be better here, but not by very much, I would assume. And it's also, you know, we have 28 pieces on the board. Like, a pair of knights got traded off, one pair of pawns get traded off. It's still a very, very complicated strategic battle in which he is sort of vastly more experienced. And I think he's okay with this. I think he, you know, it's a skill. Specifically, it's a skill to be not very unhappy about your position perhaps being slightly worse out of the opening against a player you want to play for a win with black. Something, for instance, that I struggled throughout my career with, because I sort of, if I don't like my position at all, I play it worse. Like it very much impacts my quality of play. If I don't trust what I'm doing. If I do something specifically because I want to have a, you know, a fighting chance, you know, I want to have a position where there's no theoretical forced draw, I would very often just play it much worse than my general level because I kind of hate it. But some people don't mind at all, and I think this one is completely fine. By the way, Jorgen has already won his game.
Wow.
Let me just show this, or maybe I can actually give Fress the wheel.
Yeah. I'm taking it back anyway.
You're taking back control, are you, Fress?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So where is Jordan?
Yeah, the entire line we showed appeared on the board, and after bishop c6, yeah, I think Tom kind of misunderstood the point that you can take without taking on e6. And now b takes e6 loses the bishop on e7 to queen e6 and rook e7, and everything falls apart. And if you take with the queen, there is no queen on e6 for your queen to attack, so bishop takes f6 just wins all of the material.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is over. Jordan spent a sum total of 20 minutes on this game.
Okay. Good.
Can I alert you to I mean, I've been looking through the games and I'm looking for potential upsets, and I see a position where this would be a huge upset. It's the game between Tom Moyers from that very team, the Amevo Appledorn team, playing white against Mr. Nguyen, Tai Dai Van Nguyen, who's you know, a very, very decent player, played in the Prague International. I think
have no idea what you're talking about. Which game?
The game Tom Moyers or Mayers. My Dutch is terrible. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's board 4 of Amevo Appledorn against Novi Bor Chess Club.
That's match 2, yeah. So all the way up.
Okay. Match 2. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this did look very, very risky for black, because your center is kind of collapsing here. You're one tempo away from completely stabilizing. Like if the rook was already on d8, I'm maybe picking black here, but it's not. Yeah, you kind of have to worry about keeping control.
And that was another h4 Carlsen, but this time h5 was played, and yeah, this queen a5 queen x6, which is very typical. But of course, you don't exchange queens as well.
Yeah, pretty much never. Yeah.
Yeah, this king is just stuck here, and you play with trying to play with c4. But if he does c5, then okay. So that's how he did it. Okay, and now actually, how do you protect both pawns?
Well, the question is, does c4 lose? Because if I can play c4, I mean, I'm not going to be enjoying this very much, but maybe I'm not doing so poorly. My big question is, do I actually lose to queen takes d5 or not?
Wow.
So takes.
What?
And now either it takes b3 or e5, e6 first. I don't know which.
e6.
Yeah, because I wanted to go AB, but then let's go AB actually.
No, yeah, because queen c8 you have
rook
rook
c1.
c1.
Yeah, I have rook c1. Yeah.
So I go queen b7 because I'm naive.
Now we go e6. Yeah, and we ask a question.
That's what he's thinking.
I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, like FE and then rook f8 might be okay. I'm not convinced what I'm doing is any good, but I'd be curious.
Well, it's 2 pawns already.
Yeah, it's 2 pawns already. The king on e8 is very, very unsafe.
I mean, worst case scenario, I take a third one, and
yeah,
wish you good luck. I mean,
yeah, we can also throw in rook fe1. We can throw in rook h1.
Yeah.
I think like I would be shocked if we're worse here with white, but I don't know if it's I don't know if it's actually kind of very good or just playable. I mean, definitely playable, but I don't know if it actually gives anything.
Lawrence, what do you play after rook f1?
I mean, you're asking me to play from the black side here? Are you insane? I would.
That's
a nice present. That's a nice present.
I mean, get me out of here. Where's the phone a friend option?
Yeah.
No, I mean this is just too disgusting words.
These kind of jokes are not really well timed, let's say.
No, I mean I appreciate them. I appreciate them. So
we are the official broadcast, which is really, really cramping my style right now.
Yeah. We are the official broadcast, and we should say thank you.
Yes, we appreciate the privilege of covering this interesting tournament. But yeah, right this moment, I'm kind of wishing we weren't.
So thankful to the European Chess Union, I guess. And yeah, that's nice. Yeah, we have the camera feed, which helps always. Let me see.
Well, it only helps insofar as we can see the fashion sense of the players. It doesn't really help in any other way. You've got here Hari Krishna, Marijn van Delft, Vidit looking a little bit uncomfortable, maybe not that uncomfortable, but yeah, there's this game on board 4, so we can't really see the pieces. But yeah, if this e6 move works, as you said, Peter, it's kind of bad for Nguyen. And a 400-point rating gap is quite large. So
I'm not at all familiar with the player playing the white pieces in this game. Let me actually.
I don't know him, but he has one hour and 13 minutes. I mean, like he has 40 minutes. It's 40 minutes.
So
40 minutes after the clock.
I mean, I wanted to say he's very young because the picture on his profile on the FIDE website is from when he was very young, but he's actually 30, which is still, kind of
very young.
Yeah, very, very young, but not as young as I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. But do you think? I think he start to believe that something can happen in that game, because generally, I mean, if you are 400 points lower rated, I guess you go to the game and think, okay, let's enjoy that. But now, I mean, it's very clear that he has chances to create an upset.
Because, I mean, if c4 doesn't work, you might have to just, I don't know, say goodbye to the c5 pawn and continue from there. I don't know, play something like rook d8, bishop b7, knight c7, knight c5, queen b5 or something, and hope that you can play d5, d4. Because if white also establishes a blockade on the d4 square, you're kind of lost. So your hope here would be to play d5, d4 to get some space and then maybe get something for the pawn. But you're in trouble. Yeah, you're just in trouble.
Just a disaster. I mean, e6 is coming.
Yeah, he has played c4 as expected. I think an additional problem here for Wen is he's probably also worse after 94 even.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, so white doesn't even have to have too much imagination here specifically. But after 94, you definitely have drawing chances. Like you can take everything on d4, play queen e6, and then start shedding pawns just to get into endgames.
But maybe it's a bad news and a good news as well, because your opponent will be tempted to play knight d4 because it's better without too much risks, and then you later on you can outplay. At least you don't lose in 25 moves or something like that.
And since our audience can actually see the evaluation bar on their screen, the bar does seem to indicate something like queen takes d5 is probably quite strong, because knight d4 is never going to be as winning as that evaluation.
Yes, that's for sure.
Yeah. So
let's see what he does.
I guess queen d5 works.
Yeah, and
all right.
There's no moves here. Yeah, simply.
Yeah, I mean, we just follow it up with e6 against anything, and then the king is stuck in the middle, and we already have almost enough.
Enough
materially for it?
I don't know. Let's do something.
No, but like 95 here, I think the game is things are just collapsing, right? It's just bad.
I missed that. Yeah, no, that's stable. Let's face it. So let's see our boy Gukesh. How he wins that. What he did after bishop g4. He went 93 as white. Oof. That's really tough. Takes queen e6. Now coming in.
Actually, in terms of actual sort of breaking news, Magnus is, I think, sort of significantly worse with currently, I would say, 0 winning chances. This opening has not gone well at all for.
This is hard to believe, but yeah.
Well, this is like kind of an absolute dream scenario for white here. You can go rook c6, you can go rook c7.
He went 93, knight h5.
Yeah, he hasn't played b5 here. We were looking at b5. He didn't really like that, I guess. So he went knight h5. But now after queen a4, I guess, the big question is, can you even play bishop b7? Because I think maybe bishop c7 works here.
Yeah, exactly. It generally works, actually.
Yeah, like
position
95 and then 97 rook c7, right?
Yeah.
This is a kind of a tactic which I have. Rook d7 here.
And
right?
I can even bishop f3, bishop a8 looks also very, very good.
Yeah.
But rook d7, some small. Okay, you have to be careful, but no.
I mean, the rook is still hanging on a8. So
that's true. On rook d8, I will just
take
here.
He ended up having to take on f4 in that position, and then after queen a6, takes on g2. Yeah, this is sort of exactly what you don't want, because it's just going to be very, very difficult to, create a single problem for his opponent to solve. Magnus is very, very good in general at creating those problems, but I mean, also tactically, you would like to play a6 here, but it loses a pawn to knight c7, rook a7, knight d5.
It's not checks. This is really bad luck. Because
exactly.
The king is on g2. It's just unlucky. So he could have missed that, actually.
Maybe. He played rook g8 very, very quickly, so seems like he was planning to do something else anyway. But now after rook g8,
I mean, 0 winning chances I would disagree, but
yeah, I mean, it's Magnus. It's never 0, but
well, is it? Are there?
Yeah.
The chances of being murdered by a cow are low, but never 0, as the quote goes.
So what do we do here? It's very weird this because he played so well in this online tournament. That's I mean, the first game is already massively worse. Maybe because of the weekend spent with Lawrence, that didn't help much. I don't know.
I'm gonna just say right now that I had absolutely nothing, no influence on him or what he did. He's his own man. He's a big boy. And
did you play some blitz games with him?
No, actually, funnily enough, we played 0 chess this week.
0 chess.
0 chess. Not. In fact, there was a chessboard at the wedding. Quick, put it on your sheet. It's number 5. It's the 5th time. Oh, well.
Sure.
Don't forget.
I mean,
no.
I want that. I mean, Peter gave up already.
I'm going to hit 23 by tomorrow, so don't worry. No, there was a chessboard, but we didn't play chess this weekend. We were singing and dancing and whatnot. But he did have a few days to recover, so I'm a bit surprised. But yeah, obviously his position. I think he would be very happy to make a draw here and just move on. I mean, it's not as if his opponent is just the most horrible player ever. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, Meshkov's a solid grandmaster. So if I was Magnus here, I would just be.
But you're not.
But I'm not. Yeah, I mean, yes.
That's the wall.
That's the
wall
problem.
But how do you play as white? I mean, like.
Okay, so the way you play it, I mean, the way can I show you how I would play it?
You play Rook C7. I know.
No, I wouldn't play Rook C7.
Really?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't play Rook C7.
That's the first move. That's the first move I was considering. Obviously.
But then if A6.
Yeah, that's a problem. Knight A7, Bishop D6. I couldn't make it work. And now
Rook B7.
And then I just no, not that one.
Rook A B8 maybe. Yeah, Rook A B8. Even this, like with takes and Rook C1. Even this, I would feel like I need to be careful still with black, but. Maybe knight takes Rook C1, King F8, because we cannot play knight C6 comfortably because of the pin. We have to be we have to spend the tempo preparing it somehow, and
that's how
unclear how. Yeah, the engine likes something quite clever here. The engine goes knight C7 instead of Rook C7, and just puts it on A6 in a lot of positions.
Just
So
you just wait. Yeah, you just play.
I think here we probably wait. Yeah, we go Rook C2, but eventually, I think it likes the idea. Of putting knight on A6 and then trying to use the C file.
I love this idea. Of course, it reminds me ever so slightly of the Bishop A7 Karpov idea.
Yeah, there's definitely some parallels here for sure. Yeah.
So if I go here, you just go here and you're claiming.
And then we can drop it back to I don't know. Currently,
I wanted to do something very clever, but that's unfortunate.
Yeah. No, it's actually an annoying position for black. Not only are you not really having very much fun, it's not like against precise play. You will spend some time equalizing here.
I mean, you may even
maybe you won't even equalize it.
I mean, Florent in the chat is saying +0.9, which is already borderline not winning, but
it's not great. Yeah,
one more slight mistake and it's over. So according to the computer, actually.
Yeah, and
so let's see.
In terms of upsets, I mean, Magnus is maybe slightly worse. I still feel like, knowing what we know about Magnus and endgames, he will be okay. But Arjun is in actual trouble, and chat is also kind of attracting our attention.
Oh, let's go there. Yeah, let's have a look at that.
Arjun is that's match 4. Yeah, and
which chat are you looking at?
Twitch. Yeah,
Twitch. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Twitch person.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Lawrence, you're a Twitch person as well?
Not so much a Twitch person. I mean,
why is Arjun?
I'm
yeah, there you go. A bit below, yeah.
So let's see what happens since we last you are what?
No, Lawrence isn't IRL person. He actually goes places and hangs out with people during.
So I'm. I had this conversation actually just the other day. I really did about. No, now the details of that I have to keep disclosed. But I had a conversation, and I was saying that I haven't quite grasped or I don't feel comfortable in the whole virtual thing. I don't. I do like meeting people, and I have to say the 2 years of COVID when everything was locked down, I realized how down I was, because I am a guy who likes to mingle. I'm a mingler, and the whole virtual thing just doesn't do it for me, Laurent. I mean, we're of a generation where, I remember those days where, in Kapdag, you used to, go to the bar and meet people and tell your funny jokes. I like that. That's me. Yeah. That's, nowadays they're all doing online, lol, and all of these abbreviations, and
don't get most of the time.
It's like I have to go. Like even I chat to Peter on WhatsApp, and he's giving me these. I don't know what I have to Google the abbreviations. It's ridiculous. What happened to just going to the bar and asking a friend if he wants?
How do you do, fellow kids?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, the Kara. Yeah, the Kara has gone kind of off the rails here for Arjun because the rook on h7 looks stupid, but but
G6 is clever. G6 is very clever. F7 or E7. Yeah, G6 is very clever and preparing H5 as well. So King G8, Knight C2, H5.
Yeah, G5, Knight F7. The rook will be on F7 in a moment.
And you cannot really go F4.
Yeah. You would like to play F4, F5, but you will be the one getting mated, not black if you do that. So, it's just very, very unpleasant for Arjun. He has to figure out what the plan is really, because like for black, I think it's very kind of obvious how you improve here. Rook F7, Bishop G7. Yeah, like one knight can go to C4, the other one will jump to E5. Like if you don't stop that, like those types of plans will also be quite annoying.
It's actually
it's not great.
It's about surviving as white.
Yeah,
I mean, like the next few moves are about surviving. I mean, just keep the game going.
This reminds me of positions that I used to get from a line in the Trompovsky, actually, where you play a king f2 early and you kind of put the king on g2 and you've already advanced with g5. And there are some parallels and they're just downright horrible. And this position could just be losing for white, actually, because your pieces don't really have any proper squares. Black has got control of the center. He's got the better king. He's got the better pieces. The rook comes to f7 a lot of the time. What are you like? What are you actually supposed to do here with white? Like, give me an idea, because I'm looking and I see zero.
Okay,
plans.
let's go.
F4. Let me put the no.
Okay, at least I. Okay,
Actually,
maybe I will.
Yeah,
I mean, like.
I think you close your eyes when you do that, actually. Yeah, because
that's probably
if you, as long as it doesn't lose immediately, and we do have a reasonably stable setup with one knight on E2 and the other knight on G3, kind of covering a lot of squares in front of our king. And it absolutely does look scary to allow knight G4 because we will not be able to challenge that piece at all. But if it doesn't lose immediately, at least we've achieved something. You know, we've gotten rid of the weakness on F3. If we force GF, black also has some issues now on the king side. I think the engine actually kind of completely ignores F5, goes like rook F7 on knight D5 or something, allows you to play F5, F6, blocks it on F7.
Is kind of nice,
Yeah, just blocks it on F7 and says, it's okay. There's not going to be an endgame in this game. We're not worried about the pawn on F6. You know, like we're giving mate faster than.
So I just go B3 here. What else?
Something like this. Yeah.
To prevent. But yeah, it looks stable. I agree. Now I have this extra idea of going to G6. Yeah. Which could be
quite smart for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm very curious to see how it deals with it.
That definitely is a potential upset, because so far Arjun's opponent is playing a very, very solid game, I want to say.
Yeah. We didn't talk much about this Vishy Shek team. Was a very, very solid team with Maksudlu on board 1. Jordan won his game already on board 2. Then Bassems and Vocaturo, and last couple of boards Tregubov and Delorme. I mean, very strong and experienced grandmaster. So they are also. So I think I'm number 5. So this year, the Frenches, the two French teams are number 3, seeded number 3 and number 5. So we may get a shot.
But do you actually want the French teams to win? Just be honest. I mean, do you not?
For sure.
Yeah, you do. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Just checking.
Yeah, no, I'm playing for a different team in French League, and we're winning the French League every year. But we are doing the same. Actually, it's sponsored by we have the same sponsors at Baden-Baden, Mr. Genke and his company, and then they don't send teams to European Club Cup, unfortunately. So yeah, we cannot play there. It's a pity, obviously. They cannot win the French League, so they are trying to win the European Club Cup, which maybe the French League is harder to win than the European Club Cup. Let's find out. We will find out.
Could be, yeah. Okay, so Magnus in trouble iron crushing. Johann Sebastian.
Yeah, there's actually already been a couple more decisive results. We don't.
Yes.
I don't know if we have those games, but there's also Peter Michalik has also won in the match. Somewhat feel like it's match have to match 9, I think. On board 5, an Azerbaijani player playing for the Bukhar Gashimov team has also won his game already. So yeah, round 1 will produce those types of somewhat mismatched games which could end very quickly. On the top boards, I tried kind of looking through it, looking for positions we absolutely must discuss. I think we've covered all of the kind of more striking ones.
And Magnus, I mean, Meskov played 97 actually, which okay.
Yeah, so far playing it really well. Yeah, playing a very solid game.
That was not easy to spot, I would say.
Yeah, he's spent some time figuring it out, and looks like he settled on the right decision.
Very impressive. Okay. But the match is not really. I mean, like,
so maybe we should actually take a bit of a look at the women's section.
Yeah,
because there's also that going on, and we covered the one game which was a 10-minute game, and then kind of moved on, which is not the way to do.
And okay, so this is the first board. Says no, Stefanova is not. Is she playing for Monaco? Maybe.
Yeah, okay. Monaco today is playing with Anna Muzachuk on 1, Antoinette Stefanova on 2, Pia on 3, Pia Kramning, of course, hugely inspirational figure. Someone who's been playing. Her entire family is, great for chess, and Pia herself continued. Like, I think she won the board in the Olympiad, right?
Yeah,
very convincingly. Yeah, I mean, she's just amazing. Yeah, she's just amazing. Pia is one of my favorite chess people ever. She's just so good. And Elizabeth Petz on board 4 today. So yeah, very, very strong team.
Yeah, and what's the deal here against the Slovenian team? I guess.
Yeah, this is some kind of a really sharp. This feels like we should ask Lawrence if he has a file on this.
Well, I do actually. That's the irony. This is
a 193.
Yeah, this is my wheelhouse.
And
the exact position I've actually got a file on. Not the exact position, the opening I've got a file on.
So after D5, I guess you recommend D4, yeah?
Well, for the course I actually don't, but I do recommend D4 in principle because I play the Jabava and I've played it a few times.
So what do you recommend for the course?
For the course, I recommend E4, which I think is also fine, and it leads to very interesting.
Take Bishop C4. I don't.
No, we take. But get the course, Laurent.
Okay.
I mean, you're a very wealthy man. I suggest you go and buy the course. It's half price right now.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but if we go to the game, which is an opening which I'm very familiar with.
Yeah, so this started as a London, but
here is just to finish on my fanboy stuff. Pia won board 1 in Chennai 2022, and also in both Thessaloniki Olympiads in 1984 and 1988. So
okay,
that's really is quite something.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Yeah. So A6, E3.
Yeah.
E6, and now boom.
And now G4. Yeah, G4 is the move you're supposed to play here, believe it or not.
We don't.
Well, yeah, I know you don't believe it, but the problem, for example, if you go Bishop D3 there, Laurent, instead of like a normal move, C5 comes and it's a bit awkward to deal with.
And if I go Knight G2, then it's problem. So
then it's a problem. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah,
that is going to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and after G4, Bishop B4, as per the game, you go Knight E2 and you don't worry about the G4 pawn because you can't really take it. Rook G1 is very awkward to meet. So you go, you play what was played in the game, Knight E4. But actually, I think Laura played it weird. So after bishop g2, which I think, if I remember correctly, is also very much in my notes. Yeah, bishop d7, I don't remember at all. That looks wrong to me. I think you should just take on c3 here. Just take on c3.
With the knight?
Yeah, with the knight. And if knight takes... Yeah, knight takes c3, knight takes c3. And the problem is you haven't got much bite on the king side here with this pawn on g4. It's not actually that scary.
It's
right?
Nice.
There's nothing
kind of left, yeah.
Exactly. So here you can play all kinds of moves.
I guess c5 comes to mind, but
yeah, c5. Even here, bishop d7 makes a bit more sense because sometimes.
But why? I like this bishop. I mean, bishop b5 is cool. I like it.
No, but I think there's an issue with it because I think you can take on e4.
Yeah, and play a3.
Yeah, take and now just go a3.
A3. Okay. Yeah, so you want to.
Yeah, and I think if you go like bishop c3, knight c3, bishop c6,
5, I guess, g5, h4, h5.
G5, h4, yeah. G5, and the queen also is able to just come to g4. You can play bishop g3 and just try and win this pawn, actually. It's the bishop's a bit silly on c6, basically. So I think that was a mistake by Laura, but what has happened in the game is Antoinette played, she played a very thematic move, d5, trying to blow open the center because there's some cute ed5, ed5, queen d4 idea. Maybe, I don't know if that's any good, but it's certainly an idea. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Or I think bishop takes c3. I actually think this might be very strong, yeah.
Bishop c3, yeah.
Yeah, but then we take with the knight and everything.
Yeah, and we're doing
then
really
we take on d5 very, very comfortably, having gotten rid of that bishop. So yeah, I think what Laura did is quite clever there. She went castles, and after queen d4, she made this move c7, c5, which allows her to develop some pieces. The pawn on d4 will get picked up, but it's very important to at least get some pieces out. So g takes en passant, the queen e4, e5. Yeah, we don't want to be taking. So bishop g3, bishop e6, bishop d5 was a threat, and now white castled.
And you cannot castle actually.
Yeah,
long. I mean, you can castle short, but it was easy. But yeah, of course, it would have been more pleasant to castle.
Yeah,
long.
I think black has very decent compensation for the pawn here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, white's best move in this position is g4, g2, right? So
would be quite decent, yes.
Yeah. No, this is horrible for white, isn't it? I mean, with this pawn out here on g4, like I'm worried about some very quick f5 at the right moment, or can you just go queen?
You can also play it slowly. Like if let's say if you play f6 here and just play it for positional compensation, even that I think is pretty playable. My only issue is that rook d1, knight d5 comes a bit too quickly for my liking, so I would like to do something else. But Laura went with a very kind of a curious decision, which I don't mind at all. She's gone queen c8, which I assume is a kind of a prelude for playing a5 next move.
Yeah,
because we are importantly, let's say we play f8. H3 is really kind of running into f5. Let's say we play whatever. My point is, after g5, bishop takes f5. If the queen is back on d8, we have queen d5 check, and we at least get the queens off the board. But now the queen on c8 is hidden. So black can continue playing for, aggressive ideas on the king side without allowing simplifications into endgames at all. So yeah, I think queen c8 is a very kind of a cute and smart idea.
So does it work if I go knight d5? Let's say. Okay,
I think I'll take on d5 and take on g4. I mean, I hate giving up the bishop pair, but it's a very, very healthy pawn on g4. And then I drop the queen back to g6. I go rook a d8. I'm pretty sure I'm doing very well.
Yeah, that looks very bad for white. Yeah, okay. Okay.
So moral of the story, Laurent, is don't move your g pawn up the board on move 5, and you'll be all right.
Very possibly.
Who does such things except you?
Well, Antoinette, it seems, she also suffers from the same vice. So
that's an interesting position and a kind of a very fighting position in the first match. In general, that match unsurprisingly stands quite well for the team, for this Circle to Shack team, because they are the favorites in the tournament, and in round 1 they will be outrating their opponents quite a bit.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, if Antonetta is not doing well, then could be a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
They made it on first.
yeah, this definitely is a board
Last.
that you're worried about. Yeah, but Elizabeth is doing really well here. You can just play d45, I guess, and just take on h4 at your leisure or whatever. It's a thing.
Can I go? I don't know. Bishop h6. You want g? What do you want? Yeah, g6.
Bishop h6 is probably I for some reason I just completely blanked on the fact that this move exists. It probably just wins on the spot, right? It's just mate.
It looks like it, but
yeah, it does look like we're just giving mate here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
And g5 we have so nice.
Yeah, we always have knight f6. Yeah, always have.
And just mate. Yeah. So yeah. Okay.
I tried kind of looking for upsets, but seems reasonably fairly balanced everywhere. I couldn't really see any position that looked sort of completely out of line anywhere else. So if chat has something that they want to take a look at in the women's, just in the women's section, let us know. But for the time being, I think the Antonetta Stefanova's position and also this one is kind of an instructive way of this is such a fashionable line. This game that Bets is playing, and maybe we can actually show the viewers how it kind of got taken apart, because this is being played more and more and more in recent years. Magnus himself has played it from the black side more than once.
Yeah.
Just so you know, here I am going to interrupt.
Go on.
I'm not lying, but when I was with Jordan van Forest, I was actually discussing this exact position as we were on our way for breakfast on a sunny afternoon in Malaga. And the reason I was discussing it was because in my course, we get to this position via transposition. And the main move here is to play c3, which I believe Elizabeth played. Did she not? She probably played.
She played c3, yeah.
Yeah, but actually the move bishop d3 is extremely interesting. And Jordan, I probably just ruined his prep, but he said, thank you so much for reminding me, because he played it once. Extremely interesting move, just to go bishop d3 immediately, not requiring to go c3. And if queen takes d4, you run into all kinds of stuff very quickly after knight f3 and a very, very quick castles. And things can get completely out of hand if you use the machine very quickly. And if you don't take on d4, if you go bishop d6, now white has got the very unlikely move queen h5 here, which is...
So you are hoping for the pre-move, yeah?
We're hoping for the castles pre-move.
That's the point, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. But that line was considered, very dubious, mainly because the pawn ending is just lost. So you just play against the principle. It feels weird, but it seems that black is so active that and have such a safe king.
But in this game, and this is what I wanted to show, that let's say we get immediately to move 13 here, just very breeze through all of these moves. Yeah, h5, h4 is what they seem to be doing every single time now. And then I guess Elizabeth's opponent, she kind of passed for a bit too long. And right here, it looks like maybe black will be able to play, I don't know, bishop d7, queen c8, create some bishop takes h3 ideas or something. And then we look at the position 5 moves later, and white got c3, c4, and also f4 and f5 in. And suddenly, all of these light pieces move nowhere at all. They're all completely stuck. And I thought this was kind of an instructive thing to show to our viewers, because clearly black should have done something else, because this is not good. But if you do achieve some kind of a setup like this, you just restrict black's play to such an extent that you have a very, very easy free roll. And Liz does appear to be just winning right now. In the meantime, in good news for me and Fress, we rejoice, because Andrei Yesipenko actually has already won this game on board 1 for Anya.
For Anya, okay. So how did you win? So it was
the entire thing basically happened. Yeah, the entire thing.
Bishop b6 takes what we mentioned.
He didn't even play
d8.
rook d8 first. He played knight d4. Yeah. But it's kind of the same. Yeah, it's very similar. Knight d4, king f1, rook d8. And yeah, white managed not to resign immediately, but this endgame is horrific, and he didn't. Frode did not manage to put up too much of a defense, because now bishop c4 and e2 is falling. You can never take on b7 because bishop d5 wins a full rook, which is kind of funny. You can't even exchange for it. Like, it's an actual full rook, and also rook c1 is made if you play rook takes a7. So we have more than one threat here.
Yeah, this is just a terrible position. So Anya is leading, and let's see our boy Jules, my boy. My boy Jules. We didn't see his game at all, and well, you can't do more classical Spanish than that. This is a Zaitsev line, which.
Yeah, the kind of the old school Zaitsev line where you go bishop c2, and if black plays h6, which is definitely one of the two main moves, you can make an argument for g6. Actually, I used to play a lot of the Zaitsev, and specifically in this move order, I think I would be much more interested in playing g6 than h6, because actually having access to bishop h6 later might be useful, and h6 might be just a wasted move in general, because I think when white goes bishop c2, they pretty much telegraph the desire to play exactly what Jules did later, which is d5, b3, c4. And then your pawn on f7 is never going to be weak, because the reason you play h6 in the Zaitsev very often is because you're kind of worried about knight g5 ideas. You want to kind of stop thinking about it. You play h6 and you no longer have to think about knight g5 or bishop g5 later or any of those things.
Yeah.
But if white goes bishop c2, those concerns are gone.
So h6 is kind of
so I think
useless.
It might be just a wasted tempo, And also, if we get to the position we have on the board right now, which is like, this happens. So we get to some kind of a structure like the one they have on the board, right? A before bishop before knight c5. I would very much like to have an option of aiming for bishop h6, right? Because my bishop on f8 is very stupid, and if it gets to h6, it suddenly becomes very, very nice. So I would make an argument that I would like this position better with the pawn on h7.
For sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So
it's difficult to disagree.
This is the speech. This is why I thought maybe h6 is specifically against bishop c2. Maybe is not the most critical continuation.
So Jules, the computer just seems to show its equal, but I would think I'm better as white, but
Hey, we have the space, we have the pawn on b5 to hope to play against, and so on,
what do you play here? Queen d7. I don't know. Queen b6, I guess.
I guess queen b6. I guess queen b6. In general, as someone who's played these structures from the black side quite a bit in the past, I think this is a decent version. We've established the knight on c5. White does not have a pawn on b4, which is very, very important, because the same structure with the white having the pawn on b4 instead of the bishop on b4, your position is much more cramped with black because you don't have access to the c5 square. White would have the very easy way to play bishop d3 and attack the pawn on b5 further. Whereas now we probably take that bishop and then we get the second knight to c5 via d7. I think as far as these structures go, this is not that horrible.
So what is your next? If I go knight g3, you try to reroute that stupid bishop.
The bishop.
The only problem.
That's
the only problem. So you go rook c7 or something like that. If it's actually it's prepared also. So then.
I very much agree with the idea of getting the bishop from b7 to g7. The bishop on b7 is even worse than the bishop on f8.
Against this pawn structure, you have to remove your bishop from b7. That's for sure. And it's not so easy for white to come up with something. Maybe some. The attack is not really going anywhere. Knight h2, knight g4. It's always possible.
On another board in this match that I'm very interested in, it gives me kind of less joy.
Alexeyenko,
because I think Kirill is in trouble. Maybe not much, and the engine doesn't agree, but I wouldn't really like this with black, because we're very much stuck to, like, we need to dedicate 2 pieces to protecting the a5 pawn. And the bishop on g7 is just so much worse than the bishop on e3. And I can't really figure out how we're going to, open anything in the center at all.
Yeah, and how to... One thing is to have a full lockdown and to make a door, but which looks possible, actually, for black. I mean, let's say, if you go... I mean, if I go d4, you go bishop d2, I go g5.
Well, I mean, you've blundered bishop takes before, but that's kind of...
I blundered bishop takes before. Okay.
Let's pretend you didn't. Yeah, let's pretend you played c5 and then g5 somehow. Yeah,
and then I will play g5 and
okay. Let's say knight g3, g5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight f5. I don't know, bishop f8 or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe this is holdable, but like, are you enjoying this?
No.
Like,
maybe actually.
Are you having fun yet?
Yeah. Okay, and now I start to have fun. I have to get used to the position, but I think I will play rook a6, hook here.
Yeah, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine, but
I mean, you will have to go c3 at some point, but
but also, like, in the context of what this game is, this is a club competition, and Kirill is also
yeah, of course,
350 points above.
Yeah, it's not so good news. So
he would very much like to do something else. And interestingly, like, just one move ago, d6, d5, it actually isn't a pawn sacrifice. I was going to say he is trying to sacrifice a pawn here to open something up in the center, but c2 is hanging, so it's not an actual pawn sacrifice. But yeah, black would happily, I think, pay pawn somewhere to have diagonals and files for their pieces.
I'm not sure what h5 is actually threatening, but it looks logical.
Not much, yeah, but it's very logical move, yeah. Maybe we actually play rook h1 next, or queen h3, and we ask the question, right? We ask, do you actually want to play g5 or no?
This pawn is weak, so probably I won't have much choice, actually.
Yeah. No, I think it's not very enjoyable. And also Kirill, as is very often the case, he is playing much slower than his opponent.
Yeah, I noticed that, yeah.
He does like thinking about things during games, so it's move 25, so it's not really like time to panic or anything. And he is pretty good in time troubles, as people who have time troubles every game tend to be, because otherwise it's becoming very difficult, if you're constantly in time trouble and also horrible when you are in time trouble, then you're not doing very well.
So let's have a look at Vishy is going to.
Okay, so this none of that happened. Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of that will be a draw.
Yeah, this is not very exciting anymore. What else is going on in that match?
Yeah, not much. Maybe let's have a look at Magnus. I'm very curious about Magnus. That could be quite an upset. And yeah, Magnus is. This is tough. So knight c7 happened. We saw rook b8. Yeah, that makes sense because otherwise rook c2, rook c1, and this rook would have been hanging here. Rook b7. Well. And now g5. Okay, it makes some sense, yeah, to have something to create take some space and hope something can happen. Yeah, maybe knight e4, h5, h4, h3. I don't know. Could be a plan. Knight d3, bishop d6, preventing knight e5. Okay, and again, the question for white on what to do is here, because the knight on a6 is kind of could be misplaced actually. At some point, I mean, it could happen.
At some point, yeah. And g5, g4 is a very, very clever plan here to at least secure potentially the e4 square for that knight on f6. Yeah. Maybe it's not really all that bad at all, because like the current setup for white does look like maybe it's close to the maximum. I'm not sure how we are improving from here. We can play rook c8, but it doesn't really do very much. We can play knight e5, but that also doesn't really create a threat and might actually create a weakness potentially if bishop takes e5, knight d7 becomes possible even in some positions at least. Yeah. Because and once again, this is why we played g5, g4 to disconnect. Like f2, f4 no longer supports the pawn on e5 because we have the en passant in those lines. So yeah, Magnus is doing all the right things. I still don't really see
how you win that.
How he wins this. Yeah, let's say, very, very simply, we go h3.
Yeah.
We go h3, we take on g4, we go e3, we bring the king over to e2.
Yeah.
And we kind of chill. And in order to do anything at all, you will have at some point to abandon the queen side and start, I don't know, playing king g7, rook h8, rook h2. And that maybe gives me something to do on the queen side in response. But yeah, well,
yeah, it's hard to believe that.
Obviously an improvement for black, and yeah, I don't think we're very worried about Magnus. I don't think we ever were very worried about Magnus in this game.
Actually, he played rook c8 just to exchange this active. I mean, this rook on b7 is really looks very dumb to me, but takes.
Maybe we can even try to force something here by playing rook d7, but rook d8. Sorry.
Sorry. Rook e8 as
the
well.
point being that if you play bishop b7, I want to put it back on c8 and ask you, do you want to allow knight e5 or not?
Probably not.
Yeah. So sort of trying to make an immediate draw.
But yeah, if I go here.
Yeah, exactly. I think Magnus is probably not interested in any kind of repetitions, so he'll go rook d7.
And here, if you start taking, I mean, this knight is very weird now.
f5, h5, king f6. Yeah.
Okay, of course, it's still, still completely fine for white, but okay. Let's say that black is on the better side of the door, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that. For sure.
So it's unclear what he wants here. The aggressive way to play it is f4, yeah?
Well, aggressive. I don't know if I would describe it as aggressive. Trying to sort of, make a commitment, maybe go knight e5 next. But
yeah,
I'm not in love with this move either. Yeah, it feels iffy.
Okay, then I'm curious to see how it deals with things because it's not easy.
And just so you know, I've been looking at the other games.
Yeah.
Your boy Tom Mayers might be
What?
found queen d5 and e6. And
wow.
Huge problems here for Nguyen, rated 400 points higher. This is a massive opportunity for.
Yeah, and
this
that's
player.
actually even stronger than 8 takes b3, right? It's just.
Yeah, because after f6, queen e6, the knight on c6 is pinned, so you have no jumps, no knight d4s or anything like this.
Yeah, I think it's an improvement. Yeah, we can always include ab3 later. Yeah, this just looks horrible. This looks horrible, and very nicely done so far by Tom. Well, I mean, the engine goes castles. Just castles queen f5 and then just makes a move. So that should tell you everything you need to know.
Maybe you can even include. Is it possible to include AB3 just to be giddy?
Maybe, yeah, but
just take one more point because you go queen f5 and
queen c8, queen e6. Maybe it's also very strong, but b8 goes like bishop b7, ef7, queen h5. Because we also have we continue having an attack on the king side. Yeah,
that's true.
So I don't think the pawn on a2 is surviving this. So yeah, it's just horrible. But we sort of knew that.
Yeah.
We had that feeling that it was horrible.
No, but he's not going to play castle. But I don't know what he's going to do. Okay.
Yeah, but what else do you do? Like it looks completely horrible. But if you don't castle here, like if you try to survive, he took on e6, and now with very, very simple kind of logical moves, you are just completely lost, seemingly queen e6.
So what is a favorite now? Because there is 400 points difference in rating. So you think white is a favorite in that game by now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Lorenz, expert on all kind of bets?
Well, no, that's certainly not an area that I'm an expert on. But no, I mean, the problem that black has got is that white's moves are quite obvious.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
it's
fe6, queen e6, it's very straightforward. You're hitting the knight. There's queen g6 check. There's rook e1. There's ab3. You don't have to do anything special here as white.
Yeah.
And also, as Chad correctly points out, Win is also down to 10 minutes, which is not helping. Yeah, I mean, you want to play queen c8 here, but unfortunately, after queen g6 check, king f8, rook fc1, your pieces start dropping off. And like all of these moves are extremely easy to make. Like you see a piece, you attack a piece, it falls. You know, like there's not very much to even think about here with white. Like there are some weaknesses, so we're attacking them with every move or giving checks, and it wins. So yeah, kind of hard to imagine how he survives this.
Yeah, that's true. Who knows? But yeah, his position is really bad. Well, +7 they say in the chat. Yeah, it's not a big surprise. Not a big surprise.
How's Gukesh? Gukesh is still not winning.
Yeah, this is amazing. Actually, it's equal according to what? Knight G2. Did I jinx him?
Yeah, you did.
And Lawrence is an expert on that topic. Yes,
I'm not an expert on that at all, and I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know the story.
Peter still harbors resentment towards me for really accidentally jinxing Peter, if people don't know this.
Yeah, in a very small, insignificant tournament.
No, but it was a real innocent jinx.
I know, and I don't like. Oh, okay. Why am I?
It doesn't matter.
Guessing.
But there was. But it's fine. We're fine now. We're good.
Yes, we are very fine. Yes.
Yes. But the commentator's curse really does. It really does exist, not just in chess. If you watch other sports as well.
But once again, this is volume.
Yeah,
this is volume.
This is just like,
and it's all anecdotal evidence.
No. I mean, we've all been there, and there are very famous examples of it. But that's because every single moment of every single sort of important sporting events is being covered live. So, in all the volume of people saying words about things, they will occasionally say he is playing really, really well, just as he is, lobbing a catch to, short fine leg or whatever.
Yeah.
Short fine leg, that's what Laurent has got, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. So
Gukesh is not, because his knight can come back into the game, but I would still expect him to win. But yeah. Okay, he has little time as well. 22 minutes. Okay, start to disaster, move 26, but yeah, that's not the way.
It looks fine for white, honestly, because it's a sharp position because you can still very much get mated if you allow g5, g4 in some kind of a favorable version. Because I keep on wanting to play king g2 here, just to keep control over more light squares, to not allow king h3, and then maybe like g5, g4 happens straight away, and everything gets blown up, and you lose. But generally speaking, the bishop on d6 is so passive; it's so restricted by its own pawns that. Seems like white probably is fine if white plays well.
Which is not so. I mean, king g2 makes sense, but g5, g4 is too. We have to consider how to meet that actually.
Yeah, I mean, currently g5 runs into knight g2 and you lose materials, which is why king g2 is actually kind of counterproductive. This is why I mentioned king g2, because if we go rook a d1. g5 I think is completely impossible because we've just lost a pawn for no reason.
With check.
And probably the game, with check, with rook dd5 to come, exactly.
So rook d1 actually. That was to show the white threat.
Seems like a normal move,
why not?
Perfectly normal move, no reason not to.
So how about that? And then, but I'm not hitting much actually.
Yeah, it's if I'm very scared, I can probably find a way to take on e5 and put the second rook on d5. But also, even if you do play rook e5, I think I can ignore it and just keep things as they are. Yeah, so it really does seem like as long as Bjorn Torfensen keeps his nerve and continues playing well, his position currently is pretty decent, but.
very much under control, actually.
Yeah, it's complicated, and you can definitely go wrong. It's not a very standard structure.
Yeah.
You don't get very much experience playing these types of structures in your career in general. So he would have to, think about every decision. What else do we have? So we do have one potential huge upset with Tom Mers. Yeah, that's not the way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not right.
He's still thinking he has 5 minutes left on his clock.
No, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to pronounce that name and fail utterly. Yeah, he should win from here, considering the fact that his opponent has 5 minutes as well. So
yeah.
Some very quiet positions elsewhere that I can see on your screen. Oh, okay. So in the Ergaisi Abel game, F4 F5 actually did happen, and Abel played rook e7, creating a third rook takes e2, which wasn't blundered, not unexpectedly.
Yeah, bishop f4, and now losing a tempo on f6. Yeah, that was not ideal what he did.
Yeah, he probably could have played this better. Now white seems like white is, and in particular, I think maybe the rook just doesn't belong on d7 at all. I think the queen belongs on d7 to free up the bishop on f8 to go somewhere.
Yeah, and
so I would prefer to put it on f7 in general. Like I don't really understand why that rook is on that square. Rook f7, queen d7, yeah, and then start looking for jumps. Bishop d6, knight c4, bishop c5. Yeah, like this setup seemed more logical to me, but he chose rook d7. And another game in which, somewhat surprisingly, the higher rated player is playing much slower.
Yeah,
22 minutes left for Arjun.
It's understandable because he had such a bad position after the opening.
Yeah, that he had to think.
I mean, so many problems. In general, he's playing very fast, but yeah. When you have
so once again we are positioning the chats to tell us what to look at, because this is round one in particular is a bit of a struggle because there is so much going on, but none of it is immediately obviously critical.
Of course, we can go to the for Peter Heiner if he's watching us. To the FIDE, all FIDE. That's all FIDE match. Greetings to Peter. What's up, Peter? So
yeah, it's a kind of a funny pairing, of course, where randomly in a club competition, two FIDE officials are playing against each other on board. 5, I think, of some match, right? I think it's 5. Where Dana Rezince Ozala playing white against Pavel Trigubov. She has a perfectly decent position, seemingly. You have to be a bit careful about that bishop on h3, but in general, like I'm trying to figure out if knight e4 is playable at all. Yeah. Because bishop takes b2, you have to be careful. But I think knight f6 works, right? Because queen b2, I think we've lost a piece, right? This was my point. If I take on b2 there instead of knight f6, I think I've lost a piece.
If you go here, I just go here, here. No?
Oh, queen takes queen e4.
Sorry.
Yeah, just we don't have to be too clever.
No.
We have to be more.
Okay, so you just take whatever actually.
Yeah, I take whichever way you choose. I just take.
Exactly. Yeah.
I take until I cannot to take no more. Yeah. But knight f6 seems to be working because rook e8 comes next move, right?
Yeah, with check. Yeah, everything is check. So this is nice. Yeah.
If we can play knight e4, I would suggest we probably want to play knight e4. If it's a move we can make at all.
Okay, knight e4.
Yeah, exactly. Before bishop b2, I tried calculating that.
Yeah, I'm not trying. If I go rook e4.
Rook e4 exists. Yeah, rook e4 is that's a good shout.
That's
a good shout.
Yeah. So knight e4.
Yeah, because generally I think we want to start trading pieces. It looks a bit like clouds are kind of gathering around our king here a little bit. We don't want to give black more time to consolidate, play, I don't know, rook e6, h5, h4, generate more threats, which is why I'm trying to get some trades in while this option exists.
Yeah, she's probably calculating all that and making sure knight e4 is is fine.
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I don't see. How do we equalize here as black? I mean, just
yes, some 96 ideas exist for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, and I'm threatening not to win some material, I guess. I mean,
Probably, yeah.
So
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe it's actually a bit tricky to even find a good move for black.
Is that? But actually, maybe it's simply maybe F6.
Yeah, just do something like this, provided we don't lose to F4.
Yeah.
But maybe we just take on B2 here and we're fine, right? King F7 in the end, and then we have Bishop D4 threats.
And the queen is also on the. Yeah. If we can, but I think we are not in time to. If we can get the bishop ending, who knows? Because these pawns are weak, but I don't think we do.
Hang on a second. Our chat is asking us a very pointed question about the Erika EC game. Can we go back there for a second?
Sure.
Move 21. And yeah, people are asking if rook e2 instead of knight e5 wasn't winning on the spot somehow. I don't quite see how. Rook e2 knight, it's what's the win? Why is this? I've become so used to the idea that if chat asks me if something is winning, it probably means that it is. But I don't see it. Why is this winning?
Yeah, I still don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know.
But what does it mean?
Yeah, 93 check, but
okay,
yeah, it's not obvious to me that this is so good. Like, I understand the idea. We've gotten rid of some defenders, and maybe like if we can teleport our knight to g4 or the rook to g4 or something, we might be doing very well. But yeah, this is not obvious at all.
No.
If the machine says it's very strong, obviously. The machine will never be wrong about this.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can't blame anybody for not realizing how strong it is. It's a very difficult. If this is the solution, it's a very difficult solution.
I would probably stop here actually as black.
Yeah,
I would think knight f4. Okay, maybe actually that would be lazy and
yeah. I think queen e5,
sure,
queen e4, check knight e5 or something. Yeah, like now that we are informed that this is strong.
Yeah,
of course. I can imagine how.
Even that I cannot find the win, but I get.
No, queen g3 is stronger. Yeah.
Where?
Queen g3.
Queen g3. Yeah.
Yeah. H3, rook g3.
Yeah. This is. Going
but it's extremely missable.
Yeah.
Very, very missable.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. And now it seems that Egazy was.
And this is why he played rook d7, right? Now we see why he played rook d7. His plan is to play c5 to queen c6 and try to push for d5, d4.
That's clever. And he played c3. So maybe the threat was actually d5, d4. Let's say if you go b3, maybe d4, queen d5, same idea. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very possible.
So he played c3 to stop that. That's pretty obvious. And now c5 and the d4 is coming. And the computer again likes black. How do you deal with that? Actually, it's not. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems. It just seems very difficult to play with white. Like all of these positions seem like you have to be very, very precise not to lose to something on the spot. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Can we? But the queen is just so misplaced on b3.
Yeah, I thought about this, but even queen c6, I want c4, d4.
Yeah.
King g1 maybe. But yeah, even king h7.
Yeah, just looks extremely scary for to my eyes.
Yeah.
Just doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm very curious to see how Egazy deals with that, because it looks like and it's not a position you really. I mean, you have this pawn f6 though. I was about to say that you don't have any hope, but yeah, you have this pawn f6, which gives always some good endgame, some trick. F7 check could come at some point, and yeah, I don't know. What's your take on that, Lawrence?
Yeah. Again, it's we've got the board on f6, but it's so flaky, this position. It's just I just see myself here as white in so many games and hating my life and asking why I never learned how to play the classical Nimzo Indian or something along those lines. These positions are just gross long term. This pawn on f6 can be nicely blockaded. It's a really tough ask. Now, Arjun's more than capable of winning this, of course. He can still win this position. But I don't really know how he's supposed to do that without a lot of help. So...
And in the meantime, Dana played knight e4, so let's see how Pasha Tregobov will deal with that. It's not easy. And Magnus, let's have a look. I mean, some development here. So King G7, he played H3, as Peter mentioned, and knight b4. Okay, now he wants to go to c6 and I guess e5. Okay, which makes a lot of sense actually. I really like the way he's playing, this guy, Meskovs.
Yeah.
How do you? If I go here, just
which one? Rook d8.
Yeah, I'm just asking you how to do you untangle here. Maybe just rook c7. Yeah? That is not.
Yeah, maybe you don't want to give up the c file so easily. So what else could you play here? Let me tell you, because I'm not a refined chess player. So you tell me what you think of my candidate moves here. So here are my candidate moves. Okay, e3 is a candidate, just waiting and looking to bring the king over very slowly.
Okay, that's a very, very good candidate move.
Thank you.
Very solid. Too solid for you. Too
solid.
You reject that.
Now I would consider. I mean. So the question is, does f3 actually exist as a move? Because the transformation might be.
I did suggest that to Peter previously, and I just got a nah.
You got a nah. Nobody plays f3.
I can understand I've been looking at f4, but the thought process is I keep on thinking maybe it's good, and then I say to myself, can't make myself with that.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. F3, but it's a move you should consider.
No, you should definitely consider it. And then apart from that, it's quite difficult, right? Because you don't want to move the rook c7.
And maybe I would consider a4 just to understand how it works here. Just to understand. To put these pawns to make sure these pawns will stay on dark square. You have the dark square bishop, so it could be some nice ending for white. But yeah, I'm not sure. Also the direct stuff, like rook d8. Rook c7, I was not 100% convinced by that. But you take, I will take. I don't know. I mean,
knight d7, knight e5, or what do you want to do?
I don't know.
Because I am threatening king f8, king e7, or king f6, king e7, which is a bit embarrassing.
It is, yeah. We can get the rook out somehow. b4 is away, and also maybe the rook endings are also kind of equal, right? Yeah. We have a bailout with 95. I probably have to prepare it. Maybe we have to play e3 first.
I can play king a4 maybe, and then 95. But yeah, of course it's not. No, it's not good. I agree. He played a4. Meskovs immediately.
Yeah.
He says to Magnus, "Okay, please trade." I mean,
so this rook. So just educate me on rook c7. If I trade rooks here, is
I mean, you have to, no?
Yes, but how?
No, you don't have to actually. That's okay.
How realistic are White's winning chances here? Because Black does cover all the weaknesses quite well. I don't see Magnus losing this ever.
White is fine. Sorry, Black is just fine here.
Yeah.
But also, like Black will struggle to ask a single pertinent question. I think Magnus's problem here is not that he is in trouble. It's that it's just very, very difficult to generate.
No, his idea could be that, but yeah, I don't know.
It's just very difficult to generate problems. The position is so simple that it's just very, very difficult to ask any question at all. But yeah, I don't think black is ever worse.
And he played king f6 instead of that.
Yeah, just continues, making solid moves, bringing the king closer. I understand your desire to play f3 or 4. I kind of struggle with it myself, but I also very much would like to have my king on e2 and not g2. So I keep on looking at like e3, king f1, king e2, just to get it closer to where.
So you want to play e3? No, but king f6.
Maybe now we play f3 though. Yeah, maybe.
But he's not in the mood to play f3. Come on, he just let rook c7.
That is fair,
so
yeah, that is
fair. I mean, this is not. No, this is not him. It's not how he did it. So the last few moves, I would be very surprised if he starts with f3 now. But takes. That's not.
Yeah, e5 is not very much.
No. It's not good now.
No, it's just in general, like it's a very, very level position with very little material left. So yeah, I'll be very like if Magnus manages to somehow create problems here, and if he wins, but not even if he wins, even if he like manages to
ask one question,
to get this to move 60 with serious questions being asked. It will be I think, very, very instructive to watch, because I just don't really understand how white is so solid. There are really no weaknesses to speak of, and every single trade brings the draw closer and closer and closer. So I'm actually kind of curious about this, because we've seen Magnus do this, and every time he manages it, I think it's a kind of a little masterclass for all of us.
Yeah. No, I would be surprised, but that wouldn't be the first time. So yeah, anything can happen. Let's see. Aryan didn't finish his game, which is a bit surprising, but he looks completely winning on bot 2.
Actually, I'm not sure how winning this even is.
So f6, he played bishop e3. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And now a4. Wow, that looks so. I mean, the eye test is just terrible for. Oh, black may look like.
Yeah, but bishop e7. What's the plan? We just gave up our very, very beautiful.
Okay, he took the point.
So he wants to go knight e6, I guess, because otherwise I don't really understand.
But if I get the queen off, then
yeah, exactly. I want to trade. Knight takes e7 doesn't work yet, so you take on d1, and I want to find a way to give up this exchange and free up my pieces a little bit. Like I want to play bishop takes c5 here, probably. And if you go knight c7, I want to just go king e7. And say that I still have that pawn a4 is still alive. So
no, this is very.
This is really not very clear at all. So yeah, I'm curious what the plan is by Aryan, because this doesn't look immediately.
No. I guess we should. I would keep the queen on if possible. Queen e2, is that possible?
Knight f5 might be strong. Weirdly, because if you take on d1, I have knight g7 and knight e6 and everything. Yeah, this looks
knight f5. So you have to go queen f5 on the move.
Yeah, and then we go queen f3 or something, and the king is just completely stuck in the center, and I guess we get there eventually. Yeah, it like that endgame after knight e6, I just don't like at all. I think we're giving up so much of our advantage if we go for that. I think the way forward here is to continue trying to give mate.
And you have, I was thinking about something like that. Let's say king f8, because if I manage to g7, but king f8 says rook d1, which is annoying actually. Because
and then g4.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, queen e8, I have to keep the rook under control, and then now g4.
Yeah, it just continues collapsing from every side. It's just very, very annoying.
But we are very close as black. I mean, we're. Feels close, but not really. If I go e4, you go queen e3, huh? Where do you go?
Yeah, e3 or c3 maybe. Yeah, e4 seems. Yeah, e3 seems good. Yeah, we'll see what Aryan thinks about all of this.
If I take here now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, and then we like queen c5, queen d6 here exists, And if I take with the pawn, it gives black time to maybe start running for the hills somehow, like queen e7, h5, king f8, king g7, like this kind of a plan. Stopping queen h6 and then trying to run towards g7.
Yeah, but of course,
Yeah, it's still very risky, but maybe. Yeah.
Well, anyways, the Norwegians will most likely win. Anyway.
Yeah.
And a kind of a very interesting thing happened in Arjun's game, where after c5, he spent quite some time and played king to g1, which we thought might be. Let's wait until, yeah, there it is. He played king g1, and Abel played a very logical move, queen c6, which is apparently a huge mistake for some reason. And instead of that, both the immediate d5, d4, and also machine says king h7 was strong, which is very difficult to understand. I mean, not very difficult, but mainly I'm just so surprised that queen c6 is wrong. Like queen c6 looks very logical.
And now takes.
Yeah, and for some reason, this is no longer any good for black. I guess because you are now starting to get mated, because if you take with the knight, which is sort of the expected outcome, I go knight f4, knight g6, basically. Like I'm in time now to create my own threats. Which is quite remarkable.
Yeah. And if you go k5, actually, there's queen d3, huh?
Yeah, queen d3 or queen c2 or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it. Yeah, that explains why it wasn't such a
it's
good
very unlucky, but you cannot protect g6, yeah?
Yeah. So he made a kind of a very natural looking move, unpinning the queen on d6 and seemingly...
So let me try d4. So.
Yeah, knight g6.
Wow.
Yeah, I think this is the point. Yeah, I think this is the point that it just comes very, very quickly, and suddenly your pieces are just on very wrong squares to stabilize, right?
That's amazing, actually.
Yeah.
Pawns are just yeah, no, I cannot protect that knight, yeah. So this is very annoying. Okay.
On the very, very next board, by the way, we have a very interesting game in progress, because we were talking about how Nihal Sarin got like the ideal King's Indian there in terms
Not anymore.
of practical play. His opponent is playing a very, very nice game.
Let's see how he dealt with that. Yeah, he played a3, f5, king h1, f4, bishop g1.
Yeah, I like this, by the way. Yeah, this is very clever. Just giving yourself this g1 square so that your king side is additionally protected against whatever black will be doing.
That could be made sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Takes.
Just went in, with rook f1, now c5. And what they have on the board right now is, I mean, I'm surprised the machine doesn't like it much more than it does. I mean, it does give white some advantage, but like it looks bad.
It looks incredibly bad.
It looks bad because your attack is just not going to do anything on the king side anymore. Like you can play g4, and I think it maybe can even be completely ignored. Like if I play knight c4 here, which looks kind of normal, right?
Yeah.
Play g4, I want to play queen d1 and say, now I will be even playing on two sides.
Yeah, that's true.
And there's just no attack whatsoever, because you can, let's say, just for illustration's sake, you play rook g6, I make some kind of a stupid passing of a3, a4, doesn't matter. Queen e2, yeah. You can play queen h4, you can play whatever, you can play g3, h3, and because there is no bishop on this diagonal anymore, there's just not a single threat you can create anymore.
The light square bishop in general. You don't want to give it, but after knight a4, I guess, knight c5.
Yeah, allowing knight c5 was also not very attractive.
Yeah, so. not very nice. Yeah, just not in time. Yeah, because already white is trying to take here and take on.
So I'm very curious about this not being like, the machine says it's still kind of balanced. I mean, it prefers white, but not hugely. I don't know. Optically, it looks like it could just be quite bad for Nihal. We'll see.
And how do you?
Can you imagine if I said at the start of the round today that both Sarin and Arjun would be in trouble against their
At a
respective
certain point in
opponents.
the game, at least, because Arjun now seems to be doing very well. I mean, he has to play knight f4, but he's already played knight f4. And that was really the only reason to be playing knight bishop takes e5. So he clearly saw it.
So queen c6 was a blunder, was it?
Yeah, queen c6 was a really, really massive mistake, which is, it feels kind of unfair.
Yeah.
Because it's just such a logical move.
Right.
And it spoils everything. It really just spoils everything compared to the better choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to feel for Denis Abel there, because he played a very, very good game up to that point.
It will be much more difficult for Sain to get away now. I don't see it really. I mean, except a blunder. And how is Cowboy Merce? Or
well, he's completely winning.
Still,
he's completely winning. He could have won cleaner at one point, but he is still just completely and utterly winning.
Okay, let's have a look.
Yeah.
So
instead of
probably as a major.
Yeah, he was playing an absolutely model game. I mean, Rook FC1 maybe slightly stronger, but Rook AC1 also completely fine. Bishop d6, he took on a5 with check, gave a check from e6, played bishop f4, all very logical. Knight g5 is a bigger threat here than bishop takes d6. Knight g5 check, king h8. And, you know, the first moment in the game, really, in this position where he missed something, which was very strong, because bishop e5 just ends the game here.
And what's wrong with
queen c2, I think probably nothing is wrong. I mean, it's probably still winning, but
I can miss such.
Yeah. But bishop e5 just ends the game, because queen h6 check is completely unstoppable now. Like, you have to give up the entire chess set to continue playing. Instead, he took on d6, and now he's thinking after rook f6, and
that's painful.
Yeah, I mean, he's still completely, like, the simplest is just to take on b3 with the queen and then go knight f7 check. Two pawns up, very safe king. Completely winning position.
That's actually very, very safe, yeah.
Yeah, but you can also choose some other moves as well. But yeah,
it's very tempting though.
Yeah, I think bishop takes d6 really is the first move since queen takes d5 that is maybe not the best. Yeah, Vishy made the draw. We knew that was going to happen for a while now, so we can just update the viewers on the fact that that game ended. Not a huge surprise. It was very, very equal for quite some time now. How is that match in general? We've not really been paying too much attention to.
So let's see, Diak.
Diak is doing great.
Yeah, why is a bit unclear to me. This good Carlsbad, you know, like always
a good Carlsbad.
A good Carlsbad.
You know what they call that? A good Carlsbad. Yeah. A Carlsbad, or it is a good Carlsbad.
I think the point is that White actually eventually starts giving mate on the king side. Like, you play king g2, you play rook h1, and eventually you start opening stuff up. Whereas for Black, you know, it looks very beautiful that you have this pawn on a4 restricting White's entire queen side. And indeed, if this ever becomes an endgame, I'm pretty sure Black is very, very well positioned to play any endgame now. But yeah, I think the general point here is that White probably doesn't allow this to reach endgame stages.
Yeah, so he's doing well. He played bishop g5 actually, and Gukesh
still shuffling. Yeah, he's not really made much progress, but
he's
slowly improving, and eventually maybe g5, g4 will start happening once. I wanted to say once they reach time trouble, but you know, if somebody's going to be in time trouble here, it's going to be Gukesh himself, who is significantly below on the clock, which is weird to my eyes. But
me too. Incredibly well.
Yeah, very sharp position on board 4, by the way, because I think this is a kind of a very clear. Probably just completely winning, judging by the engine. There was a couple of points in this game which were kind of surprising to me, but specifically like move 9, I was very curious because Dieter in this position took with the pawn and not the queen. And I thought, why? Like, how is this not good enough? I mean, it looks so great. Like, I don't think I would need a very, very solid reason not to play this move because it just looks very, very strong. But Dieter went with GF and then Rook G1 and F4 and also got a very nice position. And is now absolutely crashing through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and now the king is just... So, yeah, I guess they're doing well. Sarkisian on board 5.
Yeah,
But,
he's actually playing a kind of a complicated game against Thorinson, but
he's really much higher rated.
yeah,
It's like
a lot more experience, and
yeah,
eventually, as you know, as practice tells us, the longer this game continues, the more difficult it becomes for the weaker player to maintain the standard of play. So far, he's been managing really well, actually. Like, this is a perfectly fine position for white, I'm pretty sure. But it will continue for a while, and Gabriel is extremely, extremely good at just maintaining pressure and moving, making moves.
And the last word is Gabrielescu, the young Romanian.
And he finally made a lot of progress. Yeah, it was this kind of a fashionable Petrov structure, which you see quite a bit. But now he is making a ton of progress on the king side. Should be close to winning, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Rook H6, King G3, and then something.
So it will be around 5-1, I guess. Or maybe 5.5.
Seems like
5-1 would be fair, let's say.
Solid estimate, yeah.
That's no problem.
There's mate on the board there on board 1, I think, in the next match.
Wow, and look at that then. Okay, I will mate on the board.
Board 3, yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
kind of cute, yeah.
And your boy Alexenko, he won.
Wow. Yeah, he's already won. Yeah, excellent. Yeah,
that's just amazing how he did
Happy to see that. Yeah, somehow the center got blown up. Yeah, I don't know how. So H5, he took and played C5, which is actually quite clever. Yeah, trying to play C4 or knight D4, something along those lines. And his opponent opened stuff up, and then things fell apart. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. I mean, for better or worse, I think you're supposed to play F3 in this position. You're probably not doing very well, but I think you're supposed to. He took on H6. He thought maybe he will be able to create some threats, but then the punishment came in very, very quickly. Rook F3, and then that very cute move, Rook takes F2 here. You can't take with the queen because Queen H1, and if you take with the king after Rook F8 check, King G1, Queen E2 is kind of obviously made, and King E1, I guess 94, right?
Yeah. That was.
I guess 94, and then there's a little bit too many threats.
Exactly, and this Rook on A2 now is really stupid.
Yeah, it's still there, right? So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good news for us here, Alexenko enjoyers.
So it's +2 for Anya already, thanks to our friends Ezipenko and Alexenko. So I guess it should. Movsies on board 4, very experienced guy. I think he won a lot of European Club Cup. I can remember.
Yeah,
he was already winning them in the Sarajevo days. So that's like. I don't know.
Yeah, he won, I think, a couple with the Bronze Horseman.
Okay.
At least one for sure. Whoa, what happened there?
Which game?
Where?
Arjun didn't take on G6.
Whoa.
And it's now back to being completely unclear, apparently.
Wow. Playing not very well at all, is he, today?
No. Not his best game and I guess his point was C4 kind of spooked him, I guess, because if you take on G6, you have to allow Bishop C5 check, King H2, Knight G4 check, and you have to put the king on H3. But the engine says it's completely safe there, but that's because it's an engine. Like Knight F4, I guess, is the point. And you
notified,
it's just one check.
I mean, it sounds
shockingly, no, it's not. It's actually more than one check. Yeah, I don't know.
No, you have to go to H2 then.
Maybe I have to go to H2, but then it goes back to G4. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can very easily imagine this being missed. Yeah, I don't know. But he's gone knight g2, and now suddenly his opponent has a tempo to play something like d5, d4, and open stuff up, and then it becomes very, very unclear. Like d4, knight d4, bishop c5, and suddenly we're not really giving mate on the king side, and the center is open, and the rook on d7 is active, and everything. So,
and what's the defense now?
We can take, I think, yeah, and then play queen e4. I think, this is maybe the major reason, is that without the pawn on d5, we have queen e4, which was completely unavailable earlier.
This is nice, and if that's, and I can just...
That's some kind of a perpetual, I think. Yeah, we take and we start taking checks.
Yeah, that could go on for either way.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's Arjun, I think he's still favored to win this game. But knight g2, like the engine really dislikes it. The engine really dislikes it.
To be fair, I don't know if there's some kind of jet lag. I guess they come from India, because both Indian, I mean, all of them are playing like Gukesh, Sarin, and Erigaisi. All of them are playing quite a poor game, to be fair. So I guess it just came maybe the day before, and I don't know. It's very, very weird. So that's all of them the same day playing such. I mean, so poorly compared to what they can do. I mean, it's just
it's right.
I think there's an element of firstly, you're right today. They probably had a long journey. I don't know exactly where they came from. Do they stay in Europe? I don't really know, but there's the journey factor, and I honestly believe when you're a young guy and you play somebody who's 2300. Or 2400 and you're rated 2730, you just think you can play anything and beat them, to be brutally honest. And I think Arjun just thought that today, he's going to play something and just beat this guy. Doesn't really matter. He just needs to not play too ridiculously. But, he's seeing here that you can't do that, even against somebody who's just around 2400. So, there's a bit of complacency, I believe, still when you're young. You feel invincible. These guys should.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that's a fair description.
It's not like you, Laurent. I mean, you don't turn up to a game and say, "Oh, I'm playing a 2400. I'm going to crush him. I play whatever." Right?
I'm going
you
to
get there and you're shaking
because I'm black today.
Yeah, you're black against the 2400,
I'm black against 2400. I'm already
how do I make a draw?
No, I know how to make a draw, but
you know
to win is a different task. And Ayan won.
Ayan won. In that position that we were discussing, after e7, bishop e7, he made a very strong move there, which we're not discussing yet. Queen g4, very strong, attacking everything. And bishop c5, knight e6. You have to see this. It's a kind of a very cute sequence.
It's nice. Yeah.
But and actually, it's kind of instructive how he took everything apart after, because queen d8, queen e4, bishop d6. And once again, it looks like maybe black is one move away from stabilizing, but then knight takes c7 happened here, which is a very cute move. Very cute move. And suddenly, the king gets dragged out into the open, and
that's nice.
So kind of a easy-ish victory by Aryan, but still it's a nice game to play in round one. Like you feel like you've warmed up properly, you've calculated some variations, you've sacrificed some pieces. It all worked out. So very good feeling to start on a game like this.
And what about Magnus? I was wrong. I'm really poor psychologist. As the guy came, played f3, which didn't look like he would do to me. And now king g7. So he wanted to provoke something. So Magnus is clearly.
And now the rooks have come off, and this really does look like you shouldn't be losing this with white at all. It's just so difficult to imagine how, like, you put the king on e3, you can even play b4 to trade off some more pawns on the queen side if you wanted to. But also just king e3, just put one knight on e5. How are you ever going to be worse?
So actually, I see on the camera, it's funny because I think we have a delay on the PGNs, but not on the camera, on the live camera, because Ayan is still playing.
Yeah, there's some basically the way it's happening today is when the game is over. Specifically, when the game is over, the delay on the PGN disappears, so we get this kind of a weird situation where we have already shown our viewers all the moves, but the camera is still lagging behind. But maybe maybe it will get
I didn't read. Yes,
adjusted by tomorrow. It's not a huge problem anyway.
Yeah, no, of course, no, it's just okay. So Magnus, we don't.
Yeah, I'm looking through the women's section there.
Let's have a look.
Check is +1. Liz Pets did actually give mate on board in that Caro, as we sort of expected.
And Antonetta Stefano made a draw, yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, that's a good news. Of
kind
course,
of a logical repetition there, yeah. And from the match viewpoint, yeah, they're +1 now. They have a very solid position on board 3. Pia is playing some kind of a slow Queen's Indian, where she is fine-ish, I guess.
Yeah,
and draw is enough for them to win the match.
Yeah. So
in other news, Superbet, the team, the Romanian team, which has Dinara Sadovakasova on board 1, Patalik on board 2, Efremsky on board 3, and Richard Raport's wife on board 4. Ivana actually won her game on board 4 there. As you can see, in this position, you can choose, like, I guess just Queen H1, Queen D1 is good enough, right? So, and this is actually, if we show the opening in this game, this is another one for the memory banks where, White plays this line and tries to make a draw. Like exchange French and then try to trade pieces and just make a draw safely, and it kind of backfires, and there's no draw at the end of the rainbow there.
I used to play that line actually as White, and that was.
But you were probably playing it. Yeah, playing it more ambitiously, right? You can actually play it for a win.
Yeah, I mean.
But honestly, it's a bit surprising because I thought, like, this is completely fine for White.
Yeah, of course.
I thought Black got something out of the opening, but this is just equal. But then I guess something has gone off the rails a little bit. Yeah. This structure change, once again, maybe for somebody who hasn't seen this structure before, like, it looks like White has a passer on e5 now, which could eventually be supported by the f-pawn. But the blockading knight on e6 is so strong, and also, as the game shows, because of the queen on c5, you don't even get to play f2, f4.
Yeah.
And then
do something active, but it just backfires big time actually.
And suddenly you're just completely lost.
Yeah.
So this match, Superbet is +1 ahead, and Dinara Sadovakasova is better on board 1 as well, so they will probably win.
And both,
the Azeri team, Ollar Urdu, is beating Philidor Mulhouse.
Philidor Mulhouse.
Mulhouse is losing to. Mulhouse never lose, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
But not today.
Not today. Okay, I don't know. Actually, I have no clue who is playing for Mulhouse. I see Navotescu is probably playing for Mulhouse. Apollin Thomas as well, but the rest, I'm not sure.
But I think they're significant underdogs on pretty much every board there, because the Azeri team is just very strong. Very, very solid lineup there with their board 4 is rated 2384. So like just a very, very solid team there by the Azeris. And
so not many surprises actually in the women's section.
So far it seems to be going according to form.
Yeah, there's no. Let's see. I mean, we'll find out if Pia. I don't know what Pia will do, but she's a good team player, so she will probably just keep it safe and will be happy with the draw. Actually, this is what you do, because it's very, very unpleasant when you are 2-1, and if you try to play for a win and lose, then it's
Yeah, I think she will know how to approach this in general.
Yeah.
I mean, she's played so much team competitions in her life.
Yeah,
that she will.
I think she will keep it safe, and they will be happy to win 2.5, 1.5. That's my guess.
One thing with Lawrence, I just want to tell Lawrence that if he actually needs any additional theoretical help preparing for his chess boxing match, chat is being very helpful.
What's going on? I'm not watching chat at all, so you're gonna have to update.
Is it your first boxing? I mean, like, when did you start the boxing stuff?
So I started boxing kind of very on and off a couple of years ago, bit more, maybe 3 years ago. And then Corona hit and I basically stopped. And I also got injured at some point. So I was going a little bit, but I was going just for the training and the workout more than actually planning to fight. And in fact, I remember saying, I'm never going to fight. Why would I fight? I'm nearly 37 years old. What have I got to gain? And then this opportunity
It's
came.
money, right?
Sorry?
Turns out it's money.
Turns out I would only get in the ring for an acceptable amount of money because, firstly, it's reasonably dangerous. Accidents can happen. Hopefully, neither I or my opponent. I don't wish to severely hurt my opponent, of course. So there's that. And there's also the knock-on effects, which are exposing more people to chess, to the interesting sport of chess boxing itself. I mean, I am a member of the chess boxing club here. I've got a deep sort of love for this sport, and also, unfortunately, the guy who created chess boxing was one of my best friends. Unfortunately, he passed away 2 years ago. And I was very good friends with him, and he died suddenly. And I want to do it in his honor, actually, because I think he would have really loved to see me. Because he was always saying, Lawrence, one day we'd love to see you fight. And I was like, no, I'm not really interested. And now he's gone. I would actually quite like to fight in his honor. So there's a few components to it all. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it for free. That is true.
No, I mean, like... that was a bit more flippant than I meant. I mean,
no. But you're right.
Obviously, I'm not gonna pass up an opportunity to, say something somewhat mean to Lawrence, but it was maybe meaner than was strictly necessary. And
what were the tips though? I didn't get the tip. What are they saying, Laurent? In the chat?
They were suggesting that he will probably drop you, but if you go for body shots, you stand a chance. Also, maybe you should pay some attention to opening theory, but I don't know.
No, I think the chess is something I'm certainly not going to pay attention to. I think this fight's going to be decided in the ring.
No, but you should stop bragging. You are bragging too much. And in general, when you are bragging, I mean, from my experience, every time I saw you bragging, I mean, it just ends so badly. So
what does bragging mean?
Bragging. You are bragging about.
Oh, bragging.
Yeah, you are mocking him, and you are like kind of not mocking him, but you are like making a big.
Well,
like,
but Laurent, you understand.
And such,
yeah, but you understand. Firstly, I am going to win. Let's just get that.
Yeah, but okay. That's the point. That's exactly my point. That every time you say I'm going to win, normally it ends badly, as far as I know.
Well, yes, but look, Aman. The truth is, I don't know much about Aman. I don't know how fit he is at the moment. I don't know how practice he is in the boxing element.
You don't know anything, yeah?
I know absolutely nothing about Aman. Now, I've provoked Aman. I said, Aman, I've messaged him privately. I said, come on,
but maybe
show some videos.
But maybe he's a very good boxer already.
Yeah, he could just be very good. I mean, there's a genuine possibility I get knocked out in 30 seconds. I mean, that could happen. And it could be the biggest anticlimax of all time.
Yeah.
But
yeah, okay.
So
you're saying like to the...
solid professional that I am. When is that? Like I should probably know, but I don't.
December the 11th, and unfortunately, I say unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, it's in a huge stadium. 52,000 people will be in the stadium watching this fight.
Wow. In LA, in Los Angeles.
In LA.
So I guess it will be streamed live and so on, yeah?
Oh my goodness. I mean, some of the people participating in the other fights are heroes in their own field. I mean, we've got YouTubers, gamers that have got that, you know, if you think, if you just go to their Twitter or their YouTube, they've got 3 million subscribers, 4 million subscribers in their own unique little field, right? So it's going to be
describing YouTube as unique little field is.
Sorry?
Describing YouTube as unique little field is.
Yeah, no, no. I was describing like they have a particular game that they're
okay.
Right.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? That they're a very good Valorant player or whatever it may be, which is of course still much bigger than chess theoretically. But yeah, so it's going to be quite an experience. And if I get VIP,
it was at this point where I realized maybe we should bring it back to the tournament.
Yeah, let's go back to the tournament because chat has distracted us.
So what 11th. Is it? December 11 in Los Angeles.
Yes.
And people who are, I mean, they can just still buy tickets or not?
I will update everybody. Follow me at Lawrence Trent IM, all one word, on Twitter, and I will update people about the ticket situation soon. And I would love to get you and Peter there. My goodness, I would love you. Well, Laura, you went to. I would love you to come.
No, I came to. I mean, in Paris, you have to come. I mean,
it's great,
like
right?
the next one is in February. Of course, it's great.
It's a great night. So yeah.
Yeah, and Magnus made the draw. That was not a great game. Yeah, we didn't see much happening in that game, and nothing much happened. So yeah.
Yeah, that was to be expected. Yeah, I've been looking through things happening in the round, trying to find something exciting. Some games have already suddenly finished, as we've established today. That these. The game kind of goes quietly, and then we get a bunch of moves.
Let's see, guys.
Yeah, but I think this is the one we have to be watching.
Yeah.
And I think he is. 94 queen d6. Chad was saying queen d2 is actually a mistake. It looks very logical, but Chad was saying that it was very important to play queen e2, and then rook a e1 to stop specifically 93, which is what Arjun's opponent played. Takes 93, and in this position, for some reason, the engine was much preferring that you're playing 93 without taking on d4. I think there's some difference, but it's difficult to understand what the difference is. But after the way Abel played it, he took and played 93. Once again, machine says you can take on g6 here. No. But it's so difficult, I think, to even consider this move seriously, because, I mean, there are just, it looks very scary to like allow rook e4, for instance, or king f7, or, I mean, specifically, I think rook e4 is probably what stopped him, because it cuts off that knight on g6. f7 is not currently a threat. White does not actually have an immediate threat that I can see, and seems like we're allowing black a lot of freedom. But instead he took on d3, and now after queen g3 he's actually better, but after c takes d3 maybe he is not, according to the engine. Yeah, queen g3, queen g2, I thought this was fine for black, but maybe like queen takes d3, why isn't this okay?
I don't know, because of my pawn here.
Yeah, but the queen g3 is so active, and the pawn on d4 is hanging. So even this is very, very non.
If I go here,
yeah, let's give a check just for the time being.
Yeah, that's true. And games, I'm happy, right?
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, that if
I'm not sure.
If I could get, let's say, both king f7 and rook e4 in, I would maybe feel quite okay, but I'm not sure I do get all of this in. But Arjun's opponent actually makes the right decision there. He took on d3 straight away, which is very clever, because if you take on d3 now, we go rook e4, and we have a tremendous amount of counterplay. I think it's very obvious that black has sort of plentiful counterplay here, and there really isn't very much else, because leaving the pawn on d3 alive doesn't seem like a very bright idea.
But I mean, actually, rook e2 is so we have. If we go here, just rook e4. Huh?
The rook e4 looks very strong here, yeah.
Yeah, same.
Or queen g3 check even. I mean, queen g3, queen e1 might be winning, right?
Of course.
Queen g3, queen g2, queen e1 might just be end of game.
Yeah, it is.
Hmm.
It is actually.
So yeah, it's a very
an-
dramatic game with you know, the evaluation going up and down all the time.
Yeah. I will give you the control, Peter. Just
Sure.
It. I'm coming back 5 minutes.
Sure. So we have this position on board 2 in the same match. This is still a mess. It's interesting that Mihal's opponent, Daniel Kristoferich, took on d6 here because it looks like such a difficult move to make optically, to give up this very, very beautiful knight on c4 for that kind of a pawn on d6. But it does do one thing really well, and that is it opens up the 7th rank for us to try using. I don't quite know how we're supposed to follow it up because like queen c7 or queen d7 does run into rook f7, which is a good enough response.
Rook
maybe we
d7?
can go rook d7. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we can go rook d7 here and try to play rook bb7 next.
Exactly.
It's still a mess. Interestingly, it's move 30 now. White is thinking of move 30, and Daniel has 12 and a half minutes, and Michal is down to only 2 minutes in this position. But his moves might actually become kind of forced. After e7, what worries me from the white perspective is the fact that rook b8 exists.
Oh, okay. This is interesting.
And we either have to give up on the b file altogether, or like if we take and play something like h3, I think we just get mated, right? Because
do we?
Suddenly after g5, g4, there is a very, very clear actual threat of rook b1 followed by g3 mate.
But we've got some rook. Have we got some rook b7, queen c8 check?
That's clever. Yeah, that's actually somewhere quite clever. Yeah, rook b7, and trying to win a very important tempo here.
I don't know if you need to. I don't even know if you need to. You might be able to just
well, in the meantime, the choice was to play rook bb6, which I quite like. I think it's logical, not abandoning any control over the b file for now. Obviously, black is not going to be happy if the pawn on d6 falls. So I'm assuming you have to play rook a d8. And now the question is, what is the follow-up? Because queen c7 still runs into rook f7. We still haven't really made much progress in that respect. We can take on a4, but
then g4.
Yeah, exactly. For the time being, there are no threats on the king side. The moment g5, g4 happens, I am much less certain bad things will not start happening.
What about the move rook a6 with rook a7? I'm not even sure it threatens anything, but at least I'm doubling.
It will eventually threaten something if it's allowed. Yeah. Once again, I'm a bit worried about rook b8. It's a better version, but I'm a bit worried about rook b8. I think for black, it's hugely beneficial to get rid of one pair of
and rook a7. But can you take rook f7?
I think we can take and go. Pretty much f7. Always we can go rook f7 here, and then even king g7 later.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, so this is still very unclear. In Arjun's game, after queen takes d3, black played rook e4, rook f2, and a very, very nice, calm and collected move king g8 f7 was played here, freeing up the rook on e4 to give checks or take pawns on h4 and so on. Black is actually doing completely fine now. This is a very, very nicely played game by Denis Abel, because he is playing somebody who has been an absolute tear. Tear. I can't. Yeah, words.
Yeah, tear. Tear is correct.
And he's been, trading blow for blow against Arjun here. Rook c1 played. Maybe we can even take on h4, but you can also play queen e6 here and introduce additional threats of, let's say, queen g4 and queen takes h4 and so on. And the issue for white is that it's just with the rook on d7 and the king on f7, it's very, very unclear where any threats will come from for white. And the king on g1, I think, legitimately is less protected than the king on f7 by this point.
For sure.
Yeah. So yeah, very interesting fight. We've not really been covering any other boards in this match, and Arjun's team will do fine. Andrei Volokitin on board 3 is much better against Rainer Polzin. Just a pawn up, and eventually, let's say, once this knight on b2 gets to some kind of a good square, like if we, for instance, if we do something like this, the game probably just ends because everything will start collapsing. On board 4, Borky Pridojevic just won his game against Daniel Weber. On board 5, Robert Marcus also won with white. And on board 6, Matej Shebenik won his game as well. So the match situation is completely safe. And weirdly, really kind of weirdly, the only 2 games which are sort of in question in this match are the 2 games where the two superstars are playing. Arjun is arguably maybe actually worse now with white, and this King's Indian is very unclear on board 2. But yeah, the match will be won. And a bit of a shout out there in match 2, in the match between hang on, not match 2, hang on, that's match 3. Yeah, I wanna shout out Andrei Terehov, who played board 6 today for Anier Legrand-Echiquier. Andrei, I played against him in junior competitions. And he's had a very interesting life. He lived in Singapore for a while, and I think he is now in France. But what he is mainly known for is a very good book on Vasily Smyslov, which was published, I think, last year, maybe early this year. Like things kind of got very compressed in my mind, so I no longer can tell time very well as far as last couple of years are concerned. But that is a very good book, which is sincerely recommended. I wrote a foreword for it, but I'm not recommending it for that reason. I'm recommending it because it really is excellent. So a little bit of a plug there for Andrei's book.
By the way, you've not done many books yourself, have you, Peter?
No, I dabble in electronic mediums, but not.
Sorry?
Well, I do videos.
Yeah, I know. We know you do videos, but books is
those
something...
are like I do videos is like 4 syllables. I use like 15 to say the same thing less clearly, which is how I do it. You know?
That's how you do it.
Yeah,
that's correct. Laurent has never written a book, I don't think, either a chess book. Or has he? Maybe he has. No?
No idea.
Okay.
And talking about the young Indians, Gugesh has actually made progress. And what we were sort of describing as the likely way he might eventually win this game is what's happening on the board. You know, they kept on shuffling and shuffling and shuffling. We left it somewhere here, and there was definitely some shuffling going on. And he pushed the rook away from d5, continued slowly improving, and then finally, he got a good moment to play g6, g5, and now, I mean, he is somehow down to a minute against 15, which, you know, every time I see an Indian kid not being up on the clock somehow is very surprising to me. But he's finally making progress, and it feels like once he starts making progress in this position, he probably never stops making progress.
Right.
So I never wrote a book, indeed, Lawrence, but I'm writing a Chessable course right now, and yeah, this stuff. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. It's tons of work. Yeah.
You did one on Gunfeld, right, Peter?
Yeah.
Okay. And you, Lawrence, you did multiple.
I did one on 1b6 and 1 knight c3. Some offbeat openings. 50% off. Go and get yours now on Chessable.
Okay.
What is yours on, Laura? Is it a
lifetime repertoire on Sveshnikov?
Sveshnikov.
Yeah.
Wow.
From the black side, yeah.
Yeah.
So are you covering the bird? Are you covering 1b3?
No. Okay, I'm going one e4, c5, queen h5, knight e2, g3, knight c3, b3,
So
b4, a3.
But not the bird, yeah.
No.
Okay. I'm just collecting experiences from other Chessable authors on what does the very broad definition of lifetime repertoire.
Yeah, but how I'm supposed to? It's one e4, and then I cover everything.
Okay.
Starting from one e4.
You would assume that Grunfeld is 1d4, right?
Yeah.
But you'll be wrong.
But how do you do it? So after one e4, what do you do?
No, one e4. After one e4, I was excused. Actually, I was. After some intense negotiations, we agreed.
So maybe I misunderstood. I'm just starting it. So maybe they will tell me, okay, you should do the bird or something like that. But already, I didn't imagine that White could play so many moves after one e4 c5. No, I mean, like I did it. Like I sent it. Like I will show you. I mean, after one e4 c5, there is really like a3, b3, b4. Okay, c3, of course, c4, d3, d4. I mean, f4, g3, knight e2, knight e3, bishop
a3.
Queen h5.
Knight a3.
Knight a3, I checked knight a3, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a very serious move. I mean, come on, Zvagins have played it in the Russian Super.
Yeah, no, of course. I checked it. I checked it very carefully. Yeah.
All right, so back to
knight a3, I can show you one line even.
Okay, yeah.
Which was e6.
Okay.
Takes e5. You want to go knight c4. So queen g5. I always manage to repeat moves, and here the best for White is to repeat moves, and for Black as well.
Okay. So
queen h5 or g5. Yeah,
this will
be my.
And in the meantime, Arjun actually won his game.
What?
Yeah, he was not doing all that well at all, and then suddenly his opponent, I guess in time trouble, made a kind of a bad mistake, and Arjun did win. Yeah.
So what happened?
So we left it around move 33.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, up to king f7. We've seen everything up to king f7.
Yeah.
And so here queen e6 is actually very strong. Queen f3, rook takes h4 is completely fine. Rook e2, and I mean already here after rook e2, I mean queen g4 check. I think from a practical viewpoint, you should probably just play queen g4 check, which pretty much forces you to take on g4. We take on g4, we win the pawn on d4. I mean, yeah, you have to play rook g2, otherwise you resign. But this is just a very kind of a safe, I think, advantage of Black. I guess Arjun's opponent got kind of spooked by the idea of rook c8, rook h8, rook h7. Otherwise, I think you just go for this. But this is good for Black. What he did was also fine. He played rook g4 check, king f2, and in that position, once again, queen f5 is. You just have to look for endgames. I think what he didn't really realize properly is that. The way forward here is not to play middle games anymore. You have to look for end games. He played queen d6. He's no longer better after that, but he's still fine. Rook e5. And then I don't know how much time. Let me check if maybe I can figure out how much time he had at that point. Not really. He is still okay after, let's say, rook takes d4. There's nothing wrong with his position at all. Rook c1, rook e4.
Yeah, but already it looks like.
Yeah, it's equal. Yeah, it's just okay. Instead, he played queen d4, missed rook e7 check, and pretty much resigned.
And
which is a kind of a sad way to end the game. Which I think he played really well. I think, it's kind of regrettable because for 37 moves, he played a very good game against somebody who is going to be an absolute superstar. Already probably is an absolute superstar, but will be even more of a superstar in years to come. And then he made like a couple of inaccurate moves in a row, and the game is over. But these things happen. What can you do?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So As far
There
as
we
I
go.
can see, the favourites really hammering it now.
Mm,
Just
yeah.
a quick
Yeah.
update. I'll do a match by match update. Super Bet winning 4.5 Novi Bor winning 4-0. Anier Le Grand Échiquier 5-0. Ljubljana 5-0. Clichy 4.5. Vienheim 4-0. So you can see Offerspiel, Magnus drawing, but the rest of the team seem to be doing the job. Valencia 4.5. So it is as it tends to be, a bit of a whitewash kind of round.
Yeah, I'm losing for a match where a favorite even lost a single game, and so far I think struggling to find one.
Yeah.
There's some draws, but I think
Because that one should be still under control.
yeah.
It's,
This is
it's still playing,
this is the
but
one. Yeah, this is the one.
I mean, now this is super safe. Yeah,
Yeah, before bishop c3 and go after
yeah.
the a6 pawn. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is just could have ended earlier, but yeah, you would assume he wins from here. So that will be our one proper.
How about
upset for the day?
How about Sarin? Who's really doing
Sarin is doing okay. I don't know like how well, but I think he has solved most of his problems.
Ah, wow. Okay. Okay, he can even win actually.
Yeah, you can imagine winning this bishop for good.
Yeah, because queen can come here and this passer is protected. Okay, no, it can go either way actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a sharp position. It's a bit alarming. Like he's down to 41 seconds and he still has to make 7 moves. So perhaps this is maybe what we should be watching. In as much as we can watch something, because this is an unclear position with the stronger player not having very much time on the clock is maybe the closest we will get to intrigue.
So can I just ignore and just push my?
Yeah, this is the question, right? Yeah, just a5, a6, and so on. G3, h3 is never anything. You can take on f3, which forces us to take with a pawn. Yeah. Because otherwise we get mated on the back rank. But it's fine, I guess, right?
Yeah, and why to take? Because then you give some.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's no immediate threat. Yeah.
If I go here and just.
Mm-hmm. So how do we protect the a pawn? I think I can maybe play queen b1, right? Maybe. It's actually a question because I can play rook a5 weirdly, I think, right? Rook a5, rook b8 check, and then I have king f7 to have queen e7 after queen b7.
Wow.
Just connecting everything just in time, like. And weirdly, I'm not getting mated anymore. Okay, so what am I supposed to do then if you take and rook a8?
Maybe it's a problem.
I mean, I have rook b5, but it's just such an ugly move that I don't want to make it. But I do have rook b5 if nothing else works. I do have that option.
But how do you? I mean, like.
Yeah, takes king h7 or something. Yeah, like.
Yeah,
and then queen f2, rook g8. Yeah, like it looks iffy. It looks very iffy. Yeah. Really not sure how we're supposed to proceed here.
Yeah, so let's see. He has 2 minutes. So they played some.
So it's the clock is maybe glitching a little bit there.
Okay, it rook b5. It's actually that was played. Rook b5, 2 minutes against 1. He will probably take or go king h7. I don't know how to judge.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out like how I feel about safe squares for that king. Like, where do I think is because h6 looks attractive, but if we put it on h6, rook b6 will actually create a threat. And I'm wondering if we're actually supposed to maybe play king h8. But then queen b1, rook b8 will become a threat, right? So yeah, it's kind of weirdly confusing. I can't really settle on what I believe to be the best square.
How do you deal with that? Let's say you go here. It will be perpetual, so.
Yeah, just give a perpetual here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm extremely happy to giving a perpetual the first moment I get by this point, I think. I no longer believe white has anything, so if I see a safe draw, I'm taking it. Happily.
So what happened? He played king h7, which looks very.
Okay, yeah. So how do we deal with this with white? We never want to play king g1, I guess. Queen b1 doesn't really do very much, can be ignored. Can also be met by gf, queen f2, which we probably don't want to allow.
Queen here.
Yeah, let's say now gf, queen f2 looks kind of painful because queen g1 is no longer a check, right? This is why we play king h7.
Yeah.
So that queen g1 would not be a check.
Yeah, let's just show. It's just.
Yeah, this is how you lose.
Queen f1 played.
Queen f1 played, and now we can.
Maybe
we actually start pushing the c pawn. Just go c4 here, c4, c3. Just introduce another small question for white to address, right? Just like, how do you feel about this pawn getting to c2? It's not so easy to stop, and if it gets
maybe check and this.
But then our rook breaks free, right? Like I go rook a5, gf, rook a2, the game ends, right?
That's
pretty much, yeah. With g1, it actually still sort of continues. Rook c3 here. We still have to calculate a little bit, but it looks ugly.
Yeah, it looks terrible.
You have to assume that something bad will happen here.
Yeah. So not only is this c4 played by side.
Yeah, seems very logical, yeah. If he wins, this will be 6-0. So there are two matches currently. No, actually, the Novibor is 5-0 up, but Win is losing on port 4. So that will be 5-1. But Ljubljana looks like they will win 6-0. Jules is actually a bit worse on board 2. And Sebastian Mikhailov. They are 5-0 up, but Jules is well, not much worse, but not better either. Like he's okay now. Maybe he is. Yeah, it's kind of a weird game.
Okay, let's have a quick look.
Yeah.
Rook c6 plays move 40. Wow, giving.
Yeah, his opponent. Thought that knight b3.
Very stylish.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sebastian thought that knight b3 forces a rook trade, and Jules says no rook trades for you. Just sacrifices this exchange. Knight takes d2, I think very importantly, we have this position so with rook takes d6 and then we will take on d2. Like it's still not doing so horribly because I think we're in time with like queen c7, queen c1, or queen c7, queen c2 to get the queens off the board so we don't get mated on the king side on the dark squares. And this is a mess. And honestly, by this point, I think Jules probably welcomes a mess because I don't think he was doing that well.
Yeah. No, he doesn't mind,
Sure. And rook c6 played, and now I think, now he is much better. Yeah, this is not good. Rook 6, he will take on c6, take on d6. The knight will come out to d3, and the king on g7 is just quite weak.
A bit unfortunate for Sebastian Mikhailov that it was move 40. Very, very well played by Jules.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
You really won this decision on move 41. This is a very good point. So this means that Anier probably wins 6-0.
Yeah, and let's have a look at this last couple of moves of the timetable between Sain and Christopherich.
Yeah.
King g6. Okay, that's bold. I don't know. I would put it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why it's on g6 and not h6. It probably also doesn't matter very much, but it's curious to me that it's on this square.
Yeah, now it does matter actually.
It matters a little bit, because queen g1 would be a check. Yeah, I'm surprised by this, honestly. I don't know why you would choose this.
I will take, so rook c4. I guess what else? And rook a2, yeah? Threatening to take. I guess that's the point, yeah?
Yes.
Rook c4 played, and this is move, and rook a... No, this is move...
And the only other match which might, on the top matches at least, which might end in 6-0 is Viernheim versus Zell Marienhofen, where Virenheim is 4-0 up, and Fedorchuk is better on board 2, and Maze is not really better on board 6. Yeah, Mazetovic is. I mean, he's fine, but winning his position will be tricky. So maybe not 6-0 there.
Yeah, let's have a look because Sain made the time control. He played rook a2, which makes a lot of sense. And now it's probably lost, yeah, for white. Yeah, it looks stable. How do we do here? I don't see it.
I mean, win g1 maybe, but like it's so ugly. Something will win.
I saw.
Oh yeah, rook 2, rook c1, and then
now
we somehow improve eventually. Because nothing has any moves, right?
Yeah.
White will not make an active move for the rest of the game, clearly. Yeah,
that's a pity. But
I mean, what I think today is actually a really not enlightening exactly, because I think we know more or less, but you know, these guys can really play chess. The 2250, 2300, 2350 guys, they really know how to play chess. They can outplay very, very strong players, but it's that conversion or sustaining the level right the way through past move 40. That's where the big fails happen, and we've seen it today. Look at this game, right? Look at the Arjun game, and there are probably other games as well that we've.
We're going to be missing very interesting stuff every day because there's just too much action for us to get everything. But yeah, and this is as someone who's played in these club events for decades by this point, this is what you see time and time again. You know, a very strong team shows up, has a kind of an off day. People, I don't know, don't get the openings they expected. People just kind of perhaps slightly underestimate their opposition. And let's say 2.5 hours in, the match looks completely unclear. Like you feel like today we lose to a much weaker team. Today we really aren't playing well. Today is the day where we drop a match point. You know, and then by the end of the first time control, we are 4.5, 1.5 match over. Because the experience at some point starts telling. And that's not at all to criticize or belittle the teams which don't have the firepower of the stronger teams, but it's that experience that the stronger teams have that is very, very difficult to account for. And you see that time and time again. The people play out of their skin. People outplay very strong grandmasters, and then in time trouble it just all falls apart. This is the kind of a step that you need to take to, once that stops happening, that's when you realize that you've gotten really, really good.
Yeah, very good point. That's true. Yeah, many times. And also, you feel when you are playing this team event in a strong team, you feel less pressure because even if the match you are not doing well, you feel like, okay, my boys are going to to find their ways, and you feel that something will happen, and that will be some kind of happy end. And yeah, most of the time it does. So let's have a look at my friend, my boy Mazetovic. Show his technique, maybe. Black is pressing, but
he's doing well, but there's very little material left, and I don't know how easy it will be to actually win this. He doesn't need to win this. The team has won very comfortably already, but obviously he would like to. I'm looking through the results of the women's section, and there's some upsets there. Anastasia Rakhmangulova has beaten Alina Kashlinskaya, for instance, in a match between Haifa Nesher and the Polish team from Bydgoszcz. I think the Polish team will still win. They are a very, very strong team with Alina on board 1, Olivia Kilbasa, who scored all of those points during the Olympiad, won the board very convincingly. Board 2, and then 2 strong players on board 3 and 4 who have already won their games, but still a very nice victory there for Rakhmaninov on board 1.
Yeah.
But still, I think the favorites are going to win, as far as I can tell. In all 4 matches, the favorites are currently
we saw
either winning or will win eventually.
Yeah, actually, Pia is playing for a win. Very safe way.
She actually, once again, moved 40. The knight was on c3 a moment ago. And if it went to e4 in this position, and then rook takes h2, the entire king side collapses, and black, I think, is completely winning. She's gone knight d5 instead. And now after knight a4, she's sort of less winning a little bit, because after rook h2, I'm trying to figure out what the difference is, but maybe rook c8 check, and then
maybe that's the difference.
King g1 knight c3. Yeah.
Okay, to knight c3, and
this is the difference. Yeah,
you're not even winning a pawn actually. So you should go k2, I guess.
Knight c3 anyway. Yeah. It's
knight c3 anyway.
It's the same,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she may have actually thrown away much of her winning chances, but her team is winning, so she will not be horribly disappointed. As long as your team wins, you're not as despondent about missing a chance here and there in a club event.
And you can still try, I guess. With
of course, but and she will, and she probably actually still wins. But
I mean, King h7 rook d8 could be some sort of
rook d1 knight e3.
Yeah, but I'm not
sure.
sure.
The knight has no squares. Yeah, we've lost.
Oh my god,
we've actually lost. Yeah. Yeah.
That's really bad luck.
That's really unlucky.
That is kind of unlucky, yeah. That is unlucky.
So how do we do it? I mean, I'm not sure. She probably has to... maybe she can give a check.
Maybe take on e3 and go like rook g2, rook a2, and play 3 against 2.
Okay, that's the safest.
Just do this and play. And it's not even such an automatic draw.
No.
So I think that's probably the sanest choice. So
Filler was actually a very quick draw. This bishop g5.
This is
bishop c1. Sorry.
Yeah, interesting matchup, right? Feller against somebody who won the fair play prize.
I heard about it. But how did he win the fair play prize? Yeah.
Yeah, he. I think Boris Gelfand made a horrible mouse sleep against him in an online event, and I think he either offered a draw or resigned the next game or something to play the tie breaks, because Boris just very, very clearly blundered a queen in one move or something in a safe position, and Yergos just returned the point in the next game, and they continued playing.
Okay, so what else is So Dana made a draw with Tregubov. I don't know if we... And how about Clichy? So Clichy is going, it's one of the favorites. She has, it's 5.5 actually. Okay, 5.5 for Clichy. French team, seed number 5. Not a big surprise.
Yeah, crushing there, and it does look like we're getting all of the big scores, which is, as Peter said, to kind of be expected. But tomorrow will be interesting.
Starting from tomorrow already, I think we will see some very close matchups, and starting from round 3. The big guns just start playing each other every day, and that will be, we will have a couple of proper central matches of the day every day.
Does it matter to score 6-0 for the pairings? It changes the regulations.
It improves your tie breaks. I don't know if it does much for your pairings.
Because it used to be like if you score 6, you play a team who scores 6. So that was very random from the second round. Actually, you could play I mean, two favorites could face each other in the very first few rounds, but not anymore, yeah? Okay.
I don't think so. But...
and Sarin and Gukesh are still playing, but they are probably both. I don't know. It's been a while we didn't see Gukesh. We see on the screen. So cool of watching the Gukesh game. Bishop f4. Okay. He won, actually. So we can see a delay on the...
Yeah, Gukesh did break through and won. So in terms of really high-profile games, there's really not very much left. We have that end game, which will potentially be our one upset for the round in terms of board results between Win and Tom Mers, but it's not a very exciting end game. We have to say, like,
it's hard to miss, huh?
Yeah, it's just so difficult to misplay this. I mean, it's if there was only one pawn on the b file, it's probably still winning, but then it becomes a bit of a question. But when there's two, like, it's just so difficult to misplay. So that's one game. We have the Nihal Sarin game, which probably is the most interesting. So we have the Nihal Sarin game, and then the Musar game. Yeah, those two are probably the highlights. Yeah, Nihal, you have to assume he's winning, but he will still have to find a way to actually kind of put the finishing touch on this and break through. Because there are only two pieces left, so you still have to find a way to create a threat.
So at least now he wants to take with the queen. It's pretty clear this is the only move. But yeah, it doesn't look that bad, actually. Should take on f3. So I wouldn't...
Yeah, unless you immediately lose to something like rook f2 and f3. But we do have queen a3, which is a kind of an important counter threat, and things become messy.
Yeah.
Things become messy. We can go rook f2.
But rook f2, can I go here?
Queen a6, yeah, queen a6 exists, yeah, for sure. For sure.
I don't know, but yeah, it looks... Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if this rook ending is so easy. But I think white, like gf, queen d6, queen f6. But I think a major problem here is that white is not obliged to take queen. I think queen d7 or something might be quite clever. Queen d7, fg, king g1, and then, yeah, this is just like, white is not even worse. You probably have to play rook f1 check and hope it's a draw somehow. And if anyone is better here, it's white.
Yeah, with the active queen and the...
Yeah, with the active queen and the d-pawn, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So we should be careful here as black. I don't think white is settling much, but...
Yeah, you still have to think carefully about how to make any progress. Weirdly, the king might be safer on g5 than on any other square immediately available to us. So maybe we start with king g5, so that d6 is not hanging this check. And I want to play rook f2. I want to make sure that rook f2 forces you to play queen g1.
And if I... Oh, yeah, okay.
But even after that, I'm not sure how I'm making any progress. It's kind of a really weird position.
Yeah, if I go here?
Yeah, or even immediately, yeah, queen g1, yeah.
Actually, I'm like, kind of want to fish around.
Yeah. Maybe you have to play queen f2 and just play this position, yeah.
Yeah, takes, king g1.
But yeah, it's not clear, yeah, because I haven't really won the f3 pawn yet, and I'm going to play rook c6.
Maybe g3, yeah.
Maybe g3, yeah. But also, how convinced are we about this? Like, g3, rook c1. Like, I mean, I understand it's extremely ugly, but like h4, h3. And then I say, do you actually get to cross the c file, sir? It's just so stupid. Because the pawn ending is a draw.
Yeah,
because it's a stalemate. Yeah. The pawn ending is a draw. So this might be a draw.
Okay,
like
let's
rook
see.
a7, king g1, we just take. Yeah, we just snap take on c7 and go into the corner. This is so stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, still some work to be done by Nihal for sure.
And not easy, actually.
No.
And for white, it became actually it became easy to play because you are just basically you don't have anything to do, so you just have to sit and wait, hope for the best. So let's check my buddy.
Yeah, Jules is completely winning now, pretty much. Much better. Yeah.
So takes. That was a good bluff. 94, queen e3.
Yeah, 93 comes in, and then like the entire position starts collapsing, and you're very lucky if all you lose is the e5 pawn, and some pieces get traded. But it's just no threats, right? Queen c2 just creates zero threats.
Yeah, but I have to find a square for my queen.
Queen e8, I think queen e8 is like the only move that doesn't lose immediately. Queen e8, 93, and then it goes bishop b7 and says, please take on e5 so that I can at least continue the game, you know? 95, queen e5 from d4. I mean, white is winning here.
Yeah.
But it's going to take a while. Maybe a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, but yeah, actually.
But this is by far the best. Everything else loses on the spot pretty much.
Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, that was a clear. Yeah, that was a clear. He played queen c7.
Yeah, now after 93, things will fall apart here. I guess he wants to play 93 f6. I guess that's his point, and we need to find a way to.
You can probably take it now and go queen g5 and queen takes e5 check even.
Knight f3 check. I wanted to do that myself.
Oh goodness me!
And then I realized knight f3 check exists.
Excuse-moi.
Yeah, but yeah.
You didn't speak French today. I'm very
I haven't spoken any French, but as you can see, it's starting to catch up with me. I've had a very long day. I was up at 4:30 this morning to get the 6 o'clock flight, so it's been. Always play me when I've had the 6 o'clock flight, Laurent, then you're guaranteed victory.
Really?
Yeah.
Or alternatively, just don't play.
I almost ask you why you had to take a 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock.
To be able to make this broadcast.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
but how are you and so on? Yeah, I want it, but it's too easy. My bet.
I know I've been a bit quiet today. I'll be full of beans tomorrow for the big rounds.
Yeah. So knight d3 played by Jules, of course.
You can go knight f4, no?
Yeah.
So f6.
So I think knight f4, yeah, looks very strong, yeah.
Wow, playing
all kinds of threats, yeah. Queen d4.
Knight d5 is
95, 96, everything is a threat. Yeah, seems to be.
Queen d4 is pretty, isn't it?
95 is very nasty, yeah.
Yeah, or it's all nasty, no?
It's all nasty, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, Jules will win for here.
No. We believe in Jules. Sarin still thinking, and our boy, Murs. Oh, sorry. He's what? He's Belgium? Dutch?
Dutch, I think, yeah.
Dutch. Okay. So rook d6 trying to. Yeah, but.
Well, try to keep an eye on the a6 pawn, but yeah, at some point you should just kind of start moving towards the queen side, and then everything ends.
Yeah, but it's a bit tricky to.
It is, yeah. It's trickier than it had any right to be. Really
so
is, yeah.
So what's the cleanest, according to you, Peter? For me, it's not too obvious, actually.
No.
I'm not sure what I would.
I want my pawn on b4.
And your pawn g3, maybe.
Probably,
then
yeah. I just want to make sure everything is protected, and then we start getting, activating the pieces.
Yeah,
some kind of a setup.
Bishop e1 is a funny stuff.
Can keep an eye on. As we've already seen more than once today, suddenly all the moves come in, and Jules actually found a very beautiful way to win his game.
Okay, yeah,
that is just very, very pretty.
Okay, he likes it.
Look at this. Knight f4, and his opponent played bishop c8, and okay, 95 I assume is just completely winning, but instead he found this really, really beautiful setup: knight h5, gh, rook f6.
Oh,
and there is no way to stop queen h6, and if you take the rook, you lose your queen with checks. Yeah. That is
Very nice.
very aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, and you didn't really need it, so I'm very confident.
Yeah, very
Trust
nicely
confidence.
done.
Yeah,
very nicely done. Yeah, 95 is +6, rook takes f6 is +8, but his way is the most stylish.
I would definitely play 95. That's 100% actually. No, I mean that's completely sure. I would. No, there's no way.
I think I'm with you on this. Yeah, like why calculate when you cannot calculate like this?
I mean, the 95, you check the squares and rook f6, bishop f8 will come.
Yeah,
that's not going to end well.
No,
but yeah.
Very nicely played by Jules. So,
yeah.
Boards are disappearing left, right, and center. So 5.5 for super bet, 6 for Anier. It will be probably 5-1 for Novibor, 5.5 for Clichy, an undefined number of points for Virenheim, because 2 games for a change, 2 games are running instead of 1. In every single other match, I think only 1 game is still running. Offerspiel will probably win 5.5. You have to assume. So yeah, the favorites are having about as good a day as we've expected. Slightly closer results in the women's section, but the favorites still, I think, are going to win in most, if not all, of the matches.
Yep. Looks that way.
Just trying to figure out if we're missing something important, but no.
Doesn't look like it at all.
No, yeah, I'm looking through the women's games just to see if the remaining games, like if any of them are undecided, because there are some games still running, but they're either very dry and no importance towards the match result, or just straight up winning for one side.
Right.
But I'm so far kind of struggling to find something unclear.
And Pia is playing this 3-2, which
yeah, I mean she might win. I wouldn't really bet against her winning this at all.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe the sign game actually is the most.
Yeah, I think that's the one we should be watching. Just to see if he can find a way in.
Yeah, looks tough though. But I feel like he is going to find a way, isn't he? Just somehow. Just some random.
Yeah, you have to assume that he just kind of shuffles, finds some kind of. Oh, okay, GF played. So he did settle on a decision. White will have to take with the queen.
Yeah.
And then we go. What?
Queen G4.
Yeah, I thought it might be Queen G4.
That's a much better open game, of course.
Yeah, I mean we can't take on G4. We have to. Yeah, if White wants rook and you have to stay put like something like King G1. Wait for you to take on F3.
And this is just a door, huh? Or is it?
G5, H4, H3, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it does enough because the D6 pawn falls very quickly. Yeah. And King H3 doesn't really create any kind of a, it's life-changing threat, right?
Yeah, it's not mate,
Yeah, it's not even mate, yeah. I don't know.
So just King G1 maybe. Just I want rook C6 actually.
Yeah, I think King G1 is a very logical move here. Yeah, just to.
I'm not sure I want rook C6, but yeah, okay. Because it will be a check and check. So.
But how are you supposed to win this with black after King G1? I mean, what?
Rook E2 maybe? Rook E2, Rook E3.
So what if
it's a threat? Okay.
I just
now maybe you can do that. Right?
Now I can actually take and go Rook C6, no? Or Rook C6 immediately.
Rook C6 immediately. If it's not mate, I don't see it. Rook E1, King F2, Queen H4.
H4 G3, yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. No.
I think that works.
So I go Rook E3 anyway.
Okay.
Rook D6, King G5.
And now we think. Probably we just
now
take.
we think, yeah, we take. I take with the pawn. I take
no,
e4.
Sorry. And if I go rook d8 now?
Yeah, rook e4.
I just go rook e4, d6, king f6, right?
Yeah, I'm in time-ish, right? But this is a draw, I guess, right? d7 or rook g8 first. Yeah, it's just a draw, right? I mean, black is still better, but you shouldn't be losing this with white.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Give me a bit of a break, guys.
Yeah, sure.
Laurent.
Yeah.
What do you think so far about no real major insight today? It doesn't feel like. What have we learned from today?
Magnus lost 3.5 rating points.
That's true.
I mean, that's maybe the biggest news
of
the day. I mean, that's a lot actually, because you make a draw as black against a very strong grandmaster, but somehow he's 28-60 or something in that range, and the guy is 25-50. So this is like 318 points. I guess he's supposed to score 85%, but well. This is 3.5 rating points, so this is a half start for Magnus, actually. It was risky, actually. I didn't expect him to play the first game, especially if you're black. It's not really funny, actually. You go there, the guy will play solid, he knows what he's doing, he knows he's Catalan, he has a good technique, he's not going to try to win. I mean, that's for the rating, it's very risky, I would say. It's not, it's not a good deal.
Yes. I did speak to him about it on Sunday morning.
So this is 6 or not?
No, because it wasn't the event wasn't meant.
Come on. This
no.
is 6. No, come on. I'm counting that.
You're continuing. I asked him if he would play the first game, and he said, "See how he feels. Maybe."
Yeah.
He's a field player, isn't he? If he wants to do something, he'll just do it. So,
no, I was actually very impressed when Norway was playing so poorly in the Olympiad that they play in the second hall, which is kind of something. I mean, like when you're a top team as Norway, to play in the second hall of the Olympiad is kind of not good. And he won there, and he played, and he played some 2300 guy, and that was. I think the first time a world champion ever showed up in a. I mean, not in the main hall. It was the second. I mean, the second hall, which I mean, I don't want to brag about it, but I don't know where it was even. I mean, like we didn't even. I mean, I didn't go there a single time. So yeah, and I think what it makes is. He likes his team events, and he's very dedicated to his teams, even if we have to be. Norway is not. They did well in, I think, Tromsø. They finished 5th, but they mainly had big disappointment.
Yeah, they had a catastrophe this year in the Olympiad. But you're right about Magnus. He's very patriotic. Yeah, he loves his country. He loves his city. I mean, this is a guy who would play on a Sunday morning for Offerspiel against a random 2250.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Kasparov turning up in his local club playing an amateur player
in Arbat?
Exactly. It's just not possible. That's
not happening now.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's not happening. Simply, no.
It's simply impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah. So Magnus is probably the first world champion in maybe even ever since team competitions. None of these other top world champions would have played, maybe Gary, as Sotiris is pointing out, played the Israeli league, but he was probably playing very strong. Great, exactly. He was playing the Avruks and the Sutovskis, who were already 2600, 2650. So he was playing true grandmasters. But Magnus will turn up on a Sunday morning in a hoodie and play a 2250 to support his team. So It's very special, and he does have a close relationship. Oh, and that's my door. Laurent, there's somebody at my door, which is always interesting.
Okay. So I'm on
You're
my
alone
own.
for just
Okay.
1 second.
And one last thing I would add that it's playing also for free. I mean, for the Norwegian Olympic teams, that's well known, and I guess for his club as well. So yeah, maybe the first world champion doing that. And our friend Christoph Rich played Rook G1, which we didn't really consider. And well, I'm not sure. That's a bit weird, of course, but obviously prevents the king to come. So, and also, I think White is actually threatening to go around with the queen, let's say, to b3, and then let's say my first instinct was to continue with king g5 with the idea to take, and then I can go king h4, king h3. But actually, I saw queen b3. Now the pawn on g2 is protected by the rook. And let's say you play some move attacking here, and I can just go queen b8 and start the checks here. It's clear that White is not losing that. So maybe a clever move, rook g1, because now it feels that the king on g6 is much weaker, much more vulnerable than the king on h1. So probably you have to exchange queens. Takes, and now move the king. So where? In general, would be advisable to go king f6 to make sure king h6 is a bit of a self limiting move. So this is not great. So king f6, I guess it's threatening rook f2. And now how do we do as White? I guess even rook b3 looks fine. Threatening rook b6 or even rook b7, rook d7. If you go rook f2, I can even go rook b7, then king g1. And if h4, I can even go h3. h4, I wanted h3 and fix that weakness here and threaten mate here. So yeah, he played the very surprising Lawrence rook g1. But I think it's a very good move. G1. You know why?
Yeah.
Because I'm protecting g2 and now I want queen b3 and I want to go fishing over there. And your king is suddenly very, very weak. So I guess you have to take on f3.
And the rook ending is...
I think it's just nothing. King f6, I just go here. I will protect that way.
Yeah, you defend.
If you go h4, I just go h3 and okay. And king g5, as we said, is too slow. It looks too slow. Maybe, but yeah, I don't know. It's too much.
Probably too much, yeah.
So
okay,
that should be a door. So that's what I was saying when you left, when you discussed Magnus. As far as I know, it's for sure for the Norwegian Olympic team, it's playing for free. But I guess for his club,
I guess he's also playing for free.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, like for the Olympic team, it's public knowledge, but I guess it's the same. It's the same for his club. Yeah, I don't see a way to play on actually for black. I mean, like the only way is to take on f3 and go. And hope for the best, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't see this being anything but a draw. You're right.
Still, you have to be active. If you go for the passive way, I guess could be very, very tricky. So you have to go, I guess, on b1, and you have to be ready for. Is that
king g1?
Yeah, king g1 next. So I have to play a move as black. Maybe king g5 now.
King g1?
Yeah, and now rook b6 will come, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Rook b6 is next.
Yeah, no. It should be a door.
Yeah, I think he deserves it as well, White. I mean, he's played a really good game in general.
Yeah, the opening failed to impress, but then
He played a decent middle game. He actually got a better position, didn't he?
But
at some
actually,
point?
we like black position after the opening, and then he just outplayed Nihal, which is not, which is
not easy.
Yeah, no, this is not simple. No.
So
and there's the other game, the only very likely upset. While I'm a bit worried by his clock. He has 9 minutes. Okay. He didn't improve much, so G6 was played, which doesn't help black because he wanted to go rook G6. So, but here, let's take something like King E7. Still looks totally winning. I mean, the king will just. I mean, if you go B6, I go B4. I will just. At some point, I will come with the knight. Yeah, that's game over. Hard to see a good scenario for black.
Yeah, it's just everything is locked. You run the king over. You put a knight on C5. You win the pawn on A6, and then it's just.
I agree with Laurent, and welcome back everyone. Yeah, that the clock is really the only thing that is slightly worrying here. White has, an overwhelming material advantage, more active king. He hasn't spoiled anything at all.
No,
he has left himself a little bit low on time. But
he didn't make it.
Plenty.
Oh. Yeah, so should be fine. Obviously, I mean the time control. I think we said it, but it's 1:30 plus 30 minutes after time control and 30 seconds increment each move played. So can go on forever, but now is the last time they get some extra time. But he gets 30 seconds per move, which is more than enough actually to win that game. And sorry.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering how well he played from move 1 until now. Like today we haven't seen anything that will tell us that he's not going to win this completely winning position.
It takes time.
Yeah, sure.
It takes time, and should have been over a couple of hours ago. But yeah, so Christopher H plays a very surprising to me, at least, rook G1. But it looks actually very good. I don't know if you can make up some winning chances for black here. Or at least some.
Well, the point is we want to play Queen A3 or.
Yeah, Queen B3, Queen B8, and okay, it will be some perpetual.
So like the only idea I have is the one I've already shown earlier, which is rook E2, rook E3.
Yeah, so.
But then the queen becomes active, right? We just go Queen A3 straight away, or Queen B3.
I don't know. My best guess is that it will be very difficult to escape from the checks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes very good sense to me.
So here you take, and you go here, of course, rook B1.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a bit tricky.
It could be like rook F2, rook B3, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
For now.
But yeah, probably not.
Okay, he's going King H6. So he's trying to not commit to anything just yet. So what's the reply to Queen B3? Tactics don't seem to be readily available. It's a kind of a weird move. Like, what's the plan here? Queen E2, Queen B8, White. I don't think can ever be worse. Because
can you lose ever with black?
Yeah, I think at this point, yes. Like, I don't think you ever do this because, like, why would you? Like, actually probably does lose, right? Because
Oh God, it's CF3 check.
Check.
Oh,
otherwise, that would have been kind of some kind of fun. Yeah, I don't know if it's good or not, but I mean, at least I'm playing.
The existence of GF check there kind of dampens the enthusiasm a little bit.
Yeah, that's so. Yeah. I still not mate, but yeah, I can see it coming. I mean, like, how do you mate?
Yeah, maybe there's no immediate like Queen H6. Like, I would like to force you to take on F3 so that the king is more open.
I'm forced.
Even after that, I'm not sure where's
I had a stake 4. Yeah.
Maybe you just bluff like this, right? You just go F3 and then you do this. like I blunder discover check and you expect your opponent to just blitz out Queen H8 GF and then you run towards the center. Yeah, this is how you win this position.
But I can do something like this. You know, if I want to be a super chicken. Queen h3, but I wanted this, and you know, but queen e4, yeah, it's a problem actually.
No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with queen b8. And I mean, if we don't want to allow any of this after f3, if we are really, really chicken, we can go queen f8 check. And then we probably don't win, but we definitely don't lose.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, king h7 is better, because king g5 would be just...
Yeah, without the f4 square, this is not very good,
So king h7 and it's a door. No, this is not acceptable, but queen b3 looks like...
Yeah, I mean, what is the plan? Because, like, if you allow queen b8 or queen b7, like, why are you better?
And look, I mean, this guy...
I think maybe I know. Maybe he wants to go, like, rook a8, queen b7, rook g8, and put it on g6. And then start thinking about maybe h4, h3, or something. Just put it on g6 and claim that there are no checks. I'm not sure if this is a solid claim, though. But maybe.
First of all, I can go queen b6, and I'm forcing you to
queen
go
g6,
back.
I guess, yeah.
I
like something on g6.
Yeah.
I want to put something on g6. Maybe queen is even better than the rook.
And if I get oof.
Yeah, I think actually maybe this is the point of king h6. He's freeing up the g6 square to protect the d6 pawn.
Wow, that's clever. That's clever actually.
I think that probably is actually the point.
Yeah, the queen on g6 actually is very good, very good square.
So
attacking
he
and
is now, and additionally, like if we go to the current position, and the threat now might be rook e2, right? Because against both queen b3 and queen a3, I will have queen g6. And then the e4 pawn is hanging, and there is maybe no perpetual. Because the queen is covering a lot of squares there. So yeah, this is a very clever choice by Michal. I like this move.
But I mean, like, didn't we say like king h6 5 moves ago? Instead of king g6?
It really was supposed to be. It really was supposed to be on h6 all this time. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
why
we didn't think, but we thought king h6 is more.
I don't know why it wasn't, but now it's there finally.
Yeah, okay, so that's a clever move, but actually it should have played tempo up and 5 moves ago. So yeah, correcting his mistake, but okay. I mean, you have to. I mean, it's like it's typical Magnus actually to be able to play such moves. Yeah, that you play king g6 and then you realize three moves later I should be on h6, and okay, go king h6 because it's not a proud moment, but sometimes it's what you have to do. So
I found a match in the women's section which might not end in a victory for the favorites.
Wow.
Match 3 in the women's section. Gambit Assesso or Asseco, I'm not entirely sure, versus Asvoje Pamhagen.
Just give me a name. Sure. Just give me a name of a player.
Elina Danielian on board 1.
Okay.
It's match 3.
This is higher.
Yeah, it's higher up. Yeah. No, this is 1.
Yeah. Okay. So she made a draw with.
Elina made a draw with black against
Beloslava.
Beloslava Krasteva. Anna Ushenina won, I think, quite convincingly against Radova on board 2. But on board 3, Yulia Osmak, she now has some winning chances. 2 moves ago, there were apparently no winning chances at all. She has some winning chances now. Like instead of h7 on move 43, white could have just gone rook f1 here, and I think it's quite safe. But she's gone h7, and what she missed is potentially, at least what I'm guessing, is that after king g1 now, which is the only legal move in the position.
Why?
King I mean, not really, no, but like.
Here's bishop e5, yeah?
Bishop e5 also.
Yeah, bishop e5. Okay.
Probably bishop e5.
Okay.
After king g1, you can go rook h2 now. And this is becoming a bit tricky.
Because if I queen, you just give a check.
G2, yeah, and g2.
Oh, that's
kind of we win everything, yeah.
It's nice.
Everything.
It's very nice. Okay.
So after rook h2, I think you actually have to take on h2.
Take. take king g2, you have to go bishop
bishop
e5.
e5, yeah. And I think if you play h8, you probably lose because the king gets to e3.
Up, up.
Yeah.
Is it true? I'm not sure. Up,
looks
up.
very, very risky. Yeah, king d2
So I have to
now.
go king d2 on the move to. And now you just go this 3 king c2.
And we also have 2 a pawns, which might be relevant. I think this probably is lost.
Yeah, I agree.
But you can play it cool. Like, yeah, in this position, I think king f2 is maybe stronger.
What?
No, hang on. King g2. What? Hang on. Ah, no. Sorry, I'm losing my mind.
If I go bishop d3, what do you do? You have king f4.
King f4 anyway. Maybe after rook h2, we're not obliged to take immediately. Let's go back to move 44. Rook h2. Maybe I can actually play bishop d5 first.
Ready?
Maybe, I don't know. My point is I want to take on h2 and I want to be guarding the h1 square with the bishop, not the king. And the king has to go like d2 and d3.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Yeah. But okay, so this is a kind of a intrigue. But also, shockingly, Alexander Maltsevsky on board 4 is seemingly completely, or at least, well, hang on, what? What? Hang on, there was a bishop. This is still winning for black somehow.
I mean, many pawns.
Yeah, and the king is very unsafe.
Oh,
yeah, I only really saw the evaluation. Apparently, this position is -8. I don't know if
-8.
Yeah, like I don't know if you could have guessed that it's -8. But
No.
apparently, it's after rook c3. Apparently, you're completely and utterly lost.
Rook c3 even, yeah.
Just rook c3, yeah, and then you start collecting.
So what's no?
But instead, she took on
A5?
a4. Okay, yeah, she took on a4. Now
That's okay. I mean, why not a5? I don't get what is your next.
a5. I don't know, king.
It's mate or what?
Some kind of mate. I don't know, g6 maybe, and then rook d4 mate.
Maybe you know why king d5, g5, rook f2, no?
I quite like g6.
G6, yeah.
G6 and rook d4 mate next move, right?
That's a good one. Yeah, that's
But obviously, there Ivana is very low on time, and she made a very kind of a human, understandable decision. She took on a4, she took on g2, but now she probably doesn't win. Yeah, despite having 4 pawns for the bishop, it's going to be.
Are you sure? I mean, I would think I have very good chances here. That's black.
No, I mean black is better, but I think like takes, and we start like rook c4, rook g2, and I start like going after those pawns.
Yeah,
bishop e6, bishop g8. I don't know. It's I mean, of course, it's still better.
Yeah,
like, but it feels like maybe it's foldable.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, if the computer says so, then it's also kind of. But
but for a second there, because she was completely winning with black on that board. Like if she wins that game, the scores are level, and that opposite color ending on a smug's board becomes hugely important because she needs to win for them to win the match. And now she probably doesn't. So it's a kind of a huge turnaround there.
And yeah, she has to see. So bishop e3.
Yeah, but why not bishop e3, by the way? Rook h5 check or something. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I still don't really understand, like king f4. Why is this not made? rook e5, rook h2.
why it's made? Okay.
Rook g2. G2, g1. I don't know. Seems like made.
Yeah. Okay, I was looking on the other side of the board. Yeah. Okay. So.
Seems like made. Why is this not winning? I'm so confused.
I mean, check maybe. I don't know.
I guess maybe just check. Yeah, just continue checking.
Yeah.
King of3, bishop d5, and then something. Yeah.
Yeah, not even now.
Yeah, king e2, just king g1. Sorry, king h1 might be a move.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But how is it? Okay,
whoa. Sure. You will not like. We suddenly got like 20 moves in on the next board, and look at the.
She lost. Okay.
She actually managed to lose, like, but she had like 20 seconds.
Yeah, she had very little time.
She had 20 seconds, and
more experience.
Looking at her rating, she's probably a very gifted young player who doesn't have very much experience playing, 6-hour games.
Exactly. So she was.
That's extremely kind of horrible because she played a very good game against a very strong player, and then things just got off the rails completely.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, this means that the
Nihal game is maybe the last one we should be watching.
The Osmak game and Merce as well. He won.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
What? How did he win?
This is getting a bit aggravating. That
this 15 years delay just slightly funny. Queen G6, Queen H8, King G5, Queen D8, Queen F6, Queen G8, King H6. Wow, nice triangulation. Now we can.
And now there are no longer any checks. H3 rook takes E4, and Daniel just resigned. Yeah, just didn't feel like it's savable anymore.
But actually, I mean, my comp is showing like 0.30, 0.40 for black.
Maybe he lost on time. Yeah, because why would you resign here? I don't really understand.
I mean, oof. Yeah, I don't.
2 minutes against 6. Yeah, really. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. You will really like what the first line is here. It doesn't matter which square you choose. I mean, it matters a little bit. But let's say we go rook b1.
Okay.
F3.
Okay.
Queen e6. Queen takes e6. D takes e6, f2. e7. Rook e1 check. We take on e1. No. Rook e1, rook takes e1.
And this is a door, yeah?
I mean, it's 0.90. I don't know if it's.
Wow. It's very beautiful. We make queen.
This is so ridiculous. I don't think I've ever seen a position like
No. Me too.
Because the queen is sort of in the center of the board, it's whoa.
It's very difficult to see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
So fair enough.
Yeah. So we can start properly rounding this up because there are still some games running, but they're not very exciting.
Yeah.
5.5 for super bet. It will be 5-1 for Novibor because we still continue assuming.
Yes, 2 minutes.
Two pieces will win against the rook here. Yeah, I mean it's become a bit tricky because it feels
now he's losing that pawn.
Yeah, he will have to give up the pawn on g3. He's still going to be completely winning after, but yeah, he will have to probably give up the pawn on g3. 6-0 for both Anier, Legrand Chiquier, and Typhoon Ljubljana. 5.5 for Clichy, an unspecified amount of points for Virheim. At least 5.5, I guess, maybe 6. But probably 5.5 because Mazetovic is probably not winning that position.
Mazetovic is full of surprise.
So,
yeah. Okay, so
I think we should probably wrap the show up then, if there's nothing too.
Yeah, I think for round one, yeah, we've covered most of the important points. And looking through this, there were some very, very exciting games. You have to say, like Arjun's game was just very, very unusual and full of content, and Gukesh's game as well, and that Nihal's game that we've just finished watching was also quite something. But in the end, as you sort of expect in these events, like the favorites end up clutching it out. Whoa, what?
Okay, let's.
Whoa. Okay, so he wants b5, a b5, bishop b5 or something.
What? Bishop b5?
I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give that pawn, yeah?
No.
Bishop b5, yeah? But
yes, yeah, and then king c5 or something.
No, bishop f4 is such a big threat. So bishop f4, locking in the hook here. So he took, and now bishop e5 will come, and now c4, I guess. No, it's not. Now I start to think that it will be a draw.
It might end up being a draw now, yeah. That would be very heartbreaking because he played a very, very nice tactical game. And It feels like another kind of a, I mean, somewhat stereotypical, I guess. I don't know if we can draw this many conclusions from really only one game I've ever seen from this player. But while there was something to calculate, he played a fantastic game. Yeah. And then there was nothing else to calculate, and he just needed to kind of have a steady hand in a technical endgame. And this proved to be much, much more difficult, as we are seeing right now.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't really matter for the match. So
not much. Yeah.
Not yeah. So you wanted to end the show, Lawrence?
Well, I mean, if you guys think we've covered the main bits, tomorrow will be clearly a much more balanced day. We're going to have, a lot of big matchups, and I expect some kind of upset tomorrow. So we were close today, but no cigar. We have one board upset in the top division, and of course we came close in the women's section as well. I don't see any major upsets though.
Still winning. I mean, if you go 94 here, you actually are still completely winning. Or B3 and then 94. He hasn't actually even spoiled anything. We've been kind of overselling the drama here a little bit, because the B pawn will get rounded up, and and once again, Tom definitely made himself an additional, 3 hours of work by not finding bishop b5 on move 29, or whichever move that was, 25-ish. If he plays bishop b5 there, he has a very...
Actually, just go 94 next, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He has everything protected, and I think, but he did leave himself the minutes, which is, I think, the tricky part. The only reason this might not go.
But now B3 I really like.
Yeah, we go like rook c1, 94, b4, and you still have to. Yeah. Because your pawn is on the light square, you still have to pay some attention. But king d5 followed by knight c6 followed by king c4. Yeah, you're just winning. You're just
so easy. She's just so easy because now every time rook c3 though.
Rook c3, yeah, rook c3 actually, and we will have to trade. It's still winning though, right? Like bishop d6, king f7, or bishop b4, rook g3, bishop d2. Put it on g5.
Mm-hmm.
We're still winning even this. Objectively speaking, like it's maybe not even that difficult, frankly. But
really,
yeah. I mean, it gets tricky, right? Like before b5, and then we go after the g6 pawn. We're not trying to queen the b pawn. We're trying to distract the king, and then we go after the g6 pawn, and then the h5 pawn, and then it will be like 100 moves game by the time.
Bishop and knight, which was technique in bishop and knight.
Yeah, and then that maybe even we'll see. But for now, I've generally, my previous casting experience was doing the Olympiad with Peter Leko, and he never let us finish the stream if there was even one game with any kind of a position, like a position with like 3 pieces on the board, and we always stayed until the end. So maybe we should try to.
So do imply that Lawrence and myself are very different from Peter?
Yes.
Slightly different. Yeah.
I mean, we can't all be the exact same person.
Yeah, that's true.
I would assume.
Yeah.
And still, I feel like.
Well, I mean. Feel. I mean,
what?
No. I just feel as though with this being just the one game, and it theoretically could go on for 4 more hours. I'm just.
So have you ever commentated with Peter Leko, Lawrence?
Yeah, a lot.
But But how do you do at the end of the show? Because you're really pressing to end up the show. I mean, when there is
with
5
Peter,
games left. But
No. With Peter, we did the Meltwater tour, so it was a very fixed time. So it was rapid games.
Okay.
We knew it couldn't really be like this. Yeah.
What did he play? Okay.
He played knight d4, rook c3.
Yeah. You can go b3 before here, and then knight c6, and then go like king c7,
king c7, king b6.
But then the king comes out, so I don't know which one I like best. But we have to take an executive decision, because I think basically the precedent that we will set in the next 30 seconds, we will have to. It's like when the umpires take the light reading. I'm sure you both of you know what I'm talking about. But basically, this is us taking a light reading. If we decide this game is interesting enough to follow until the end, we'll have to do it every day until the tournament finishes, right? And if we decide, that it's too dark to play now, and players have to come off the field, then we can do that again tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So an executive decision needs to be made right this moment.
But in general, when I don't know what to decide, we can flip a coin.
Okay, this will be a draw.
Oh, no,
he played knight b5. Okay,
he took on b5.
So now it's a draw.
Now we can really.
Now we can go with a clear conscience.
It will be a clear conscience. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be a draw. And that's a pity. He played a good game.
It is a great pity because he really deserved a win. It feels to me that this should not have happened, but
is no chances to win here.
No, it's still. I mean, definitely some chances, but
this is not
obviously this is a huge improvement for Black compared to what it should have been.
Yeah, no, this is a draw. Okay, we can go, Lawrence. You can summarize the day.
All right. Today it was a day of missed opportunities for a lot of promising players. We had a bunch of the superstars in big trouble. Arjun, Sarin was in big trouble. Gukesh was doing well, and then he wasn't. He shouldn't have really won. Musab was struggling. A lot of great players had issues today, but it seems as though they all came through in the end. Some minor upsets. I think in the women's section, we had the loss of the very informed Nurgul Salimova losing to Mayruba. I think that was pretty much the... Kashlinskaya
lost.
And Kashlinskaya, I beg your pardon, losing with the two upsets there. But in the open section, doesn't look like there were any major single board upsets. All the big teams winning by big margins. Tomorrow will be a different story. They'll be a lot closer. But it was an interesting round, and fair play, and kudos to all of those guys who gave the Super GMs a real run for their money. It was a valiant effort today.
Fair. And on that note, we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
Yep.
See you then.
See you then.
See you.
Take care.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so that's something that has gotten better because it's not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
very fast. And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, this d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.